Hello everybody and welcome to CRL Saturday here in June, day 1 of 2 of an insane amount of action. We will have a new monthly finals champion by the end of this weekend. Hello everybody, I'm Andrew Guy, joined as always by my good friend Joshua AC Sharon. AC, it's been a while since we've been back in the saddle together. How you doing, man? How you feeling about this competition this weekend?
Man, I'm feeling fantastic. You know, life is just really good right now. There's all sorts of sports, all sorts of esports on the TV. I just want to sit back, relax, enjoy my summer. Not vacation, but enjoy my summer.
Yeah, well, luckily for us, we get to start bright and early here on Saturday, at least on the West Coast. We have a lot of action to come your way today, guys. 16 matches coming your way, so let's get right into it with the format. How did we get here? How did these players get here, more importantly, and how could you get here in the future? 1,500 players advance to the monthly qualifiers after being in the top of our ladder. That is the Ultimate Champion ladder. Then we go through our monthly qualifiers. We have a Swiss stage, a 9-round Swiss stage. A grueling 64-player stage group is then created from that. And then the top 2 from each of those groups advance to our monthly finals, where we get 16 players in a double elimination bracket. And the winner of it all gets that coveted golden ticket. And remember, we do have best of 5s coming your way tomorrow. And AC, there is a lot of cash on the line as well.
That's right. The greatest part, you know, it's close between whether it's just Clash Royale competing or if it's for the money. At the end of the day, we're all competing for this money. The champion walks away with $14,000 and the golden ticket, but it doesn't matter if you don't get the champion at the end of the day. Sometimes just $8,000 is pretty good too. We see that for second place. Third and fourth going to get $6,000 and $4,000. And look, if you were able to make it to this weekend, but you just can't show out, you just make the wrong plays, it's okay. You're still going to walk away with $500. Still pretty good for the weekend.
Yeah, not bad. And even our group stage players are making money this year, which is a cool change that we brought in 2026. The other thing that you're going after, obviously the golden ticket, obviously the cash, are the leaderboard points. And we are in a very interesting place with the leaderboard. I wish Rich was here so we could have him recreate that meme of that like lady thinking with all the math behind her. But if you look here, we have Riley, Vitor, and Ta, who have all made the monthly finals 3 times in a row. And while their finishes haven't been exceptional, they've still made it. The only 3 players to make it all 3 times. You see Mohammed Light there and Pedro with the 2 golden tickets already. But as we get closer towards the end of our regular season, those monthly finals appearances are going to matter so much, as we'll be taking 8 players from our leaderboard to World Finals this year. So watch these guys like Adriel, like Morton, like Niuzi, who is back, Sub and Viper and Clown, who are all here, and Ruben, who could be making big moves on the leaderboard this weekend. AC, let's take a look at our group stage and how things shook out. A lot of players barely missed making that top 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you have to take a look at Group C. We have SK Morton getting knocked out, getting 3rd place, just missing the cutoff. Group D had Samuel Basoto finishing 6th, so obviously a very talented group right there.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think let's just get it out of the way. Group H, we take a look at it. Number 3, Mohammed Light, not in yellow, not finishing top 2, not going to be here this weekend. It is going to be insane to see if these players feel the nerves because this is their chance, or if they just lock in and play their best.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make. I mean, Mo just barely missing it. What a stacked group that was. Group G, similar with Mugi, our other singles world champion, who actually had the same record, if I'm not mistaken, as Vitor and Wu, but had a worse Swiss stage percentage and had a worse Swiss stage percentage than both of them, and I think lost one of the head-to-heads. So it's crazy how close things get. You get to the 1,500, you get through the Swiss stage, and then you have to go through this insane group stage. Let's take a look at our bracket. As I said, we've got a lot of matches coming your way. We're obviously going to get through the very first round. We'll get through the first round of the lower bracket, and we'll also get through the quarterfinals here of the upper bracket. We're going to start things off in Brazil. 2 best friends, 2 training partners, Sub and Pedro, are going to go head-to-head. Then we go to Ta and Sandbox, 2 world finalists, while Sandbox has had a few more appearances than Ta. Then we go to Adriel and Rin, or Sasuke, which will be an interesting matchup there, kind of a newcomer going up against one of the tried and true and emotionless killers out there in Adriel. Then we have Wallace and Lucas X Gamer, 2 fan favorites, two CRL, mainstays. Then we got Gariko and Wu, another newcomer going up against Gariko, who's been around since 2020. Vitor and Viper, Clown and Riley, Ruben and Niuzi, who should not be slept on, as Niuzi had a very, very good monthly finals appearance already in 2026. So a very exciting day of action coming your way today. And remember, we will be saying goodbye to 4 players by the end of today as we work our way through the first round of the upper and lower and the quarterfinals of our upper bracket. AC, any matches here that you are really, really excited to see?
Yeah, the one that I'm looking at the most, I know it's crazy, but Adriel and Rin. Adriel, obviously, we know how talented he is. He is going to be one of those guys where it's just top 3 for odds saying that he's going to get this golden ticket. But yeah. Rin, I feel like he could surprise some people. I think I can't tell if he's exactly like Adriel or if he's the opposite of him. But at any time I look at a player's Twitter or I look at a player's social media and they're like, okay, well, instead of celebrating the fact that he qualified for the monthly finals, he was kind of still down on himself. He was like, all right, I didn't choke this month. Finally, I'm here. Da, 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 da. And that's the kind of attitude you need to have. You need to think that you're just as good as these players. They got lucky. I didn't. But finally, I deserve to be here. I'm finally here. And I love that attitude for a newcomer.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really exciting attitude to have, the confidence that you have to have. And remember, you guys can have confidence in your picks, even though I might not have confidence in mine. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. You can do that also with a /EN or a /ES for English or Spanish. Go in there to get all your predictions, win your rewards all throughout the weekend as we try to follow along with who is going to take each match. And remember, because of what you pick on that site, it will already fill out the lower and upper bracket second round for you as you're kind of going through and filling out all those matches. So you got to lay in the bed that you make. You got to pick. You got to reap what you sow. All those things. So I have no idea how I'm gonna do. I had a really bad month last month, but I got my picks in last night. Hopefully they'll be a little bit better. But we're gonna start things off with Sub and Pedro, which is a really, really exciting matchup when you talk about the history of these guys. As I said before, best friends. They are both from Brazil. They've worked together for a very, very long time as training partners, but in the history of Clash Royale League, they have both been to World Finals many times. They have both gotten second place at World Finals, but when they faced off in World Finals, like in 2024 in the upper bracket quarters, Sub won 2-1, and then last year in our upper bracket finals, which Mohamed Light ended up winning both of those, regardless, the championship, Sub beat Pedro 3-1. So in terms of the CRL World Finals stage, Sub definitely has Pedro's number, even though Pedro was the first one to get second place at World Finals in 2023.
Yeah, I mean, it just really depends on playstyles. You know, sometimes you're going to have that player that goes up against you, and instead of using Lightning, they run Fireball. And instead of being aggressive in a specific matchup that you're used to, they play passive. And it feels like Sub is that way to Pedro. Pedro has all the skills in the world. He has all the micro plays that you could possibly make. He knows when to go loon behind the crown tower. But Sub just matches up so well. So this is an incredible set 1, game 1 to start off today with.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare that you get the world number 2 and world number 3, Sub and Pedro respectively, going head-to-head in the first matchup of a monthly final. And with Pedro already having a golden ticket, that takes a lot of pressure off of his shoulders. Sub, who has actually never won a monthly final, has gotten it before off of points, has gotten it before off of getting second place, I believe. But he's always been known as a guy that is kind of Mr. Consistent. He got second place, I believe, twice in 2025 in the monthly finals, and I think that's how he qualified. It's hard when there's been 9 years of competition to kind of look through and remember. But this should be a really, really exciting matchup. And then when you look at what they played throughout last weekend, it's really interesting because, you know, the meta is really vast right now. There are so many different archetypes, so many different decks, so many different win conditions that are popular. Obviously, both of these guys are big fans of like minor control or minor spam, right? There's the minor wall breakers Magic Archer deck, hero Magic Archer deck that is really, really popular. Whether you're running it with 2 spirits, whether you're running it with Berserker, whether you're running it with Royal Delivery, I imagine we'll be seeing that at some point. It'd be fun to see a mirror matchup of that, or at least that type of matchup, even if it's just a little bit different with some of the supporting pieces. Sub, on the other hand of it, played a lot of Royal Giant as well. He had a lot of success in general. He only lost with Graveyard and with Royal Piggies. So we'll see here. Pedro, top of your screen, Sub at the bottom, kicking off our June monthly final, day 1, match 1. Here we go.
And there we go.
And a Berserker to start for Pedro could already mean that he's going to the Magic Archer deck that we were just talking about with Miner and Wall Breakers.
Sub responds well with the skeletons on top of the wall breakers. You know, it's the difference between pros and non-pros. That there was no chance the wall breakers were making it to the tower. So many people are just slightly delayed right there. He was just on top of it.
Now, this is another deck that's been really popular, is kind of running this, Hero Magic Archer deck, but then throwing in our good friend, the Goblinstein. Nice support there. As you see, almost being able to get to tower. Pedro trying to stop that in its tracks, and then going with this Hero Magic Archer Dark Prince Piggies deck.
Yeah, I was using the deck that Pedro was running probably about 2 months ago, and played quite a bit of it, and would struggle against Royal Hogs, but that's because I was running Cannon. And so he's now swapped that out, got himself the bomb tower, and this is just going to be really tough to get past.
And Magic Archer's out in both direction here. Lightning probably the last card here for Sub. And Pedro, known as one of the best Miner players in the world. So exciting to see him come out with his favorite win condition right off the bat.
Going to be another easy defense, and that's just kind of what happens when you're running Royal Hogs. When you're going up against bomb tower decks, sometimes that first 2 minutes is just survive, try and not give up too much chip damage, and then make it to double. So I really like what Pedro's been able to do at this beginning of the game.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make. I mean, Sub just playing it really, really patiently here. Pedro just playing good defense. A lot of times people will try to get ahead of themselves in single elixir as they feel they're running into a brick wall, but knowing you're going up against Bomb Tower, nice to slow things down. That's a great value Lightning there. Now the Goblin Monster is just a little bit ineffective. E-Spirit to start, then a perfect barrel, but that's a really nice... Wow! The predictions on predictions there. Sub, knowing that the Magic Archer is going to come down for the Barb Barrel after playing it perfectly, then throws in the Royal Hogs, the Evo Royal Hogs, to block the Magic Archer at the bridge. Though Pedro's still in the lead, Sub making some great plays to start our Saturday off.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Sub. Just both players 3 steps ahead of each other. And when that happens, it's still even, but that just shows the skill level of both of these eSport players.
Yeah, it's really interesting here to see how this match is going to shake out. Obviously, Pedro looking to break through, looking to get some minor chip damage, and Sub probably already recognizing that he's going to have to keep playing his Royal Hogs to maybe get Elixir out of Pedro, maybe keep his cycle where Sub wants it. But a lot of lightning damage is what he's going to be going for throughout this game.
Yeah, going to be trying to get that lightning damage when he can. Sub, these Teslas are great, and it's such a simple thing, but playing the Tesla, you know, it always kind of, it's a pretty finicky card, so the fact that he's always placing it on the right tile, setting himself up, defending well, just a really strong start for both of these players. And again, predicts it just in time, no Magic Archer chip on top of the Crown Tower.
Yeah, it's just one of those things you can't risk in these games. You know that Magic Archer connecting is really going to be the biggest way for Pedro to either get the lead back or take the lead and get a substantial one at that. Otherwise, it's only minor chip and wall breakers breaking through. You can see here Sub just stacking Teslas as much as he can, which you have to do. That's one thing that the pros always do better than the casual players, is just always keeping buildings on the board, always getting to their evoed building. And here we go. This is a really great push here by Sub, getting more lightning damage in and continuing to bait out Elixir with that bomb tower.
Yeah, and right here, Tesla high, going to be able to protect both sides. What he's doing to be able to protect these Teslas is just brilliant. There's never a chance for them to get knocked off the map, and that's exactly what you want to be doing in this matchup.
And there you go, once again, high Tesla here, blocks the Magic Archer as well. That is such a good play. Sub goes high on the Tesla, recognizes that Pedro can get a Magic Archer connection for there, and that's why you saw the placement on those piggies. This is just textbook play from Sub. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Gets the lightning down on top of the tower, and that's going to be game one. Sub just played that beautifully. It was probably 4, 5, maybe even 6 attempts of the Magic Archer trying to get sniped on top of the Crown Tower, and every time he held it down, was able to predict it in time. I mean, that was gorgeous. You are not supposed to be able to start off a day playing that well.
Yeah, I mean, that was so clean. There's no ability to put more cards on the map for Pedro. Just continuing to get those bomb towers out, just always. That's the thing, is even when you know your opponent has a response, you still want to continue to play win conditions, even if you know that they're not going to get to the tower, just because it keeps your opponent's cycle where you want it, and it keeps them from being able to build up a big push on the other side of the board. Also, the protection over and over from the Magic Archers, with a lot of the times the piggies from Sub. Sub recognizes, look, my piggies aren't going to break through this game. It's just not going to happen. What are they going to do? They're going to keep my opponent's cycle where I want it. They're going to keep blocking the Magic Archer, and they're going to keep up pressure so that my opponent has to play defense. Absolutely great plays there. And again, like you said, just always being 2-3 steps ahead.
I mean, yeah. Sub just really well done. And the greatest part is there's nothing to like knock Pedro for it. He played a really solid match. He did everything that he could. The bomb towers were always high. He was switching around defenses, switching around offenses. He tried getting Magic Archer snipes over the middle, just directly behind the bridge. I mean, it's everything you would tell a player to do after losing a matchup. And he did that in the matchup he had already lost. That was just brilliance from both players.
Yeah, and then, you know, the other part of it is that Pedro just not able to use his final card, really, in the Royal delivery, right? Just kind of being a complete non-factor in that matchup. Really great pick in both directions, honestly, and probably Sub thinking a little bit about that matchup, knowing it's not like a direct hard counter, but still able to just play the defense he wants. He's able to get over the bridge with the Dark Prince. He's got the Tesla. He's protecting the Tesla. Just really well played. I mean, you talk about just breaking through, or the inability to break through, and then just getting a ton of lightning damage over and over. Pedro just recognized, or I mean, Sub recognized right away that, like, okay, this is how I'm going to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's always crazy. You know, when a regular player is playing Clash Royale, it'll be, all right, you played this win condition 7 times, 9 times, 10, 11. And then when you watch these pros, especially with Graveyard is even crazier. But it felt like Sub, he played probably 5 Royal Hogs, maybe even less than that. And every single one of them had a defensive purpose first. It wasn't even to attack the tower. And that is just the levels from these players where they know that's the only way I can play this matchup.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make there. Last card from Pedro was actually Tornado, which again makes sense why he wasn't able to do really anything with it. Not really any point in activating the King Tower there either, knowing that your bomb tower is going to clean up the piggies every single time. And then with the way that Sub was defending using only the Tesla, again, with this Goblin Giant, or the Goblin Monster, Goblinstein deck, you got to remember it's NATO and not delivery. Just not really ability to NATO units together to line up that Magic Archer shot, because Sub, again, just using the Tesla over and over. Textbook plays in game number 1, and the win streak continues, at least here in the CRL stage for Sub, as we get into game number 2.
I'm just trying to figure out how he was able to defend with a Knight on top of the Crown Tower against a Goblin Barrel Fire Spirit push, and it didn't get shots. That was just really well done.
So Sub here looking like he could be going to Graveyard. We've seen Demolisher with Graveyard a lot more this month, which is really interesting. It's a card that was pretty much always with Drill. We started seeing it with Graveyard a little bit more. Just over the last couple of months. AC, do you have any specific thoughts on why that might be, or is it just the synergy of kind of getting the splash damage against your defensive units?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to assume it's just synergy based. The thing is, it's just a strong card. You know, when you can get value with it, you're getting, 6, 8 elixir worth of value every time you plop it down on the field. So, I mean, you basically just want to be using it. We just haven't been able to do that as of late.
Also, the defensive ability of kind of using it like a wall breaker, offensive and defense, is always nice as well, especially for pile-ups at the bridge. And there has been a lot of bait decks out there that have had Mighty Miner in it, but to see Pedro come out with the Boss Bandit is really interesting. Boss Bandit's still one of the more frustrating cards to deal with in the game. I don't really know if it needs to be changed, but it is still like you hear. I heard Riley talk about it on one of his videos recently. I've heard a lot of pros talk about it, with just that, like, it's just an annoying card to deal with.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but I certainly have no idea how to get that fixed. So, yeah.
So these barrels coming in and continuing to get some good damage, baiting out the Evo Snowball there. Never a good feeling to have to use the Evo Snowball defensively, but better to do it than to be stubborn about it. And here we go. Here's an instance where this boss bandit's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really unlucky timing right there, going in with the Demolisher on the right side. This boss bandit has put in so much work. He still has to worry about the left, and that's a Dark Goblin getting 4 shots on top of the tower. I mean, this pressure is relentless coming in from Pedro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about both decks that Pedro ran. They're about a lot of pressure, and this is very, very different form of pressure. Just relentless barrels coming out. Those the Dark Goblins on the board, just creating a lot of space, a lot of DPS. Obviously, the Evo Dark Goblin got a buff recently so that the poison does more damage. And right now, Sub probably just going to want to hang on for the next 40 seconds. Just play some stout defense, try to figure out a way to get a good counter push, and then in Triple Elixir, just really turn things up.
Yeah, right there. Just kind of interesting abilities. I'm not exactly sure what his goal was to be continuing to pop that, but yeah, I don't know. That was kind of a weird spot, but it felt like he was confident in that play.
So Goblin Hut's out in both directions. Goblin Barrels go flying once again, and an Evo Snowball having to be used on the fake Goblins as a Berserker goes down on the real Goblins on the lowest tower, 1674 to 2461. Sub now finally getting back on offense, but that Dark Goblin is in a perfect place, and a second Dark Goblin comes down. Great cleanup there with the assist from the Skellies.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro is doing such a good job. Sub cannot get Graveyards out on the field. Even though we're finally in Triple Elixir, as soon as he goes Graveyard, he wins the bridge battle, and then he goes opposite lane with pressure on top of the tower. I mean, that is exactly how you draw it up on how to win with bait. Yes, it is a hard counter, but this hard counter is getting played to perfection right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to put it, is that this is a very fortunate matchup for Pedro, but he's also playing it very well. As you can see, Sub is just always kind of uncomfortable in defending these Goblin Barrels, and then it feels like he's almost always forcing in his graveyards, which is the last thing you want to do. Although good damage coming in there, not going to be enough, not enough time left, as Pedro evens things up 1-1 through our first 2 games of play.
Whew. I mean, it's not supposed to be this close. Sub, again, played really well. And again, Pedro played really well. I mean, this is exactly what we want to be seeing to start our Saturday morning. I mean, just constant pressure every single time. Again, this is one of those matchups where it's just 1 or 2 graveyards. Can you get the amount of chip damage that you need? And Sub just wasn't able to do it this time.
Yeah, I mean, when you put it that way, it's really what you're thinking about as that player. When you're playing those decks that are just about so much constant pressure, it's about getting enough of a lead so that when you do take damage in Triple Elixir, it's not unsurmountable, or it's not going to catch up to you. And that's basically what we saw, right? If there's another minute of gameplay there, Sub is maybe able to catch up. We saw at the end there, the Demolisher comes through, it pops on top of the Goblin Hut that was played like right on top of the left Princess Tower. It started to feel like Pedro's defenses were starting to get a little bit overrun. And it also seemed like because there's more elixir at hand, Sub is able to maybe defend those barrels a little bit better. But as you said, just the constant pressure, swapping where the barrels are going, you know, whether it's the fake on the left or the fake on the right. The Evo barrel felt like it was always in cycle. Like it literally felt like there was just always Evo barrels flying out. So just really well played by both these guys. And yeah, I mean, like you said, the matchup was definitely in favor of Pedro. You know, that Boss Bandit is a nuisance on the ground, only really having the Knight as a tank. The Berserker is kind of tanky, but in terms of everything else that Sub has, it's going to just give that Boss Bandit an ability to either get positive elixir trades or dash on top of those support units. You know, just annoying to deal with, as we were talking about at the beginning of that game. And then in terms of breaking through, the Boss Bandit is also really, really tanky. With the Dark Goblin behind it, that's just tough stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the exact correct answers, just Boss Bandit can wreak havoc so consistently. And you always assume, because those are the kind of decks where you don't have like the big spell, and so, okay, well, as long as I make it to double elixir and triple elixir, I can eventually overwhelm. But once you do the Boss Bandit and you get that original dash and you get the correct timing, and so it stays fully healthy while it's dashing back and protecting itself, all of a sudden the three troops that you had kind of protecting your entire push have been chipped away into basically nothing. And again,
Yep.
he had the Dark Goblin Evo basically in cycle whenever he wanted to. So there was just no opportunity for him to build that eventual push. Just, I mean, just exactly what we're looking for, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Dark Goblin already such a great counter to Graveyard, and then you add in the fact that you got the Evo Dark Goblin in there, which really hasn't been that popular in general in the meta. You know, when it first came out, people were using it a good amount, just maybe because of novelty and just trying to make it work. And then it was just like the poison damage was just not enough out there to make it really impactful. Then you buff it a little bit, you throw it up against Graveyard, and it's in a really good spot. What's really interesting is when you look at Pedro and you look at the decks that he ran in the group stage, if I'm correct, and it looks like based off of the data, he didn't run this deck at all. The only time he ever ran Goblin Barrel and Evo Barrel was with Mighty Miner, Berserker, Royal Delivery, and 2 Spirits. It was a 2.6 Elixir super fast cycle deck that he actually went 3-0 with. So I like the change up here on the monthly final stage to go to something that we hadn't seen before, and obviously worked out very, very well in that specific matchup. Now with I was gonna say, now with the Furnace out, you would think it could be either Graveyard or Hog. That's basically the only 2 places we've been seeing it.
Yeah, and right here, Sub looks like he's playing a Loon variation. It's looking like Lava Loon right now. Pedro on the other side still hasn't used any true big spells. Log basically being the most amount of damage he's been able to get on top of the tower for free. And man, this Golden Knight just always gets to the tower with these dashes at this point.
Yeah.
It's just so strong. You feel like you still have that extra half second, and you really do not.
Yeah, the Golden Knight getting a bit of a buff, kind of like a secret buff almost, with the way that its dashing works to match that more of the Boss Bandit and the Bandit. I believe the verbiage that Donald used was basically like, instead of it having to target the center of the unit, it's now targeting like the farthest, what's the best way to put it? It used to have to be the center of the unit that it was dashing to, but now it's kind of like the outside edge of the tile that it's touching, if that makes sense. So it's going to dash a lot sooner, and it's going to be a lot more difficult to get on top of.
Yeah, it's just so quick to make a decision at this point. And right here, heading into double elixir, Pedro's gotten a decent bit of chip damage, but Sub's really been waiting for double elixir. Protects again. This is a solid defense. Should be able to clean up everything real nicely.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when Sub wants to actually go to the skies. Obviously a lot to deal with on the ground. Looks like, I mean, you know, the nice thing about the Spirit Empress is it does give you that one more ground unit bailout, and right now Sub just opting to go in Lava Hound in the back. Sub did run Lava Hound once, but it was a very different version than what we're seeing right now. It was with Hero Dark Prince, Miner, and the Evo Goblin Cage. That
Right
lightning
there
might not be enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much value it got protecting everything, because he was able to keep that Evo Valk alive. But especially with the help of the Royal Delivery, should clean up everything really nicely. But at this point, this is kind of what Sub was looking for. He's okay with being down 600 HP at this point. It's now double elixir, and we're going to start seeing Lava Hounds just constantly get cycled onto the map.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if we see Pedro switch lanes at all with the Hog. You know, he does have a good amount of damage in, but we all know that a couple Hog hits is more than enough. And here we go. First Tesla out already on top of that Spirit Empress. That's a really nice placement on top of that Tesla. for that Tesla on top of the Spirit Empress. Spirit Empress, one of the most frustrating cards to deal with. It's kind of like a stronger flying machine, and there you go, AC, just like you talked about, that delivery doing such a good job cleaning up. Valkyrie's still on the board, though, and now this is a great time for Sub to lava up again in the back.
Yeah, he wants to be able to protect this without using a troop. He's not going to be able to do that in time, though. So good activated ability in using it into the Empress, just trying to get the Tombstone out of cycle, and that's exactly what happens right there.
I was going to say, was the Tombstone not in cycle? Would it have been better to just play this Tombstone against the Golden Knight? Not sure there.
Yeah. It's really close. If he wins, it's okay. If he loses, it was bad.
Nice protection there of the Tesla with the guards. Fireball zap in on top of that Furnace once again. And now you have to think about the Hog coming back down the lane. Delivery going to come down? No. Evo Tesla is there, and then the delivery. That is just picture-perfect defense from Pedro. Sub has 30 seconds and a miracle he's going to need.
Yeah, going to try and go all in right here. Can he get the timing? He does not. So that Tesla's still going to be alive for just a little bit. But we got the little bomb on top of the tower, getting it down to 1338.
13 seconds remaining. Another balloon coming in. Hog Rider on the ground. Tombstone has to come out. No support here. Another Tesla probably going to come down for Pedro. And that is going to do it. Pedro is going to take the opening set 2-1 by a hair. 118 to 941. Lightning just a second late. But the Fireball Zap did come in to maybe make it look a little bit closer than it actually was there. Very, very nice set from both of these guys. And that is a great pick in game number 3 by Pedro. I mean, the ability to create so much pressure on the ground. You're going up against a weaker building. Yes, the Tombstone can do a decent job protecting against the Hog, but you throw in the Golden Knight there. You got to be careful. Having the Royal delivery and having that Tesla, just absolutely perfect stuff for Pedro.
Yeah, it seemed like early on, Sub really came to the conclusion that there was only the opportunity for him to Fireball Zap on top of the Furnace instead of trying to just allow it to go to work and trying to save his spells and trying to get the Loon to the tower. I don't know. I think he played it really well, and potentially if there were just a few other things that didn't go wrong for him, if he had the right cycle in this one other point, we'd be singing his praises and he'd be moving on to the next round. But I would have liked to see him maybe switch up one or two things at the end. I felt like it was a little too consistent with just how he set up his pushes every time.
Yeah, it's tough in that matchup, you know, and it's also tough once you're committed to a lane and you see the time ticking down. You know that you can't really switch things up with Lava. Your opponent will just continue to go Hog in that same lane. So you've got to go same lane, which in theory is probably the better idea. But as you said, and I think that's a good point that you make, is just that, like, it's just too kind of by the numbers at that point. There's really not anything innovative that's happening with Sub's pushes. And so we see Pedro moves on to the upper bracket quarters, and then Sub is thrown down to the lower bracket. Well, we'll see him again at the end of our day, or I should say maybe 2/3 of the way through our day, to see if he's able to hang on and maybe make a lower bracket run. But a beautiful start to our day. Again, number 2 and number 3 in the world in 2025. Number 3, though, takes the edge. And here we go. These are all the Magic Archer placements. Shout out to our production team for getting us this heat map. AC, this is pretty cool. The heat map of the Magic Archers played in game number 1.
I mean, that says 18 times it was placed. That is incredible. I mean, yes, when you're running these kind of decks, you want to be cycling the Magic Archers as often as possible. The ability that you get to be able to pop and protect your Magic Archer with is so devastating to your opponent. So it definitely makes sense that he's used it all that time. But we saw it in that graphic. It was 3 times right here, once right here, once right here. He was doing everything that he can, and you'll see just wherever it was placed. If there was a way to check like a 1 second later of like Sub being able to protect his troops that were already down on the map, that would be even more brilliant, because you would see just one protection here, one protection here from Sub.
Yeah, what's crazy is that I think there was only... I don't think the Magic Archer at the bridge maybe connected at all in that game. I think it was only the ability that connected and broke through maybe once or twice. I can remember once, just off the top of my head, where it connected on the left-hand side for Pedro. But in general, it was just such great protection there by Sub. That was just one of the most impressive things about that game, especially as we get into double and triple elixir. It just becomes so difficult to keep up with. Magic Archer, work in progress, balance changes coming out, whereas the ability is going to be changed just a little bit. So we'll see if it's going to still be as popular as it has been. But that's then. This is now. We are moving on to our next matchup. It's going to be Ta versus Sandbox. This is an exciting one. Sandbox obviously having a very, very good 2026. He got second place in our first monthly final. He's kind of back in fighting form. He got fourth place in 2025 at our World Finals. Seems like he took like a year or two off. 2023 and 2024 wasn't the best for him. He talked about working on his mental game a good amount, and he's come back kind of shying away. He shied away from Royal Giant for so long where it feels like he's been able to come full circle back around to it. It's just not as predictable as it used to be. Sandbox at the top of your screen. Ta at the bottom. Ta on the other side of it, a very, very good player. He's made all three of our monthly finals here in 2026, so it's easy to argue that he might be just in as good fighting form as his opponent in Sandbox, but not as good of finishes. 16th in April, 12th in May. In May, he lost to Morton, then was eliminated by sub, and in April, he lost to Kimchi, Colin/Kimchi, who actually did pretty well that month in his coming out party, and then was eliminated by your good friend Samuel Basoto.
And right here, we have Bait once again. Bait just always going to be one of the strongest archetypes within this game. Clash Royale does want to promote, quick decisions and aggressive offense. So, at the end of the day, while I do sometimes struggle with loving having to go against Bait 9 times out of 10 on ladder sometimes, I think it's good to have a fast-paced deck just kind of always be there in the meta.
Yeah, they always talk about outplayability with faster-paced decks, and, you want people that love a specific archetype to be able to play it. That's why we see 2.6 and Expo just always high up on ladder no matter what season, what year it is. When you look at Royale API, those decks are pretty much always there. There's always a Bait deck as well, and this is going to be interesting because Ta has the Dark Goblin, he has the double spirits, and he has the Royal Delivery, but the Bomb Tower in terms of dealing with the attack in the skies. He's got a lot of pressure, but he's not getting a lot of damage here in single elixir. Be very interested to see how this matchup shakes out.
I mean, this is just perfect from Sandbox. You can give up a little bit of chip damage on top of your tower. You want to be trying to just get aggressive because he should have Lava as his last card. And now that we've made it to double elixir, he's up a few. He can tank a little bit, but he's going to decide to fireball. He's just been waiting for this moment. Again, this is exactly like what we saw with Sub and Pedro. It's okay to be down a little bit. It's just whether or not he can actually get the tower himself this game.
Yeah, best Lava players are always sacrificing damage to try to figure out when they can get that Lava on the board. I was actually just going to say the Evo Zap is going to be a great way to deal with the Dark Goblin. And this is where things get a little bit interesting, is when the Evo Zap is out or in cycle and the Dark Goblin's taken off the board. That's why we're seeing the Dark Goblin cycled first, so you can get back around to it. But since there's no support on this Lava, you can just drop the delivery on top. Or, I guess, play another Dark Goblin and give a little bit of Fireball value.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of okay with giving up Fireball tower damage. I don't know, things get so tricky just because you only have the Dark Goblin. You're trying to get a lot of pressure going. Sometimes you want to waste it, not even on the Lava, and trying to get aggressive at the bridge. You just want to be switching everything up constantly if you are Ta.
And Lava sneaks right in front of that Spirit Empress. Miner goes to the Dark Goblin. Spirit Empress untouched. Lava still relatively healthy. And now we're going to see a Spirit Empress get on top of tower. No, perfect timing there with the Skellies plus the Spirit, and now the Dark Prince comes down. But the Dark Prince ability in the opposite lane getting a good amount of damage here. Ta starting to get on his back foot.
Yeah, I mean, that was brilliant from Ta to even be able to stay alive. Had to go quick with his tapping of the CR cards, whether or not he could get that down in time to protect himself from the Empress. But I mean, this is exactly what you want to be doing if you're Sandbox, just getting aggressive, Lava at bridge, and then just cycling Dark Princes on the right side. I mean, if you can't protect these Dark Goblins, you lose, and it's just so tough to defend the Dark Goblins.
Yeah, to protect those Dark Goblins with, I mean, you don't really have anything to stop that Miner. You really have to you rely on your Dark Prince, but the Dark Prince is being used in other places. You can't really drop the delivery early. You kind of want to save that for defenses we're seeing him do throughout that game. And just a really, really tough spot to be in. You know, it was one of those things where it's just, this matchup doesn't look great on paper. That building isn't going to do you a lot of work in the bomb tower. And then Sandbox also did a great job of kind of baiting out attention in the right-hand lane with that Dark Prince ability. He would defend the barrels with the Dark Prince, take a little bit of damage in that stronger lane, and then use the Dark Prince ability when he needed to. Miners were saved just to snipe the Dark Goblins. And then abusing the Spirit Empress. There is just not a good way to deal with the Spirit Empress if you're Ta. There's actually really no way to deal with the Spirit Empress if you're Ta. You have to get through the Lava Hound first, which was great recognition from Sandbox.
Yeah, and then one quick thing at the end that, you know, I want to give a shout out to both of these players because both of them played it so perfectly that it was hard to tell. But at the end of the game, Sandbox was coming down. He gets the zap. He retargets it so that the tower is no longer on the, like, 2% health lava.
Oh, yeah.
And then it goes to the Empress instead. And, you know, that should have been a huge mistake where Ta plays the delivery too fast. And then, you know, we would have been able to, like, make this an entire highlight. But he saw that, and he was able to delay it in time. It was just the absolute correct move from Sandbox and good recovery from Ta. It was just too late for him at that point.
Yeah, that's a great point. That target, the retargeting there, it was actually just showing up on replay as you were talking about it, giving that lava just a little bit of extra HP, which then gives the Spirit Empress in the sky a little bit extra HP, which makes it even harder to deal with. So a really, really nice pick there. More lava than I would have thought going into our first two sets of the day. We've already seen two players use it. 1-1 with it, obviously, in Sandbox. Sub not as successful, but two different versions. We've been talking about that a little bit over the last few months. We've been seeing a little bit more lava loom, but for a while there, it was a lot more of what we just saw here from Sandbox, where it's the Spirit Empress is being is almost kind of the win condition behind the Lava Hound, and then the Miner, yes, is obviously there to support, but it's almost more as a snipe card against your opponent's defenses. So great deck pick, great play from Sandbox here in game number 1. We'll see if Ta can bounce back. Ta, like I said, went 12th place and 16th place in his 2 monthly final appearances so far, and it was Sandbox who lost to Mo Light in the finals in the kickoff of our 2026 CRL season back in April. Really, really well played by him. Sandbox has gone 12th in our 2021 World Finals, 6th in our 2022 World Finals. Then, like I said, 2023, 2024 didn't show up as much. He did get first place at DreamHack in 2023, but very different than the CRL World Finals stage. And then last year, it felt like Sandbox was back in fighting form, getting 4th place. Ta, on the other side of it, he showed up. He did really, really well in monthly finals a couple years ago. 2024, he was 2nd place on our leaderboard. That was just a great year for Ta. He went to our World Finals that year, though, and ends up not even winning a game against Riley and Pedro. So obviously there are levels to this, and Ta is right there knocking on the door.
Sandbox is going to be going back to Hog Monk. You know, Sandbox is one of those players where you get to make up a saying, make up a phrase about him. And I will say this right now, I believe Sandbox is probably a top 5 Monk player in the entire world. I love his decision making with it. I think he does it beautifully every single time. We know how talented he is with RG, and that comes into play quite a bit in terms of why I rank him so highly. But I just think he's so intelligent with his decision making and using the Monk.
Sandbox went 6-1 in his group, but he still got 2nd place to Sub, who had a better win percentage. The only person he lost to in his group was Sub. And otherwise, he only lost 2 games. One to Titan, or Titone, and one to Nate. And here we go. Ta, bottom of your screen. Sandbox at the top. Sandbox, as you said, running Monk plus Hog. I'm trying to see if he ran this at all this last weekend, and it does look like he did. The same version with Lightning. Actually, a little bit different. He had Ice Spirit, Skellies, and Lightning. No Berserker, so a little bit faster cycle last weekend.
And right there, not going to be able to get to the tower, but pretty close. And that is a great King Tower activation right there from Sandbox.
Yeah.
Oh my. Giving up only just a little bit of damage and getting King Tower activated has to feel great after pulling that off.
Yeah, King Tower always going to be huge in helping with the Hogs, obviously, but also against the Mega Knight. You're going to always want that extra DPS, especially because there's not a ton of DPS in Sandbox's deck. Although the Evo Furnace might have something to say about that.
Value Lightning right there, going to take off the Evo Furnace and keep the MK alive just long enough to just have the bridge battle come to a halt. Nothing too crazy happening right there.
And there's the Lightning coming out for Sandy to get some tower damage in and take that Hero Magic Archer off the board. Still the most popular hero by, I'd say, a good amount.
Did mess up the timing just a little bit. Had to waste an E-Spirit to protect himself from the Fire Spirit, but certainly not the end of the world.
I like this. MK out in the opposite lane, so Sandbox kind of pouring it on the left-hand side, but going to have to be able to defend here. So just looking for basically some Monk chip damage at this point. And that MK is very healthy.
And right there, left tower goes for the Berserker, so he's going to be okay. He does have to, Ta is always going to try and bring it so that the Monk comes out into the middle of the arena so he can try and activate his own King Tower with the log. Sandbox does have to watch out for that, doesn't want to allow a free King Tower activation, especially with this lead that he's built up.
And Lightning at the bridge here to get on top of that MK Berserker and the Hog. Second Tesla going to come out here. Nice cycle from Sandbox. And Sandbox looking to switch lanes now.
So not going to worry about having the cleanest defense just yet. High Evo Tesla. The thing about the Evo Tesla is you just place it on the map and it's already a good play regardless. So you don't have to worry too much. Are we going to see an offensive Lightning? We do not from Ta.
And those decks on the left-hand side of your screen are not what we saw, yeah. Just in case people are wondering what's going on there. 10 seconds remain. Not a lot of damage done here, and that Hog is going to come in, doesn't get a shot. MK also not able to break through, but the Magic Archer is there. Line up for the Magic Archer. Wow, Sandbox barely hanging on. You can see hyped up. Ta looking like he could have almost broken through there. MK maybe almost getting on top of tower. Maybe going to get that Magic Archer lineup. Really well played there by Sandbox to get with a 2-0 sweep to start his day. And you can see Ta there just turning off the camera right away. Probably very frustrated with how that set went.
Yeah, I mean, Sandbox just putting on a clinic. Lava, game number 1. Game number 2, going to be running Hog, Furnace, Lightning. And I mean, both of those, he just waited and waited and waited and eventually was able to win it. Learned pretty quickly early on that he had the 55-45 matchup. And if he could play absolutely perfectly and just eventually reach the end goal, he would be able to win those games, and that's why he was able to come out with a 2-0 set.
So number 3 and number 4 in last year's World Finals going to face off, although they did not face off against each other in the 2025 World Finals. We see that they were going to have a very exciting first matchup in our quarterfinals as Ta and Sub are down in the lower bracket, and this is just how grueling and intense our monthly finals can be. When you look at that, all world finalists so far, going into another world finalist in Adriel, but not in Rin or Sasuke, who is a newcomer to the scene. I'm excited to see what he does. AC, you mentioned him at the top of our show as well. It's always interesting when a no-name with a very little information comes out onto the field. A lot less pressure, or maybe a lot more pressure, right? There's not a lot expected of you. But there's also the idea of just being on the biggest stage for the first time, or I should say one of the biggest stages. You got to get through monthly finals before you can get to world finals. And yeah, as we saw there, our lower bracket starting to shape out just a little bit. This should be an interesting one. I mean, on paper, this shouldn't even be close, AC.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I forgot what the famous saying is, but like, it's not played on paper, it's played on the field. And,
Yeah.
that's kind of what we expect to see right here. I love Rin's attitude. I've become a fan just kind of looking through his social media and just seeing how he approaches this game and just the esports scene in general. I love his play style. I've taken a look at his battle log, and I'm seeing a lot of giant skeleton, a lot of just weird decks.
Hmm.
Usually when we see these players, it's like, all right, well, he'll play the fireball instead of the lightning, so he'll switch one card. But Rin switches three, and that's always fun, and that's always just innovative. And I just got to say, I'm excited to see what we're gonna see with this guy right here.
Yeah, taking a look at his decks, got a pretty vast deck pool. Like you said, he did play a lot of Giant Skeleton, did not ever lose with Giant Skeleton. He also ran some quick cycle Hog decks. Looks like he's a big fan of Hog Rider, big fan of Giant Skelly Loon. He played a little bit of Royal Giant to some varied success. Looks like he went about 50% there with that win condition. Played a little bit of Drill. He played some Hero Bowler Drill even, so something a little different there. But yeah, a lot of success with Hero Loon, a lot of success with Hog Rider. So we imagine Adriel might want to cover some of that. When you talk about the game tape or the history on Sasuke, he was able to beat EGW and Katashian in his group. He lost to Hypno, lost to Wallace. Back in August of 2025, he got second place on ladder. But otherwise, in CRL, he really hasn't shown up much. He got 16th in our second monthly final in 2025. So he wasn't actually in our monthly final because I think last year was 12 people. And then he also got 32nd on the 2024 CRL leaderboard. So, he's been around, he's been in the mix, he's been putting in the work, he's been in the gym, as they say, been in the lab. But Adriel on the other side of it, obviously a lot more success. He got 5th place on that 2024 leaderboard. He got 6th place in 2023, 6th place in 2025 at our World Finals. And he is back in it. Rin top of your screen, Adriel at the bottom. This will be an exciting one.
Man, and you kind of see the disparity between these two players. 85 points, ranked number 70, 540 points, ranked number 7. So, it's definitely favorite. It's definitely Adriel as the favorite, but I like what I'm seeing so far from Rin, and he's going to start off with, I'm assuming it's not going to be 3.0, and we already see the Dark Prince, so could be Graveyard at this point.
Yeah.
Still got a few more to go. And Adriel's deck, this is the deck that I was going to talk about. This is the deck I wanted to see because you have Cannon, you have NATO. If you're worried about Hog, if you're worried about Balloon, that's the deck you want to be using. I was so close to talking about it, Andrew.
Almost got there, but I believe you, and it is going to be Graveyard, as we saw Ren run a version of this. The version that he ran last weekend, though, could still have Bar Barrel, but it did not have Royal Delivery in it, as Adriel takes a decent amount of damage from that Graveyard. A little bit of a different Graveyard deck than what we've seen in the past as of late, where they're a little bit faster cycles, so you can be a little bit more aggressive with your Graveyards in single elixir. And yeah, there we go. So the Skellies do come out. Ice Spirit is there, so he swapped out the Delivery for the Bar Barrel, which is what we saw Rin run last weekend. He did win it, that one game that he played that version of Graveyard.
Yeah, the Quick Cycle Graveyard Archers kind of reminds me of like 2019 meta decks with Graveyard. Really interesting and really fun to see that get pulled out in today's game. And we're going to see if Adriel can defend this a little bit better. And that's exactly what's going to happen. He cleans that up very nicely. His first Graveyard defense was definitely not up to par and made sure to fix that on the second go-around.
Yeah, definitely. Not what you want to take that much damage, but as you can see, only separated by about 400 HP. Adriel ran a version of this deck. Did go 1-0 with it last weekend.
Really nice ability from Adriel. Wow.
Poison coming in here. Magic Archer, though, going to be able to do a bit of cleanup, but some of those Skellies and the Poison ticking away, getting a decent amount of damage in. I'm not upset about that if I'm Rin. Miner, though, going to even things up as we are very, very close to a tie game here. 15-52. Nice defense there from Rin. 15-52 to 12-28.
Yeah, really solid defense right there. Delivery is going to come down just in time. Royal Recruit going to go to the proper card, and now that is another Magic Archer placed right at the bridge, getting chipped.
Great ability there. Miner somehow gets on tower, even though the Skellies were there. 926. Now Adria up by 300. Dark Prince at the bridge. Graveyard coming in. Berserker plus Bomb Tower to clean things up. And then the Barb Barrel out. So pretty nice there. But now the Hero Dark Prince ability going to get on top of tower. Adriel has to get that Goblinstein down. And now that is great poison value. You can see Adriel recognizing he just got. Very well played by Rin.
Yeah, now he has to worry about both of these sides. Tesla placed high enough where he doesn't have to worry. Magic Archer not going to make it to the tower.
Wow.
And I mean, it's Rin's to lose at this point. Just has to get Graveyard, has to get poison.
Yep, and that's going to do it. You can see Rin recognizing that is going to be enough. Get that poison down. And that was such a great late offensive send there from Rin, just getting so much value. And honestly, that was such a great Hero Dark Prince ability. It felt like Adriel had gotten a little comfortable playing his Bomb Tower defensively, maybe not thinking that Hero Dark Prince ability was going to be much of a factor, then has to kind of hit the oh crap button by dropping the Goblinstein right on top of tower to try to stun that Rhino, but the Rhino already gets damage in. Now you're just giving a poison value. Now you messed up your cycle. Now you don't have a tank for the Miner on the other side of the board. So really, really well played there by Rin, who steals game number one. And this is what we're talking about, AC. You know, there's a lot of pressure when people expect you to play well, when no one knows who you are, no one knows what you run, what your favorite archetypes are. Rin just goes to a deck that someone else... It actually was Sandbox that played that deck last weekend, a similar version. Rin just takes that, copy, pastes, and picks up the dub.
Yeah, and there you go off to a 1-0 start. You know, the thing I love about the Hero Dark Prince ability, I forgot who it was. There was some YouTube video that I was watching, and the YouTuber, I think he was going over like CRL matches, and he was talking about how like, oh, he activated his ability. That's such a bad ability to pop right there. And then all of a sudden he gets one chomp at the tower, two chomps at the tower, and he's like, ooh, maybe that actually was pretty good. It kind of felt like that situation right there. You just got to throw it on the map, see if it can make it to the tower, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, the Dark Prince ability played a factor in our last matchup for Ta and Sandbox, played a factor in this matchup, obviously with Rin being able to basically steal the game there. It felt like Adriel was starting to come back in control, was getting some nice Magic Archer lineups. Rin was looking like a little bit uncomfortable with his defenses, and the Miners were still getting on top of tower over and over. The Goblinstein being able to tank for it is obviously frustrating because it's got a good amount of HP. You don't want to give up anything to that ability, and then all of a sudden that Hero Dark Prince ability comes in. Obviously got a nerf, but not really an effective nerf. Well, I mean, definitely an effective nerf because it used to do Crown Tower damage and too much Crown Tower damage at that. But still not really affecting its usability and its effectiveness, at least this month so far in CRL. Great game number one for Rin. As we've said about Adriel, though, over the years, he is a guy that is pretty emotionally stable in the sense of he does not get too excited when he wins. He does not get too down when he loses. He's got strong mental fortitude, so he should be able to bounce back. But if Rin is able to pull off the 2-0 sweep to start the day for him and his first run at the CRL monthly finals against someone like Adriel, that would be absolutely insane to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the story you want to be writing when you're one of these guys that's just up and coming and just wants to prove themselves. And I honestly feel like it's the best possible situation for him to get matched up against Adriel. It's just, this guy is supposed to be so much better than me. Let me prove to everyone, let me prove to myself that I'm going to be able to compete with these best players. I think he, honestly, this is the one time you can ever say this, but I think he got lucky to get Adriel round number one.
Wow, that's an interesting call there, and so far that luck is paying off. And I was just going to say, we saw Adriel go to Hog quite a bit with a lot of success. The other thing that we saw him run was Graveyard with Evo Furnace, so we'll see if that's what he's deciding to do. He went Graveyard with Evo Furnace and Tesla. Only once, only that one specific version. He did go 0-1 with it, but now seeing that E-Spirit not going to be Graveyard, as there's no reason to play E-Spirit with Graveyard. Magic Archer is gonna... No, it does not line up yet.
Able to get the lineup right there, and all of a
That's
sudden
a lot spent.
looked like, yeah. I thought that was going to be a strong push, and all of a sudden everything gets deleted. The Boss Bandit, we saw it in the first set overall. It is just so strong, cleaned up everything so nicely. And wow, Adriel already off to sending it to a game 3. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about you know, these guys that are newer to the CRL monthly finals or the world stage, is just that, you know, Adriel was kind of hanging on and he got and he made a mistake towards the end there, but you will see a lot more of things kind of crumbling in one push for players that are newer to the monthly finals. I don't know if it's nerves, or I don't know if it's like not being able to pay respect to the level that you should of the person that's across from you. Obviously, you don't want to not play your game because you're too anxious or worried about what they're going to do, but that ability was just not a good idea. The Boss Bandit was still way too healthy. We've talked a lot about how strong the Boss Bandit is already today, and that was just a huge knockout punch from Adriel.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Rin just really can't respond with anything. I like the idea of going MK in the back, trying to build his push. I mean, you have to assume last card is Lightning for him as well. So there are chances, but this Boss Bandit is just going to defend, and I really don't see any way of getting around this, especially when you're pulling off moves like that.
Yeah, the Tesla behind targets only the Hog. The Boss Bandit still putting in work on that MK, and this is again a moment for a learning moment for Rin. First of all, don't get ahead of yourself in single elixir and think you're going to win in one push from a Magic Archer ability, which obviously is not as cheap as it used to be. And then the second part of it is what we just saw Adriel do, which is just bounce back after losing a frustrating game number 1. Rin played really, really well, had a great ability, and now both these guys, game in hand, game out the door, best of 1 to see who moves on in our upper bracket. Adriel probably feeling very good after that turnaround win.
Yeah, I mean, he just played that absolutely beautifully. I expect to see a lot more Boss Bandit today and tomorrow. I think we're just seeing it as just easily one of the strongest cards in the meta right now, especially when Berserker is all around. The Boss Bandit, dash back, dash forwards, and then it's already on to the next troop. That is just so strong and so detrimental to your game plan.
That's a really good point that you make about the Berserker. When I look through Adriel's decks, even just at first glance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 decks that he has in his repertoire of last weekend with the Berserker in it. We've obviously seen a lot of Berserker already today. We've seen Evo Furnace already today. Obviously, Furnace is a great card to give dash ability to, or dash potential to. You know, when you talk about dealing with a Magic Archer like we just saw there, it might seem enticing to use the ability, but, you know, that one shot, that one hero triple shot is not going to do enough damage to the Boss Bandit. In terms of single target DPS, we are seeing a little bit less strong single target DPS and a little bit more like supported DPS throughout the day, if that makes sense. You know, because Hero Magic Archer is so popular, even looking through like Rin's decks, when you look at cards that are really strong single target DPS, there's not a ton of them in there. So really interesting with the Boss Bandit coming out. And then in terms of tanks, it's like there's a lot of Mega Knight out there. There's a good amount of Dark Prince. Yeah, very, very, very interesting to see Boss Bandit be as strong as it already has this weekend. Not a fan of the Boss Bandit, but yeah, maybe I need to lean into it a little bit more, as we've seen players have a good amount of success with it so far today. Here's some locked cards for you guys. Anything with the red dash on it or the red graphic is going to be used by Rin already. Anything with the blue used by Adriel. And then looking back at Rin, his most successful win condition was Hog Rider last weekend. Following that, like you said, AC, maybe some Hero Loon Giant Skeleton with Evo Exi. He has all those pieces still available, so if I'm Adriel, I'd probably try to cover that base first and foremost. Also played a decent amount of Royal Giant, but when you talk about his most favored win conditions, Rin, it was the Hog Rider, and it is the Giant Skeleton Loon combination, Hero Loon combo. For Adriel, it definitely gets a little bit more difficult to pick. He's a guy that is known for having a pretty big deck pool. He did already play Hog Rider, which was his most successful win condition. He played it 4 times and won with it every single time. Excuse me, 5 times and won with it every single time. But in terms of what else he could play, you know, he's got Royal Piggies out there. He's got some Drill Rocket out there. He does have a couple versions of the, like, super fast bait. He's got one with Evo Wall Breakers, Hero Magic Archer, Goblin Barrel, and Valkyrie with 2 spirits. So we'll see if he wants to... Well, he doesn't have Magic Archer anymore. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what he's going to go to in this final game. There's obviously a little bit of Mortar out there in the world, which I'm always down for. He played some 3 Musketeers. Didn't go well for him there. But, yeah, I just had to mention it. But if I'm him, I'm covering the skies. I'm thinking about Giant Skeleton and Loon, and maybe even going to something like Royal Hogs. We'll have to see, though.
I was just thinking Mortar Royal Hogs right there.
Oh, wow.
I think there's a lot of different opportunities for you to set up your deck so that you can get constant pressure. I think it's really strong defensively going against the potential Loon kind of decks, and then it's also just really strong offensively. Giant Skeleton wouldn't be that strong going up against the Royal Hogs that are cycled on the board. So that's what I would do if I'm Adriel. And if I'm Rin, you know, at the end of the day, if I'm his coach, I'm just telling him, all right, clearly they don't know a lot of information about you. We're going to have 2 decks that we're really strong with and 1 deck that we're being creative with. And let's just choose a random one. I think they can throw something out there that Adriel is not prepared for. And I don't know. Obviously, with Clash Royale, we have so many cards. We have 120, 130 troops and all that. But that's what I would have liked, or that's what I would like to see from Adriel. Royal Hogs Mortar.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a lot more difficult to kind of put your opponent on a specific deck or archetype at this point with how many cards and heroes and evos are in the game. So we'll have to see as these guys are taking their time picking their final deck here in this best of 1. Game 1, really well played by Rin, able to take it in the final moments. Game 2, won almost immediately by Adriel. And here we go into game number 3. Wall breakers in the back for Rin. And this is Adriel's 2nd monthly finals appearance. This year, he was eliminated by Sandbox in that first monthly final, ended up getting 4th place. Heal Spirit, AC, you never know. Heal Spirit Monk, you never know.
Okay. I was thinking that it was potentially going to be RG. I don't want to get too excited. I don't want to call the 3 Musketeers until they're on the board. But it's looking like it really could be. Rin on the other side going to be running a quick cycle. Trying to figure out what else he would have with it. Okay, yeah, he's just going to go quick cycle bait. I really don't mind that from Rin. I think that's a potentially a pretty strong deck for him.
And the vines out here. Very nice kite there from Rin. Adriel has to play that Hunter. And interesting spells from Adriel as he's going Rage plus Vines. Uses the Rage there, a little bit of damage on the Goblins, and obviously speeding up the Princess Tower. And there are the Piggies. I was going to say, the 3 Musketeers, I didn't want to say it, but it was clearly falling apart pretty quickly as more cards came out. So Royal Hogs
see one
out.
Hidden card. So.
Could be right. Hey, look, Royal Hogs 3 Musketeers is a thing, and Adriel did run it with almost with similar cards here. When he ran his 3M deck, he did have Monk in it. He did have Heal Spirit. He did have Hunter. Okay, so he did have Royal Hogs. He just didn't have Vines or Rage. Wow, a lot of damage in.
A lot of damage in. You have to assume there was a better answer. I mean, really, solely right there, Adriel, at the very least, should have done Vines just on top of the Goblins from the Goblin Barrel. He wasted one of the Vines, and one of the Wall Breakers was still able to make it to the tower, so just really tough interaction for him right there. And Rin, not the one playing like the Rook. Right now, it's Adriel.
And 6-8 elixir to deal with this, so he's gonna have to eat the Goblins on the right hand side. Not the end of the world. AC, I'm feeling like we could have you know, I called Royal Hogs for Adriel. Obviously that's out, and there's the 3M. Here you go.
Yep.
Merry Christmas.
And right there, Merry Christmas to Rin as well. Has the fireball for the Three Musketeers. Now he can just worry about one singular side, go Dark Goblin, get aggressive again. Oof. And right there, one shot on top of the tower, and the poison damage is ticking.
Yeah, we saw Adriel go early with that Hunter in the back looking for the barrel to come out, and Rin holds pause on that, then gets the barrel in later, making his opponent spend a little bit more elixir. There he is with the fireball ready to go, as you said last time. Does it again here. And now going in with the full send, right-hand side. Bomb tower is still on the board, though, as a couple piggies do sneak through, but very little damage done here. 100 seconds remain. 1091, the lowest tower for Adriel. 2496, the lowest for Rin.
And right there, Hunter pre-placed, going to mess up the interaction, though. If you place it right behind the crown tower perfectly, you can easily stop the Goblin Barrels from getting any sort of chip damage. Didn't happen right there, and tower down to 611 because of it.
And Dark Goblin on the Dark Prince as opposed to that Monk, but then the ability comes in. Now there's the ability for the piggies to come in. Evo piggies do come in. Hunter's still alive for the moment, and the rage is in, and just like that, look at the amount of damage done by Adriel, but the wall breaker connects in the bottom left-hand side. He just lets it go.
I mean, he had the elixir for that. He could have stopped it. Can he get the popped ability?
Wow, he does!
Perfect from the Monk.
The double ability!
The popped ability!
No way, dude!
Oh my goodness. Plays that have never happened are happening.
Yo, we have never seen the double Goblin Barrel Monk ability ever. And this is a big push, and Rin takes it. Adriel almost gets another Monk ability in. Dude, that was insane.
Are you kidding me? I mean, double popped ability, and you already know if Adriel would have stopped that one, he would have put his own Monk down on the crown tower again, and we would have seen it happen again.
Bro, he almost got the next reflected fireball in. That was absolutely wild, man. Good for Rin. I mean, that was so impressive. I mean, just like you called it. I mean, maybe that was the luck of the draw, getting Adriel in this matchup. Like you said, you never really want Adriel to be across from you on that battlefield, but Rin just had his number. And dude, that was absolutely wild. I have never, ever seen that.
Yeah, same here. I mean, both of these players so quick. I mean, Adriel was predicting everything at the end, just slight mistimes, and I mean, he got the prediction perfectly, but Rin doing it just I've never seen it either. That is fun.
We have played and watched an insane amount of Clash Royale between the two of us. You obviously being a former pro, me, this is my 9th year in the commentary booth, and that is just absolutely crazy to see. And man, just that wall breaker connecting earlier when Adriel went all in with his Evo Royal Hogs. He got a ton of damage, got the game a lot closer than it was, and then he does get the Monk down at the end of that game, just doesn't have the elixir or the timing to get the fireball reversal out, which would have just been, I mean, I would have woken up my entire complex if that was the case. That was already absolutely insane. And yeah, I mean, I just saw someone say this is like this is what you want to see in CRL. This is it. I mean, and Rin has shown that he is here. He saw, I mean, he saw that double ability like in the future. You have to. You have to see the idea that you're going to throw in the barrel. You and I both said it. I think you said it first. You're like, oh, will Adriel get the reflection on the barrel? He does. Rin gets it back. Just great plays from both these guys. You know, Rin kind of, I don't want to say stole game number 1, but it was getting a little bit closer. Then all of a sudden he sends the knockout punt to Adriel. Adriel takes number 2 right off the bat. Early bad decision making and good decision making. Bad by Rin, good by Adriel. And then we get an absolutely insane game number 3. And now the lower bracket is filled with Sub, Ta, and Adriel, who are all world finalists. Crazy to see to start our day.
Yeah, I mean, we knew something crazy was going to be happening today with just so much up in the air. And I mean, it's better than we could have imagined. I think the gameplay is better than we could have imagined. I think the actual matches themselves are crazier than we could have imagined. This is exactly what we were looking for.
Yeah, you know, and we were talking about how hard it is to pick decks. Yeah, here we go. Let's break this down. AC, this is actually a little bit late, I think.
Yeah, if
but
we have the...
I was going to say, what we can say, though, is you see how close Adriel is to breaking on through here. There's the monk down again. And honestly, it's actually just the drop time of the monk to get to the ability, right? He had the elixir for it. It was just the fact that the monk was played too early, or not too early, I guess technically too late, and then not able to get the actual ability to hit the ability, or else that would have been sent back the other direction and maybe would have seen Adriel take that game instead. But one of the craziest final 30 seconds I have ever seen in a matchup. Super, super fun. Make sure you guys go back and check that out on the replay. I know I'm going to do that as well. And like I said, our lower bracket is filled with former Royal finalists. As we move on in the upper bracket, our first upset of the day, because, you know, Sub and Pedro, Ta and Sandbox, that can kind of all go in any direction. I guess you could call Ta, if he did beat Sandbox, being an upset, but it doesn't really feel quite like that just because Sandbox has had a little bit more success. And here we go. This is another very, very fun one. We got Wallace versus Lucas, two OGs of the scene, two very, very respected players. Both these guys have been to numerous world finals. Lucas has been on a run. He's gone to every world finals since 2020 except for 2023. Fourth place with Pain Gaming back in 2020. He actually did that with Wallace, which is what's exciting about this, two former teammates. And then in 2021, he got 32nd. 2022, he got 12th. 2024, he got 3rd. And then in 2025, he got 8th. So Lucas has obviously had a ton of success, as you can see him comfortable on his bed there. Actually, a newly married man is Lucas. That's how long we've been doing this. And then Wallace on the other side of it, 2021 World Finals, 16th place, 2023, 12th place. So a guy that is no stranger to the big stage either. And he brings out our first Archer Queen and our first Evo Royal Ghost of the day.
What was his claim? He's the first married man to make these monthly finals or something like that?
Yeah, the first person to win back-to-back monthly finals without a coach back in 2021, I believe. So only a little while ago. Never forget, though, Lucas. And then, yes, the first married man to make a monthly final, which I think is true, right? I guess Surge would have been the other person to do it, but I don't think he's made a monthly final in a long time. And then, you know, I'm a big fan of Oxlet, but I don't think he's made a monthly final either in a, he was obviously an ex-pro. But, of course, Lucas, he's always got the great caveat to go with his accomplishments.
Yeah, he's the definition of, like, ESPN stats, like, fourth quarter, ate breakfast, and all that.
I saw one during the NBA playoffs this year that was, like, I think it was when the Knicks came back. It might have been that. Might have been a different moment. But it was, like, largest deficit to overcome in NBA history other than in the 2020 bubble. And it was like, okay, so other than the one time it happened.
Played in front of fans and all that. Yeah, wow.
All right, here we go. Princess is out. Not the Evo Princess. Haven't seen the Evo Princess yet, but as you can see, Lucas going with a very fast bait deck here. Wall breakers, Goblin Barrel, and, of course, the Double Spirit to really speed things up. Wallace, a guy that's been known to be very good with Royal Giant, has a lot of his bases covered here. You've got the E-Spirit to deal with that double barrel, the E-Spirit plus the bar barrel. The Royal Ghost is going to be a great way to create pressure on the ground. And obviously the Royal Giant not having to go up against a building. As the Royal Ghost does connect here, we see a lot of damage coming in on both sides already for Wallace, and that's great fireball value.
Yeah, great defense right there from Wallace, using the E-Spirit to block up the Ice-Spirit and then take everything out with the Skellies. I mean, Lucas is just always going to struggle against these RG pushes. Wallace on the other side just has to make the RG pushes. It's whether or not Lucas can force out enough elixir and apply enough pressure. And then it's the name of the game with any sort of bait deck. It's Princess Protection Program. You want to make sure you got your princesses up on the board. And so far, Lucas has been doing his best to get that done.
Yeah, what's really interesting about this, too, is when you think about defending the Royal Giant for Lucas, what you want to really rely on is obviously your DPS, but you're really kind of relying on your Evo Valkyrie, right? You want to get as many Evo Valks out as possible, but then on the other side of that, Wallace has the Fish Boy to pull that Evo Valk away, and not a lot of ways to protect the Evo Valk from getting pulled by the Fishermen. So, you know, Goblins are obviously there, but here we go. This is kind of what we're talking about. Evo Valk comes out, but the Fisherman's right behind, so we got the Evo Valk pulling that RG back, and that is a perfect defense there from Lucas. Obviously a great bait player, as he is evening things up here very quickly.
Yeah, and right there, even though the Goblin... Oh my goodness,
Wow.
Okay, one of the wall breakers is able to make it to the tower, but even though the Goblins don't make it to the tower, they had their ability ready to get popped. Instead, Lucas elects to just reset completely. I love the patience coming in from Lucas right there. I would have popped that ability every time.
Evo barrel out. Skelly's plus E-Spirit on the right-hand side to defend. Now very, very close. Only separated by about 38 HP. 29 to be specific here. 1682 to 1711. Lucas keeping up the pressure. That's exactly what he has to do. You do not want to allow your opponent to put together a good Royal Giant push, but now 2 Archer Queens on the board here for Wallace, and there is the Evo RG. There's the Evo Valk, immediately protected by the Goblins like we were talking about, but the Evo Valk is still pulled. Goblins are there, though. Wow, the Royal Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much damage to be giving up. Tower down to 971, trying to get aggressive, trying to go both lanes. He doesn't have the answer, so the right tower is down to 596, and the Dark Helmet gets on top of the tower.
And the barrel is back out again. E-Spirit is in, and somehow, some way, Lucas is able to play through this matchup and take game number 1. And that hurts Wallace in more ways than one. Right? Not only does it suck to lose the game, but to lose with that matchup is actually crazy. The ability that Lucas had to continue to keep pressure up, protect his Evo Valkyrie enough with those Goblin. I mean, not even protect. He didn't even really protect the Evo Valkyrie on that one pull. It just did enough before it got pulled, and then the Goblins did enough damage to take the RG off the board. I mean, AC, that is actually crazy.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is that people see triple elixir and they're saying, okay, I can play whatever I want on defense because I'm going to have this ready in 2 seconds anyways. And at the end of the game, he goes Archer Queen in the middle, and yes, it's going to clean everything up, but it's going to clean up everything eventually. You need to worry about the actual dangers on the field, and right there, he didn't have enough elixir to get the bar barrel, to get the proper defense going, and that's why he was able to win at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make. It's like he just got a little too careless with his elixir, thinking that he had enough of the board controlled and then the ability to get back around to the cards that he needed. You know, didn't have the Skellies plus the E-Spirit, didn't have the Bar Barrel, and then all of a sudden, after he does a huge amount of damage with his Royal Ghost in the left-hand lane, which is, again, a card we were talking about throughout this matchup, the Royal Ghost is really, really difficult to deal with because the best response in the Royal Ghost is the Valkyrie, which is your best response to the Royal Giant. So you're kind of doing like, when will I play this? When won't I? How can I defend the Royal Ghost? Well, then if I'm going to defend with the Goblins, then there's no way to protect the Valk. You know, it just becomes like this layered, you know, attack and defense that you have to think through. But Lucas's ability to win that game, I mean, he did such a good job. I'm watching it right now where that Evil Royal Ghost does connect on the left-hand side because he's having to defend the Evil Royal Giant on the right-hand side. And then right after that, AC is exactly what you're talking about. He goes full send at the bridge, Goblins with a Dark Goblin behind, and then a barrel on the tower, and Wallace is just caught looking. He just doesn't have a good response. Crazy, man. I mean, absolutely crazy to think about winning. I would never want to be in that matchup. Lucas played it absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, all we can do is ask our players to just give themselves a chance. You want to make sure that you're trying something new, you're trying something fresh. Even if the first 4 minutes and 50 seconds didn't work in order to make it to the tower, well, what about that last 10? We saw it in game number 1. All you need is 10 seconds to make some magic happen. And Lucas, starting off the set 1-0. Welcome back to CRL.
Yeah, for sure. And we will see how Wallace wants to respond after a very, very frustrating loss in game number 1. Lucas looking like he could already be going to something like Graveyard, as we see Archers and Dark Prince with Graveyard a lot. Looks like Wallace might be going to the skies. No, it goes Royal Piggies instead. Wallace looking like he could be going to Loon.
Yeah, just waiting to see the final 4 cards for Wallace, but should be Loon almost guaranteed. Still, definitely a few different options. You can be running Giant Skeleton Loon NATO when you're running XE Bomb Tower, and that's usually what I'm going to lean towards, but it still can just be a normal minor Loon just because you have the Knight. So still a decent amount up in the air, but Loon is almost locked for Wallace.
Miner out defensively here to deal with that Dark Prince. And an immediate use of the hero ability into an Evo Xe, so maybe not exactly what Lucas wanted out of it, but maybe just trying to get that Evo Xe out of cycle. And there's the Loon.
And you gotta wonder if he's worried about that. Does use the lightning, and right there, if the Tesla would have opened, that might have been a little bit unnecessary, but does stop himself from taking any sort of crown tower damage. So, you know, forget that. Could have been absolutely necessary.
Yeah, very, very nicely played there by Lucas. Gets the value on top of the Xe and the Loon. E-Spirit is just enough as we tick into double elixir. Pretty much an untouched game here. Wallace down by just a hair.
Yeah, and right there, Wallace was up 4 or 5 elixir heading into double elixir, and he elected to leak instead of actually playing it. That's why Lucas can defend in those moments with the E-Spirit on top of the Loon, because it's just hard for Wallace to set up pushes for himself. It's always easy for Lucas once things start going around.
And Lucas happy to go on the offensive there. Does get the King Tower activation, does Wallace, but Lucas happy to go on the offense there because he's got 2 Teslas on the board and is able to get a little bit of lightning value, which is something that Wallace is going to have to think about throughout this game. I mean, someone said this, you know, a couple months ago, is it's just, the thing about lightning is it always makes you double guess or, you know, second guess how you're going to play your defenses, because it just makes you play differently than you want to. Obviously, a lot of cards do that, but lightning almost more than any other because of how effective it is, how much damage it is, and how it clears a path for your opponent to get on offense.
Yeah, and right here, I mean, a path needs to get cleared for Wallace. I'm sure he would like lightning in this matchup. Lucas quickly recognizing that if he defends well, he wins this game.
Yep.
He can set himself up with double Teslas, 1 in each opposing lane. Split. I mean, all you have to do for the rest of the game is split archers, cycle, and then Tesla. And you lock up a win.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is the split archers. We already saw Lucas cycle those archers twice before even crossing the bridge. Did give up a little bit more minor damage than probably he would have wanted, but in turn for that, he gets a ton of Piggy's damage on that right-hand side, just completely clogging up the board. The fast cycle allows him to get 2 Teslas down almost every single time. Like, the fact that you can get 2 Teslas and 2 sets of archers down almost every single time your opponent gets back on offense is an insane thing to have to deal with as a balloon player.
Yeah, and especially a player as talented as Lucas gets the delayed skellies. He, right there, Wallace was trying to set it up so the Loon's activated ability would take out the archers. Instead, goes to the skellies, and Lucas just putting on a clinic. I love what Wallace is trying to do. He's trying to set himself up with Loon in the back, trying to, you know, gain the elixir that he desperately needs, and it's just not possible. I mean, Lucas is playing this beautifully.
And there it is, lightning at the bridge, no problem. As you said, AC, just defend, defend, defend. You should be clear. Berserker goes to the tower. Miner goes to the back, but another Tesla on the board. And again, Wallace just has to eat a bunch of damage in order to try to create any space. And Lucas is punishing him every single time. You talk about game number 1, Wallace having a pretty favorable matchup, played excellently by Lucas. Now in game number 2, Wallace has an atrocious matchup, which is again played excellently by the newly married man in Lucas, as you can see sitting up finally in bed, giving a little look to the camera. Look at that, the air, yeah, kissing the ring.
Yeah.
We love to see that, the shout out, like I said, newly married. And then, yeah, I don't think there's actually a fan even on in that room. I think his hair just does that.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but like all the shampoo commercials, the music they put in the background, I have to assume that's constantly getting played around him.
So Wallace with a very, very frustrating game. Very frustrating set. It looks like we might have a barrel replay of heat maps, which would be great, Clint. I think that would be Clint. Shout out to our producer, who is always watching us, always keeping us on track, and always helping us out with the stats, the graphics. So big shout out to him. Man, That was a clinic of a set by Lucas, AC. I don't know what he could have really done better in those 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, especially game number 2, it was just perfection. I think my favorite play was probably the delayed skellies in order to make him waste the loon ability. But I don't know, the best play might have been, 8 seconds in when you see his eyes light up and it's like, oh, this is the matchup I get? Okay, wait,
Yeah.
I've practiced this over and over and over again. It's the kind of matchup you have where you don't actually practice, in between CRL days, and you don't practice on ladder because it's such a poor matchup. And
Right.
so that had to be exciting for him. Being able to steal that game number 1 made him deserve that game number 2.
Yeah, and a great pick there in game number 2 as we have our second sweep of the day. Ta swept by Sandbox. Now Lucas sweeping Wallace as we are getting more matches flushed out. Ta versus Sub. And then Adriel versus Wallace in our lower bracket. 2 of those guys will be sent home, and they'll be joined by 4 more over the next few matches here. Now we go to a very interesting matchup in our upper bracket. It's funny. I don't know what it is, but if you look in the chat, there are so many people talking about Woo. A lot of Koreans out there typing in Korean, but also just a lot of people in English talking about Woo. I don't really know why. When you look at Woo, he got second in his group. He went 5-2. He lost to Droy and Mugi, but he was able to beat Vitor. He actually, it's funny, the people in that group all had the same record, first, second, and third place, which was Vitor, Woo, and Mugi. It was just that Vitor had a better Swiss, and Woo had a better Swiss, and Vitor had the head-to-head, which is it's just really interesting when you see that, because that's how close these groups are. You can have the exact same record as second and first place and still get third place based off of what you're doing in the Swiss stage. When you look at Woo, the only things that I have on Woo is that he got 4th place in a 2v2 ladder. He got 32nd place in our second monthly final in 2025. And then he got 24th place in the May monthly final here in 2026. Greco on the other side of it, a former, world finalist, 32nd in 2021, 8th in 2024. He's won 3 global tournaments. But it's interesting because you look at their rankings. Win rate obviously goes to Greco, 70 over 66.7, but Woo actually ranked higher because he did go a little farther in that May monthly final. So while Greco has been around a lot longer, has a lot more accomplishments under his belt, Woo definitely has the fan base in the chat today.
Yeah, I mean, he's, anybody who has a name of Woo is gonna, make me a fan of them as well. It's gonna be hard to stop myself from celebrating like that if he's able to win this set. But yeah, we got Woo up top and Greco down below. Greco definitely one of the more well-known players throughout the history of the esports scene. Was definitely seen as one of those guys that was an up-and-coming superstar. And while that never fully panned out because he was supposed to be, a top 4, top 7 player in the game, he's definitely been in that top 20, top 30 range for the last 4 or 5 years.
And the chat reminding me that Woo did get second place on ladder, but that was back in 2023. So a few years and a lot has changed since then, but still a huge accomplishment. He's also got 4th place on ladder back in November of 2025. 5th place back in November of 2024. So can the ladder translate to the biggest stage against the best players? We've seen that go both ways in history of CRL.
Yeah, right there. Ice Spirit could have been played a little bit better, maybe a tile to the left, and that would have had one of the Skeleton Dragons delay it just a little bit extra. Instead, Magic Archer gets cleaned up nicely because of that interaction, and all of a sudden Greco going to get aggressive, but Tesla plus Fire Spirit going to lock this all up for no damage, I would assume. But no, one of the pigs should make it to the tower, and there we go.
Greco did go 1-0 with this deck last week at the group stage. Woo on the other side of it actually doesn't look like he ran this version at all, so keeping things fresh here for our monthly finals. You love to see that. And that ability does not get on tower as wall breakers come in along with the hero barrel, or the Evo barrel. And that's a nice ability from Greco. That's going to get some decent damage on tower. But the Valkyrie, he lets the Valkyrie go in the bottom left, so actually takes more than he gives.
Yeah, it's okay to give up that bit of damage. E-Spirit plus Barb from the Barb Barrel, not going to be able to take it out in time, and Greco's tower sub at 2,000 health at this point. Lightning going to come out on offense. We could see a popped ability, and that is what we are going to see. Forces out a Tesla in response from Wu.
Yeah, which gives Greco a little bit of an elixir advantage. Obviously, the Valkyrie still on the board, does have to be responded to, and now we see again the wall breakers plus barrel push, and this time a bit of an overspend there maybe from Greco, but does not want to risk taking any more damage as we see the Evo Piggies come out on the right-hand side. Fire Spirit plus delivery, but still going to do a decent amount of damage here for Greco, giving him the lead by 7 HP.
Yeah, right there. Great E-Spirit on the left side. Going to be able to clean up every single goblin. Skeletons to help out on the right. And, I mean, the towers are pretty close, but at the same time, Wu's done that amount of damage to both sides. He can remain with constant pressure and, you know, force out a lot of different responses that Greco doesn't want to actually defend with. So, you know, Wu has to be feeling good as we head into triple.
1992, 1720, Greco in the lead at the moment. Magic Archer plus barrel push on the left-hand side. High Dark Prince to catch the Magic Archer. Low barrel to clean things up. 1710 to 1720, excuse me, on the right-hand side.
Definitely had an opportunity to use his ability. Not going to happen there, and Greco going to go on the attack.
And the double barrel push back in. Nice E-Spirit on the left. And now high Skellies plus the Skelly Dragon's going to clean up there as well. And right now, Greco playing some shutout defense, but needs to get back on tower. And there's the Lightning. Double Spirits, Valkyrie. 1381.
Yeah, he's got every answer, needs to pop his ability probably, and that's exactly what we're going to see. I mean, at the end of the day, one player has lightning, one player has no spell. You need to get troops, you need to get the wall breakers. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
No.
Rico's going to get aggressive with the Royal Hogs, and he's going to be able to take game number 1. No problem whatsoever. I mean, just constant defense. This Royal Hogs Lightning deck is so strong.
Yeah, it's incredibly strong right now. It was popular in the last meta. It's popular again in this meta, although it felt like it took a little while for it to become as popular this season. Not really sure exactly why that was. I mean, you know, the Dark Prince still effective, you know, whether it's the hero or not, but the hero ability changed just a little bit. Obviously, still getting a good amount of... It still demands a response, and that's what we kept seeing over and over in that game. It felt like Greco just knew what position he was in that entire game, knew that he was going to take a decent amount of damage earlier on in the game, but as the game went through to double and triple elixir, it felt like he kind of just had lockdown defense the entire time. I don't know if Wu could have actually changed up his defense, or I mean, excuse me, his offense really to like create more pressure, create mistakes to happen. You know, is there an instance where he has to layer the wall breakers with the barrel and then a Magic Archer? But I felt like we even saw that, and he just was able to kind of shut it down. Greco was.
Yeah, I don't really think there's an answer for him. I loved what he was doing. He was going Goblin Barrel first, then Wall Breakers first, then Goblin Barrels, trying to get constant split lane pressure. You know, in the past, when Goblin Barrel was first released and there was no markings on the barrels where you could see that, then you would have had a chance to win that, because he wouldn't have been able to go E-Spirit on top of the correct barrel and take out the left side, take out the right side. Because it got fixed, I don't really think there was an answer for him. I think it was just a poor matchup, and he did his best, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, Lightning able to clear the way, obviously get tower damage in. We saw that Wu had to spend a good amount every single time to defend against the Evo Pigs. Greco was starting to abuse the Skeleton Dragons. Not a good way to deal with the Skeleton Dragons for Wu, and then that helped clean up a lot of those pushes that could have been a little bit more threatening, right? It was always helping with the wall breakers. Like, you could do Skellies, and the split skeleton dragon's already on the board, and then you were able to either barrel or e-spirit those barrels that were coming in. So yeah, just a good spot there, good matchup there for Greco. So we'll see what's going to happen here in game number 2. Can Wu pull off the reverse sweep? He has to start right here after finding a tough matchup in game 1. Not the worst matchup, but just not a great one.
Yeah, that deck right there that Wu ran in that game number 1, my only problem with it is that just too often you don't get to make up the mind of whether or not you win. You're kind of relying on mistakes at times from opponents.
Yeah, it's interesting because decks like that are a lot more popular on ladder, and as we've seen today, they just haven't been as successful at the highest level just because people play it for the outplayability factor. But when you're going up against the best players in the world in the monthly finals, they're able to kind of lock things down a lot of the time. Obviously, we're still going to see it win. We're still going to see, you know, Hero Magic Archer bait win, but it's going to be probably just a lower win rate than what you would normally see on ladder, even at the highest levels of ladder.
Yeah.
And our first Hero Wizard of the day, I believe, and Hero Wizard Giant Skeleton Evo Ram, one of my least favorite combos to run into, as Greco goes with a very, very nice offensive send there. Hog Rider gets a lot of hits in, perfectly defended. Gonna kite this Royal Ghost. Okay, so maybe not perfectly defended, but very well defended by Greco, who's gonna have to spend a little bit more on this Royal Ghost.
Yeah, it seems like Wu already has an attack plan in mind, going quickly with the Battle Rams to cycle that in order to get the Evo in cycle. And I like how he's approaching this. He's got a really interesting deck. It's going to be all about control, trying to win these bridge battles. And I believe, so we did see Lightning in game number 1, probably going to be running Earthquake potentially. And so we could see Wu start to really stack his troops as the game goes along.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about the single target DPS here from Greco to deal with that giant skeleton. He's got a lot of great responses, and you see him switching lanes here to bait out some elixir from Wu, it looks like, to make sure he can't just... That's the other thing about when you're going up against this deck with the giant skeleton, Hero Wizard, and then the Evo Battle Ram behind. You really want to make sure that you are not allowing your opponent to just play all their elixir in one lane. The other things that Greco has going for him is he's got a lot of stuns. He's got the Ice Spirit, he's got the Log, and he's also got the Evo Cannon to get damage on top of that Ram Rider, or excuse me, that Battle Ram as it's crossing the bridge. So if he has Evo Cannon, now's a great time to play it. There it is, perfect lineup, hits the Evo Ram, hits the Hero Wizard, and good cleanup on the Giant Skeleton. And, you know, that's really what Wu needs. Similar to game number 1, he's kind of just rinsing and repeating that same idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult for him. I mean, obviously, Greco's one of the best players in the world, and, you know, it's always going to be tough to be able to take him out, but he's just doing exactly what he needs to do. When he has the opportunity to block the Giant Skeleton at the bridge, he will. When he's trying to get the delayed logs plus Ice Spirit, I mean, the Ghost was disappearing. It didn't matter. He had the Ice Spirit pop on it all the same. I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes your opponent just plays well and has decks, and
yeah,
it's heading towards that as of now.
And the other thing about this deck that Wu is running is a lot of times you're also relying on that Mother Witch to create an elixir disparity. Here we go. Battle Ram is sneaking through. Cannon comes down final second there and is going to be perfect cleanup once again. You can see Wu's face just recognizing, man, I thought I finally got him out of cycle. I thought I might have finally got an ability to break through, but Greco still just playing absolute lights out defense. And tough stuff, man. Yeah, this is a nightmare of a matchup for Wu when you look at all the ways to deal with this Battle Ram.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that can really even be said about this game on Wu's side. I feel like he's playing well. I like what he's doing. He's not giving too much value to Earthquake, and I don't know. He's giving himself a shot, which you just always appreciate.
Yeah. I mean, you don't. You know, that Wizard is still alive, so the Battle Ram has some legs here. Greco recognizing it. You can see on Greco's face that actually might be enough. So yes, there is a connection. Wu does break through, as we were just talking about what a good matchup this is, Greco makes a huge mistake at the end of the game, and Wu is going to push this to game number 3.
I mean, just push and push and push, and eventually the wall is gonna break. And right here, I mean, Battle Ram plus Giant Skeleton plus Wizard, you know, you get the right activated ability, you get the Evo in cycle, and you've got an opportunity. And eventually he was able to make it through. I still don't really understand what changed in that final one besides it just being triple elixir. And really it might just be that. Maybe all he needed to do was get to triple.
Yeah, getting to triple elixir and then that hero wizard surviving as long as it did was a huge problem. The earthquake at the bridge seemed really good to get a good amount of damage in, but it just wasn't enough. The one thing that we were talking about earlier that Greco did a good job of was he switched lanes, right, to pull some elixir out of Wu's focus, because that Hog Rider obviously needs to be responded to. It's not quite as effective in double and even less effective in triple, but I still would have liked to see a little... Look, when you're going up against a deck that is completely reliant on pouring it all in one lane and stacking all the troops in one lane and breaking through, there's still got to be a moment for you to find an opportunity just to get your win condition out in the opposite lane, right? It's only 4 elixir in triple elixir. There's got to be a moment where you can at least pull a little attention away, try to get a little bit of damage in, because if you don't do that, at least in my mind, I think that you are just giving a little bit too much respect to your opponent's pushes. We saw there, if everything's thrown at the wall, if each of you have 100 elixir and you're all playing it on the right-hand side, Wu is going to win that battle. That is the point of that deck, is to break through like that. I think you need to distract a little bit on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I fully agree with all of that. I love, and you know, as easy as it sounds, you know, Wu is going to set up the game where that's what happens. So Greco, you know, while he should have knowledge of doing that, at the same time, Wu has knowledge that he wants to do that. And so that's why at the end of the game, he was finally able to get it where every single troop was going up against each other. And it was just simple enough. Can we break through? And I love his spell usage. I love the fact that he knew he had to get the Battle Ram past the cannon. If he gets it past the cannon, he's got himself an opportunity.
Yeah, and you also called out that the earthquake could be a slight potential for Wu to break through, and that's exactly what we saw. If that's a fireball, if that's a poison, obviously if that's a rocket at the bridge there, that hero wizard is not staying alive, but the earthquake, just not enough damage. He had to cycle back around to a second earthquake, and that was more than enough time for that hero wizard to clear the path. You know, that deck that Wu is running is really reliant on Mother Witch being able to turn the tide elixir-wise, but there weren't really any targets for that. And so the other thing that you really need is that hero wizard to get a lot of value. You know, at lower levels, you'll see people playing swarm units on top or up high, and then that wizard clears everything up, and all of a sudden you're in elixir deficit. But Wu did a great job of just being able to stick to his game plan. Somehow that one hero wizard survives, gets a shot on top of the cannon, and now your battle ram is scot-free.
And just like that, game number 3 for both of these players, and boom, Magic Archer already getting 3 shots on top of the tower. Hot start for Greco. On the other side, Wu probably should have just been a little bit quicker, but always going to be tough at the beginning of the game when you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, Wallbreaker is almost always paired with Magic Archer, but as you said, the very beginning of the game is very difficult. We saw Greco run deck just like this. We'll have to see, obviously, as more cards unfold with 100% win rate last weekend. And with the Demolisher plus the Archers, you have to assume it's Graveyard. And Wu gets just a little bit of damage there, taking the lead.
And right there, Miner on top. Forces out the Archers plus the Snowball. Going to be able to defend that is Wu. And both of these players getting the towers down to roughly 2,500. And then full resets for the both of them. Solid defense from both of them.
Looks like Wu ran Graveyard twice last weekend. He lost with it both times, but is running a slightly different version today than what we saw last weekend. So we'll see if he has more success with it.
Yeah, Graveyard can be a little bit easier to learn and adjust from compared to other decks. It's more just what are you supposed to do in this matchup? Are you supposed to defend and only place it twice, or are you supposed to, you know, counterattack and play it 6 to 8 times throughout the match? So even if you lose one weekend, if you put in the work, you put in the hours, you can start winning by the next one.
And Grieco not having a spell here are going to be pretty annoying when you talk about dealing with those archers on the other side of the board. And those goblin huts, honestly. The goblin huts are a pain to deal with as well when you have no spell.
Yeah, just kind of a lot, and Snowball plus Skellies. I don't know. These bats are going to get a lot of value until they don't. He needs the poison. He needs the Snowball on top with his next graveyard in order to protect himself from just getting overran by those bats.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And no popped ability.
And there you go, AC. Exactly what you talked about. Evo Bats coming in, trying to get the value, but Snowball ready to go. And because of that, we see Wu bobbing his head, feeling himself as he got a good amount of damage in, takes the lead as that spear comes in for one more toss. 1599 to 1937 in the same lane. So we're going to see Grieco try to start to create a little bit of work on the left-hand side. Just cycles some bats. No support on those bats. No miner to the back to snipe that archer. And a poison comes out for a magic archer. Nice protection there on the archer there from the miner.
Yeah, absolutely necessary right there. Magic Archer will make it to the tower, so getting the tower down to 1650. But right now, activated Dark Prince ability shouldn't... Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it to the tower. I thought it was, though.
Yeah, this is just really difficult for Grieco to defend. I mean, the Magic Archer, you kind of want it to be in the same lane as the Graveyard because you want it to be a potential threat on offense. And he almost pushed his own Magic Archer out of the way there. But just always the ability to get poison value is Wu at the moment. And there we go. But now you can poison this, and there it is.
Bomb Tower going to lock on to the Spear Goblins. Doesn't get the final shot, so one of those Skellies, two of those Skellies might be able to make it to the tower. 1307 to 828, 37 seconds left in OT.
And a nice Magic Archer there to snipe, and then Wu just goes, I've got the lead, let me clean all this up before it becomes a problem. Poisons at the bridge, and Grieco with, I mean, I just completely ignore those wall breakers if I'm Wu, yeah. And he does. Gets the hut out late, even, to keep the support of the hut, and now we see Grieco switching lanes with only 15 seconds remaining, just feeling a little bit desperate as Wu is about to pull off the reverse sweep that we talked about, AC, our second big upset of the day. And you can see that Wu is hyped. I think he knocked something over or dropped his phone. Yeah. But either way, gets the win.
Okay, I mean, I'm all for celebrations for players, but, you know, finish the game. We still had 5 seconds left. You can't be knocking everything over. Gotta finish the match. Ends up not mattering. Wu able to get the reverse sweep. I mean, there's a reason why he's got such a big fan base. Everybody's talking about him because he's able to do things like that. Great response after game number 1 to be able to just come back, play his game. I mean, he dominated game 3 right there.
You know, this is one of those things that we've kind of said about Grieco through history is that he just has a hard time closing games out. You know, he in game number 2 and in game number 3, he had a pretty good plan. But the second that plan gets a little derailed, it's almost like he starts playing the opponent's game. In game number 2, we saw no dual lane pressure. He just started playing only defense on the right-hand side and then was eventually overrun, which is exactly what that deck from Wu is supposed to do. And then in game number 3, I was like, I feel like dual lane pressure needs to start happening a little earlier. He starts doing it in the final minute, and Wu can just basically ignore it. So Wu and Rin pulling off 2 big upsets so far. Wu's fan base going absolutely nuts here, and obviously we're very happy for him as Grieco gets sent down to the lower bracket. The lower bracket is filled with world finalists at the moment. It is literally all world finalists at the moment. Obviously, most of this competition is made of world finalists, but Rin and Wu getting 2 big upsets here in our first round.
Yep, woo going to be able to. I saw one of his tweets looking at that, and I just gotta say, like, those are the those are the great in-game names for it. Whenever you can say it and you just immediately start laughing. I love that for his name, and I love that for him as a player.
Yeah, I mean, really, really well played there in those games, never giving up. Game number 3, kind of recognizing the advantage that he had, abusing the cards that he had in terms of the Goblin Hut. You know, if the Goblin Hut is placed on the board, there's not really a good way for Greeko to deal with it. We saw a couple high magic archers, and then obviously the split archers. The split archers are so annoying when you have no way to deal with them. They should literally always be on the board. AC, I still remember like years ago when we were talking, you were like helping me or coaching me playing, or maybe you were just watching me and you were talking about magic archers, and you were like, in this matchup you should always have a magic archer on the board. Every time it's in your hand, it should be out of your hand and on the board. We've seen that a few times today already with the regular archers and the Evo archers. They're just really, really tough to deal with. They're an annoying card to deal with. We saw it with skeleton dragons as well. So when you have that card in your hand that cannot be dealt with by your opponent, you've got to abuse it. So really well played there by Wu as he moves on to the upper bracket. We're going to Vitor and Viper. Very exciting here. Viper got 4th place in our May monthly final where he lost to Morton and then was eliminated by Mo Light. Vitor on the other side of it has gone to both our monthly finals. This is his 3rd monthly final appearance. He got 16th place in April and in May. April he lost to Ruben and then was eliminated by Sam. And in May he lost to Riley, then was eliminated by Firkin. So double King Tower activation out early here.
Yeah, and you know, I can appreciate it from the, you know, a player's standpoint that you want to remain locked in, but the fact that neither of them smiled after just immediately activating King Tower on the first attempt kind of bothers me a little bit. I don't know. I would have been smiling.
Vitor obviously known for his electric smile, if you will. Viper, much more stoic of a player.
Yep. Was not nearly as surprised when.
And obviously Viper being... That's actually really great placement there by Vitor with that Goblinstein, not allowing it to dash to the Doctor. Viper known as the best Hog Xe NATO player in the world. Obviously going to be great with NATO. Vitor, one of the most respected players in the history of Clash Royale. Vitor has gone to the 2020 through 2023 World Finals, took 2024 off, and then came back in 2025 where he got 12th place. His highest ever finish at World Finals was with Pain Gaming back in 2020 where they got 4th place. Viper, on the other hand, has only gone to World Finals once, back in 2021, where that was that 32-player single elimination round 1 where he was eliminated by Hajime.
Yep. Viper definitely one of those players where when you look at his skill level, you kind of just assume he's been to more World Finals. You assume he has more accolades under his belt. Definitely not any sort of knock on him as a player, but just something kind of goes wrong with him pretty often. And right there, you know, determined not to have it happen again this weekend. Brilliant dash from the Golden Knight.
Yeah, Golden Knight dash, gets the lightning in as well, and now we see an aggressive magic archer here from Vitor, not able to connect on top of the tower as that Brawler does not get to tower again. 1793 to 2366. Vitor looking just a little out of sorts right now, gives lightning value again, and now goes in with the minor plus wall breakers as the cage is there.
Defending with the magic archer once again. And the cool thing about these defenses, especially against Baby Dragon, is that you can give up a lot of damage. It doesn't actually matter because the spells aren't the best in order to take it out if it's getting protected. Right there, it gets down to 1%, so it's easy to get taken out. But if it's at half health, it's basically the same thing as full health.
What's really great from Viper here is he's just holding onto that NATO in case the Goblinstein or Goblin Monster ever actually breaks through. We've seen it twice already where Vitor has got the Goblin Monster to the tower, but is not using the ability because he knows that Viper can just play the Tornado and pull it away, and then all of a sudden it becomes wasted elixir. We see Vitor doing some decent minor damage in both sides. decent damage in both sides, but still behind in both lanes.
And right there, just waiting to see when he's going to be placing the wall breakers. Probably going to try and kite with them, instead going to elect to defend with the bar barrel and then go in with the wall breakers. So still has to worry about this right side. Bomb tower going to come down.
Ooh.
Still, this Baby Dragon is going to make it to the tower as well.
Yeah, Baby Dragon does make it to tower, baits out a little bit more elixir as a wall breaker connects on the left-hand side. Now we finally see the win con come out. Golem at the bridge, Golden Knight behind as a miner plus wall breakers go to the left-hand side. There is a lead at the moment for Vitor, but danger is a brewing as he kites that to the other lane, but I don't know if that's going to be exactly... Wow! Lightning comes down. Can he get damage in? No. Baby Dragon is on top of tower, and that is basically going to sew things up.
I mean, he's just going to kite once again. I mean, he shouldn't be able to win this. We don't expect it, but there is still a chance. 413 needs to get some sort of crazy situation occurring. Should not happen. And that should be game number 1 going to Viper. Really well played and exactly what you need to do. Once it's in that final situation, you know your opponent is down 3 or 4 elixir, just plop it at the bridge. You don't need to build a push. You've got the Baby Dragon. You've got everything set up. Just go, go, go. I love the recognition to go Golem at the bridge right there.
Yeah, that's the perfect play there by Viper, and honestly, great NATO plays from both of these guys. You know, we saw at the end there, Vitor kiting everything around, pulling things back, and pulling that Baby Dragon off the tower with the NATO a couple times, getting that second bomb tower down. But Vitor was just kind of in a tough spot because the NATOs from Viper were always there to pull the Goblin Monster off the tower. It also made Vitor play his miner in the safe spot throughout the entire game because the timing was always a little bit off. It was almost like every time Vitor would send in the miner was almost simultaneous with when the NATO was being used, so Vitor couldn't ever go to a different spot and change things up. And then at the very end, as you said, AC, perfect Golem at the bridge, great aggression there. Viper gave Vitor just enough HP in terms of an advantage to be able to come back and steal the game. You got to save a little bit of that sacrifice a little bit of that HP to get the elixir out, give your opponent that false sense of hope. Then you, like you said, you go Golem at the bridge, you have the lightning to deal with it, and those Baby Dragons are just very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and I've been debating inside my head on what Vitor was supposed to be doing at the end of the game. Like, I know he was able to get, Viper was able to get a lightning on top of the bomb tower plus the crown tower. So maybe you want to do bomb tower on the left side, but I know the left side was also weak. So it was just tough, and I think Viper did a great job of early King Tower activation, strong knowledge of the matchup itself, and knowing that he just had to wait for that one push. And yeah, I think he just put on a clinic. There wasn't a lot to that game, but what there was done perfectly from Viper.
Yeah, just really patient from Viper. I think that was the biggest thing that stood out to me. You know, you might feel the need to force the issue with the Golem earlier in that matchup, but also the fact that Vitor was kind of always crawling back in terms of damage. Viper was just getting a lot of damage in with his lightnings, with his Baby Dragons. You know, there was just enough damage that was happening throughout regulation, throughout those first 4 minutes that, you know, Viper didn't feel the need to force the Golem until the perfect moment. So really well played by, like I said, like both these guys. And yeah, someone in the chat saying the LCQ finals rematch, which is true, right? Vitor got first place in that LCQ. Viper gets second place. So Viper maybe having a bit of a chip on his shoulder. And we'll see if he's able to hold fast and pull off the sweep, or can Vitor turn things around here in game number 2. That was a very interesting game number 1. I love the NATO play.
Yeah. And, you know, I love any deck that's over 4.0. I want to... it makes it easier to commentate as well because there's not so many troops up on the board. You know, life is good when decks are over 4.0.
Yeah, not something that happens as much as it used to, huh? There used to be a lot more heavy decks in the meta, and these days we're seeing decks that used to be heavy, like Graveyard, being played a bit faster. Looks like Viper might be going to the skies here, as Vitor is going with... You know, this hasn't really worked so far today. You know, when we're looking at the Dark Goblin plus spirits, or if you do have a delivery to defend, it kind of goes, what we've seen so far is what we've seen so far in this game, which is just the bait deck will be getting a good amount of damage in single, but can they hold on?
Yeah, and right here, this Inferno Dragon going to chip away at the tower, getting it down to 2792. I mean, these bait decks are certainly interesting. These lava decks are a lot of fun, though. I'm really enjoying the resurgence of lava inside the meta. Definitely think there's always been potential, and players just weren't really willing to find it. And so it's nice that players have really locked it up as like the 5th or 7th best meta deck, one that they can use every once in a while. I think that's exactly where it should be placed.
Yeah, that's actually, I think that's really well said. It is interesting. Lava did kind of vanish for a while, and this year it has shown up in every monthly final to, like you said, varied success. When you say like 5th or 7th best out there, and I think that's a good place for it to be as well. You don't want it to be too dominant. You don't want it to just be completely gone as this Hero Loon comes in, tries to clear some way for this Inferno Dragon, and Evo Dark Goblin going to be more than enough to clean up. Although it takes a little bit as this lava gets dropped in the back. First lava so far for Viper.
Yeah, even though Vitor was able to defend that and stop it from taking the tower, he forced out the Evo Dark Goblin. He set it up so that he no longer has the right push. Good Skeleton Dragons because he didn't waste the zap right there. I mean, this is exactly how you want to play this matchup. Almost catches the Ice Spirit with the Fireball. I mean, Viper doing everything right in this moment.
Yeah, Vitor's defense kind of crumbling here, and going to just get back on offense and maybe use a couple spirits. No, it goes Dark Goblin to defend and a spirit as that Dark Prince does connect. So very nice timing, actually, for Vitor. Both of them kind of wondering who's going to pull the trigger first. Vitor goes on the offense and then decides to defend. Defends just in time, 2055 to 1064. Tesla out. Tesla on top of the balloon right off the bat. And that is great news for Vitor, as this Dark Goblin is going to do great work against that Hero Inferno, or Evo Inferno as well. I mean that was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Vitor played that beautifully. Royal Delivery going to come down, saved his delivery this entire time for that exact moment. I mean, he has just been attacking so well. And that tower is down to 224. That tower is down entirely. Vitor, a difficult matchup, a tough matchup, and wins that stupendously. I mean, I love the pressure he was putting on that entire game.
Yeah, a lot of times in history we have just seen, naked knights at the bridge, naked Valkyries at the bridge, just anything like ground unit at the bridge in the opposite lane when you're going up against lava, right? Because it's just going to pull elixir out of your opponent. Similar to that deck we saw earlier with the Giant Skeleton, Battle Ram, Hero Wizard. It's just another one of those decks that the last thing you want to do is allow your opponent to just build up a huge push. What was really interesting about both of these games is they are both so good that they know what the best play is, that they're sitting and waiting. In game number 1, we saw it over and over with the Goblinstein and the NATO. Vitor kept getting the Goblin monster to the tower, but wouldn't use the ability because the NATO was coming out. That was just like a really cool moment of pause. Then in game number 2, we saw a similar thing where Vitor was like, all right, I'm going to defend this lava as cheaply as I can, take a little bit of damage to see how you want to double down on the lava push. And then right as you're about to do that, I'm going to go hyper aggressive in the opposite lane to make sure that you have just a little bit less elixir than you want to deal with this. And then he just got great value from the Dark Goblins, even though Evo Zap was something he had to think about.
Yeah, I think one thing that should have happened probably was a little bit better job of protecting his loons.
Yes.
I thought the loon at the end, just over the middle of the board, it got sniped by the Tesla. Then it allowed the Inferno Dragon to get sniped as well by the Dark Goblin. There were just a few things that weren't strong enough, and I felt like they should have been set up a little bit better. I think that honestly could have been the name of the game as well.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I did think that loon over the middle was kind of an odd play. If you're running like Flying Machine or Spirit Empress, there's the idea that you're going to sacrifice the loon to take the Tesla out of play or take the building out of play. But Not the case here. Yeah, I agree, AC. I was thinking the same thing when I saw that come in. I guess the idea was maybe if I sacrifice this loon to deal with the Tesla, then the Evo Inferno can get something to happen there. But the Evo Dark Goblin was more than enough to deal with that Evo Inferno, especially with the buffed poison. And then the Dark Princes plus the barrels. I think Vitor did a great job of recognizing this is going to be really tough for you to deal with, these Dark Princes plus the barrels. You got to deal with the Dark Prince up high, and then you don't have the correct spell power to deal with the barrel. And a lot of times what ended up happening was that the barrel was dealt with by the Skeleton Dragons, and the Skeleton Dragons are a really annoying card to deal with behind a Lava Hound. So Vitor did a really good job of painting Viper into the exact corner that he wanted to be able to pick things apart and be able to play stout offense still.
Yeah, I also think he recognized on his first one, he put the goblins all the way in the back, and it got cleaned up by the Skeleton Dragons, and it was super easy for him to defend that push. And usually you want to tell your player, all right, you know, make them constantly be thinking all this, you know, can they place the Valk right behind the Crown Tower because you're placing it in front? I felt like it was one of those few situations where you don't want to get tricky. You always want to be placing it just directly on top with a Dark Prince, able to protect the goblins for a little bit. I thought that was good recognition of just do it over and over again until it breaks through, and that's how he was able to get that.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing when we saw that. Oh, and that is a great E-Spirit. Oh my goodness, that E-Spirit just hit everything on the board. The wall breakers weren't even down yet, and that E-Spirit still got on top of them. Yeah, I was gonna say the exact same thing, AC. When I saw that barrel go to the back against the Skelly Drags, not only does it allow the Skelly Drags to get value, it also makes defending with the guards easier if the guards are there. So 100% agree. Just play the barrel in the #1 spot throughout that entire matchup because it is the most difficult to deal with. Here we go. Game 3. Vitor able to turn things around. And back to basically what we've seen in every single set is some version of minor wall breakers. This time, though, a little different from Viper. You would think there's still going to be the Hero Magic Archer because it's basically always with them, and there it is. But this time we're seeing the Inferno Tower out, which not exactly what you want. Would have actually probably rather have had the traditional Bomb Tower or even the Tesla to deal with these piggies.
Yeah, Inferno Tower definitely the worst of the main 3 buildings, main 4 buildings. Probably looking for, you know, a completely different matchup. There's only so many cycle cards in the game, you would assume, but Vitor's found them all, and Inferno Tower is definitely not going to get that much value throughout this match.
And an early cycled cannon there on the board, and Viper says, no problem, I'll still take the minor damage. Just goes right next to the cannon. I guess the good thing is that the Inferno will do a good job with the Monk, but then you have to think about the Lightning coming in like we're seeing right there. And because the Inferno Tower is so expensive, it's a lot easier to pull the trigger on that Lightning. That's a nice minor to block the Archers. Now he has to go high cannon, does Vitor. And again, this is the one thing about this deck, or one of the things about why people love this deck so much, is it does allow for great outplay ability. Vitor able to kind of snuff that out, though, pretty quick.
Yeah, and just, you know, Vitor really doesn't have to do anything all that impressive. It's all about just staying inside the game, not giving up too many just ridiculous pushes, and he should have it locked up, but it's always easier said than done. These players are so talented. These players are going to put you in as many tricky positions. Right there, we see Vitor waste the Archers because he expects his opponent to be able to predict that, go in with the fly or with the Magic Archer. You know, that's the thing about these games. It's not over till it's over.
It's interesting, though, like with the Monk on the board, you would think, I mean, I guess regardless, you're going to have to play something to get on top of the Magic Archer, but with the Monk on the board, I would have been maybe a little more patient with the Archers.
Yeah, fully agree right there. I think he had the opportunity to just delay it delay it completely. It's okay to give up a little chip damage.
And there we go. That's a great lineup there for Vitor. Magic Archer snipes the Monk. Monk uses the ability, but now Magic Archer ability comes in, does get a shot through on tower. 1987 to 1838, the lowest tower on the board, as we're starting to see Viper turn up the pressure in both lanes. And that Magic Archer should line up if there's not something dropped. And there we go. Monk comes down. Now pressure in the right-hand side. This should be wall breakers connecting.
Gets the tower down to 2191. Not the end of the world for him. We will see the archers come down once again, and lightning should be on the table. And we see it right there. Takes out the Berserker and the Magic Archer. Very clean lightning value.
Yeah, I mean, where you want to play the Inferno Tower is basically going to give value on that Magic Archer and Tower as well. So we see Viper trying to change up, and also just because of how expensive the Inferno is, knowing that it's always going to be a target for the Lightning, we see him trying to change things up, and here we go. Royal Hogs protecting against a Magic Archer. We've seen that a lot today already, courtesy of Sub and Pedro.
And I love what Vitor's doing. He can get aggressive. It is fine. He has the cannon. He'll be able to place it right in front of the tower, just like that. And yes, he's giving up a little bit of chip, but the amount of chip he'll be receiving just makes everything okay. Oh, it's close, though. Oh my goodness, it's close.
What happened? You saw Vitor. He knew the log was... The miner came in just in time. The second miner, that's what it was. The second miner from Viper comes in just in time to protect against the wall breaker, and you can see Vitor is beside himself. That was unbelievable.
I mean, how much chip damage does one wall breaker do? I mean, it's got to do 256 plus or 255 plus.
Wow. The second miner comes in. The first miner was still on the tower when those wall breakers came down, and then the second miner comes in just in time. Archers are dropped a second late, and you can see Viper and Vitor. I mean, that is just a great image there. You got Vitor head in his hands, and Viper giving us the most emotion that we really ever see out of him. Chat going absolutely wild. Beautifully played by the Frenchman, who hangs on to the final moments. You and I both just thinking it's over. We've said that a couple times today. We did it to Grieco, and now we did it to Vitor, two guys that we like a lot. The caster curse is strong with us today. So we have our second round, our quarterfinals shaping out. Pedro and Sandbox, Rin and Lucas, Wu and Viper. Two more matches to be played. We're going to Clown and Riley next, and then Ruben and Niuzi, who, if you don't know who Niuzi is, he definitely impressed us in these monthly finals already. And as we take a look at our lower bracket, three of these guys will be sent home. And again, another world finalist joins the fray. 6 players in. All of them have been to world finals. Sub and Ta, Adriel and Wallace, Grieco and Vitor. Like I said, half of those players will be gone by the end of today, and 2 more will be joining them in just a moment. Man, we have had some exciting finishes here, AC. All right, AC, talk me through these final seconds. Let's go. Shout out to production. Great poll here.
Yeah, I mean, we got 30 seconds left. I mean, Vitor should have this in the bag. Viper does not have the proper responses. Monk at the bridge, I really enjoyed, but maybe it's just too much elixir. Maybe you can't pop the ability and go in aggressive with the Royal Hogs. That's a lot of value to be given up to these, to those Royal deliveries. And the archers just don't get down in time.
Yeah.
I thought it would. It still doesn't make sense to me that they don't. I mean, I could watch that replay 3 or 4 more times.
It's crazy because, like I said, the first miner is still on the tower. And for Vitor, I mean, obviously, it's the end of the game. Your opponent has a really cheap deck. But when there's already the first miner on the tower and it's still alive, you would think, and I think Vitor was thinking the same thing, there's no way that a second miner is going to come down before these wall breakers are both targeted by the Princess Tower. Maybe it'll come down right afterwards, but that second miner sneaks in the final millisecond to protect that second wall breaker. And as you said, AC, archers come down not in time, just like with Adriel. Monk came down not in time, and Viper steals that game. Absolutely crazy how well that was played by Viper in those final moments. All right, chat, I've seen you talking about it. Riley is back in the mix. Riley has made all 3 of our monthly finals. He has had varied success throughout the year. Let's see, I believe in April, he got 12th, and oh no, excuse me, that was Ruben. In April, where is it? Where is it? Here we go. He lost to Tanjiro and then was eliminated by Asaf in April. And then in May, he lost to Viper and then was eliminated by Mugi, but still one of only 3 players to make all of our monthly finals thus far. And I've been watching a lot more of Riley's content lately, and he is definitely feeling a lot better about how he's been playing as of late, but he knows that he needs to be able to cross that finish line. So we'll see if he can do it here in June.
I mean, if the first time you've ever seen Clash Royale Esports was today, you would think the Archers were the strongest card on the meta.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, we have said that for a couple months now. These Archers have just been such a mainstay in the meta because they're just so, like, Archers and Skeleton Dragons, man, they have just been so annoying to deal with.
And right there, just unlucky interaction. Clown's Dark Prince going to go straight for the Archers instead of the Boss Bandit. And finally, it felt like that Boss Bandit was on the map for 45 seconds. Finally off the map for Riley.
Clown, also known as Kick-Ash, had a good run in the group stage where he went 6-1. He was able to beat Morton, Nikoko, Ali, and Wu on the way. He actually lost to a OG Mortar player who was also at the World Cyber Games, Beyond the Game, Benzer Rydell. Clown also notoriously barely missed our 2024 World Finals. It definitely feels like Clown should have been a World Finalist by now, but just hasn't been able to cross that threshold. He got 12th in our April monthly final where he lost to Mo and then was eliminated by Sam.
Yeah, at some point, you should just get lucky enough to make World Finals. We're hoping it's this year for him. Definitely one of the strongest players just in the game in general, and we want to see him on that top, in the bright lights on that top stage.
That was such a good Ice Spirit there from Clown. He plays it like right as the Boss Bandit is crossing the bridge, so the Ice Spirit doesn't actually leap on the Boss Bandit, knowing that the ability was going to come in. Then that first ability was wasted on the Ice Spirit, so a really cool interaction there for players that are always dealing with Boss Bandits. Knowing that that ability is basically always going to come in right away, you can get that last second Spirit to kind of soak up and get an even trade.
And right here, I mean, it's crazy to see these pros use these Boss Bandits. I feel like they're activating these abilities so frequently to the point where it almost feels like too frequently. I'm surprised they're just activating the abilities even when it's not dashing on top of anything.
Yeah, it's very similar to like when that Magic Archer was first introduced into the game. It was just like the Hero Magic Archer, just like use the ability, use it. Well, what about the situation? Doesn't matter, just use the ability. And then the actual placements, just because I didn't say it at the top of this intro, for Riley in 2026. In April, he got 16th, and in May, he got 12th. So similar to Vitor, you know, making it every single month, but not getting that great finish that you want.
Right here, shield taken off. Tesla plopped down in the middle, like always. E-Spirit plus Archers, and he will need a second set of Archers, and that's exactly what happens. Cleans it up nicely is Riley, but Riley just cannot get any sort of chip damage whatsoever. Clown is putting on a clinic. I mean, the difference between Hog and Graveyard is crazy in this matchup because they're so similar. It's just hard to get offensive pressure. And so the fact that you can just place the Graveyard on top of the tower is so powerful for Clown in this game.
I know, it's really interesting. Graveyard is a card that has been, you know, adjusted and modified and changed so much over the years, and it seems like no matter what is done to Graveyard, there's still that idea that it's like it's still broken. I don't know how to change it. I mean, I think I even way back in the day was saying, well, what if it's like a set number, or like if it's a set pattern like it is now, and that set pattern changes, although the set pattern doesn't change right now. But even when it became a set pattern, it still is so hard to defend because, as you see right there with the placements from Clown, you're going to have some skellies that are just directly on top of the tower. Now we see Riley go opposite lane with the Hog Rider. Going to be too little, too late, even if the Hog gets a hit, and it does. 1507 to 25-22. Clown takes game number 1 pretty easy.
Yeah, there's just not really a lot to talk about. The differences were Boss Bandit and Dark Prince, and both of those kind of, I mean, they're completely different, but they're also completely the same card. They do very similar things in terms of the overall matchup, but it's just the difference between Graveyard and Hog Rider. Hog just cannot make it to the tower. The only time is when Riley got off a lightning that wasn't even able to touch the crown tower. So it's just way too much work to get the Hog to the tower, and it's way too easy for the Graveyard to get chipped.
Yeah, and, talking about how frustrating the Boss Bandit has been to deal with throughout the day, Clown had all the great answers, right? When you've got a shield, you've got Skellies, you've got Ice Spirit, you've got an insanely fast cycle, that Boss Bandit becomes just a lot less threatening. Great Tesla play, obviously. And as you said, the ability for Riley to be able to get on top of tower was just not even close to the ability for Clown to get damage on tower with that Graveyard. So game number 1, as we said, pretty easily goes to Clown, as he has always been an impressive player throughout the years. It is crazy when you look at his resume, and it does just feel like there's something missing on it. Like, it feels like information was forgot, because he is that good. But as you said, AC, it's just he always falls a little bit short, similar to Viper, right? Like, Viper feels like another person that's like, oh yeah, he's been at 4 World Finals. Well, no, he's only been to 1, and it was the year that we invited the most players with the most difficult format. Riley on the other side of it, obviously one of the big favorites in the world because of the content he creates. He's doing collabs. He was obviously playing with Jinxie a lot, which was huge for, I think, just another layer of people to get introduced to Riley that might not have already known him. He got second in our World Finals in 2024 against Mo, being like best friends and practice partners. That was like a really cool moment for him. But yeah, we just need to see him put it together here in the monthly finals in 2026. He has struggled to get very far on either bracket, whether it's the upper or the lower bracket. The thing is like he said in one of his most recent videos, if he does continue to make these monthly finals, I think if he maybe makes even the next one, he might just be guaranteed to be in that spot. But you never really want to put it on banking on leaderboard points, right? You would obviously much rather have that golden ticket, or if you're going to bank on leaderboard points, it's because you're getting like 2nd and 3rd and 4th place over and over, not 12th and 16th and 10th and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to be building on momentum. Just because you can escape into the World Finals does not mean you want to in any way whatsoever. You do not want to leave it up to the final day. You want to be able to prepare 4 months in the future instead of 1 month into the future. And you also need to have the mindset of being able to prepare those 4 months, which Riley is one of those guys. He can sit down and say, all right, I'm ready for this year. I've been able to get this set up. So, it's very impressive that he set himself up so far. And, he's definitely right there. Definitely has to feel good about what he's seen so far out of himself, but he can't be feeling like he's finished just yet.
And I was just gonna say, we see the Berserker out in both directions, but what Clown is running is what you would expect when you see Berserker and Miner. You imagine there's gonna be the Magic Archer and the Wall Breakers and all that. Riley, though, when you see the Berserker plus the Bomber, you immediately think Drill, and he is going to Evo Drill, which we did see some Evo Drill play. There was actually maybe like almost the average of 1 Evo Drill played by every competitor last weekend. Probably a little below 1. Some didn't, but most players had it maybe just once.
Yeah, Drill, always an interesting card for when it's in the meta and when it isn't. As strong as it is, it does kind of feel like a waste of an Evo slot. I mean, I know it's going to get chip damage. I know there's something going on, but just too often I feel like it doesn't get the value you're looking for. Once it hits triple, though, that's when it really starts to go crazy, because you get the drills, you get the poisons, you get the Evo snowball. It's just whether or not you can make it to triple.
And Riley did play Drill a few times last weekend, but he did not actually play Evo Drill at all. He went 50-50 in terms of drill. Won one game, lost one game. And the Hero Knight ability does pull away, so the Goblin gets on top of tower there, but then a King Tower activation coming in from Clown, so I couldn't tell if that was a smile or a grimace or a little bit of both from Clown, but, you know, fairly even in damage and now has a lot of help with these drills, and that's a nice prediction of the Magic Archer coming out. And honestly, at the highest level, you basically always have to predict that a Magic Archer is going to come out. It really, like, if you get punished by just thinking that they're not going to do it, that's the time that they're definitely going to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever the mind games are, you know you're going to lose them. And Magic Archer, it just, I mean, you're going to get value from it regardless. So you get to just plop it down every single time. Right here, though, this is kind of a nasty push. One of the Goblins going to make it to the tower, get a little bit of chip damage, and all of a sudden, Riley takes the lead. But with this King Tower activated and heading into double elixir, Clown has to feel fantastic, especially being up 1-0 already.
This Hero Knight, that's actually a great way to deal with it, is to pull it backwards with the Miner. But I was going to say the Hero Knight ability is so frustrating to deal with when you're playing against Hero Knight plus Hog, we see sometimes. But Hero Knight plus that Goblin Drill, it just makes your layered defense have to have one more additional layer to it, and a lot of times we're seeing Goblins break through.
Right here, a little bit early with the log, gonna force out the Berserker as well, and you know, this is a 400 or 500 HP lead. All of a sudden, this matchup that looks like it should be pretty solid for Clown, kind of flipping around. This bomb tower not getting the value he's been looking for early on to start this game.
500 HP separating the two. Magic Archer going to take this cannon out, and then the Berserker comes down to clean up. And then a nice NATO here from Clown to line up the Magic Archer for a few big shots on top of tower. That is a huge moment for Clown as he takes the lead. 1 minute remains, and now a second Magic Archer down, and another lineup here. Riley does use the ability not only to help the drill, but also to pull the Magic Archer off his tower. Riley now back in the lead with this Evo Drill. As you said, AC in triple elixir, that Evo Drill is really tough to deal with. Nice cannon placement here up high, and the poison to deal with the Goblin Doctor so he doesn't have to think about the ability coming in.
Yeah, that was much better timing right there.
Wow, he got it again.
Magic Archer, he should not have been able to get that, and he's going to be able to get another shot on tower as well, getting it down to 736. Fire Spirit going to come down to protect it. Miner only gets one shot.
Oh, the log, though. The log was just a little mistimed, even with the bomb tower there already. He does get another Magic Archer lineup. Riley was even ready for it, but just a second late. Miner is there. Poison is ticking. Log comes in. Log gonna steal it. No! The tick!
Riley
the tick
wins.
From the poison! Oh my god. 5 HP. The aggressive Magic... I think Josh died. Josh, you lied. He's still there?
No, I'm here. I'm here. I mean, throughout that game, Clown, there were so many opportunities for him to have stronger defenses. I thought the drills got an extra 2 shots from the Goblins, an extra 4 shots from the Goblins in situations where it never should be occurring. Riley stole that one right there.
Oh my goodness. Like... What's crazy is it felt like Clown kept stealing it, right? It did feel like Clown had a pretty good matchup, but there was just moments all throughout it where the Goblins were just getting a little bit more damage than we thought they would. That Hero Knight plus Goblin ability, we had a couple mistimed logs. I still think that mistimed log at the end of the game is what caused, I mean, obviously there's 5 minutes of action that happens, so 5 HP can be done anywhere. But the ability that Clown had to create offense, getting those up-high cannons to line up his Magic Archer, NATOing the Berserkers into the line of sight, even when Riley was kind of expecting it. He got a lot of Magic Archer lineups, and then just that poison tick coming in. I mean, Clown missed, I think he still missed that log, but that poison ticks. The Miner, it felt like it took forever to walk back to the tower there at the end of the game as well for Clown. So, man, that was an insane game.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe it. The poisons were really solid. I think Riley played a really fundamentally sound game in that one, just to even give himself an opportunity. I also think he was doing a good job of protecting his tower, even though it didn't work, it felt like he was ready for it, and then it was just like 0.05 seconds. It wasn't even 0.1 seconds. It was like 0.05 late to this interaction and this interaction, and that's gonna be something that happens. As good as you are, your opponent is also really good. And then there were a few times where he was also able to protect it. So Riley, even though it wasn't perfect from either player, I think Riley just played a little bit better in game number 2. I just think that was such a steal. I think Clown should have been able to lock it up right there.
Yeah, I mean, Riley just did a really, really good job of, like you said, you're not going to get every interaction out there. You're not going to catch every miner. You're not going to catch every magic archer, but he got the ones that really mattered in those final moments. I mean, again, 5 HP is nothing. Literally everything can do 5 HP.
I mean, the drill
worth
itself.
of damage. Yeah, the drill itself. Like, obviously, if another log comes in from Clown, but man, what a nail biter. We have seen some incredible photo finishes throughout the day, and Riley able to just hold on enough. That poison tick just in time to take that W, and we're going to go to game number 3 here. Excited to see which way this goes.
Yeah, I mean, so many things available to both of these players. We start to see it in day number 2 once we get to the best of 5s, where you really have to start worrying about it. With only best of 3s, especially with so many cards, a lot available. Fireball hasn't been used from either side. Poison has from both, though. I'd like to see, more of the information on these players, on who's running the bigger spells, who's running the quicker spells. Because it feels like a lot of the time, the strongest spells, the 4 elixirs, 6 elixirs, are used by the non-favorites of the matches, because they want to get heavier. They want to, come in with a little bit of surprise. This one right here, though, Riley using the lightning, using the poison, using whatever is available to him.
It's interesting because you look at the cards that Clown has used, and he's already used both forms of log, and the bar barrel and the log, and he doesn't have NATO either. I wonder if he's going to have to be, if he's going to have to use, he's in poison's out too. If he's going to just have to go to arrows to protect against log bait. Riley, obviously notoriously one of the best log bait players in the world. Ironically, though, when you look at Riley's deck pool for last weekend, he only ran a log bait style deck once. So maybe just going against predictability, but what's really interesting is there was a Mighty Miner log bait deck that was used by so many people, and we have not seen it, I think, at all today. There's like a traditional Mighty Miner log bait deck that we've seen different forms of over the years, and even a decent amount over the last year. But Riley would be in maybe a good position to play log bait with no NATO, no log, no poison, no bar barrel. But we see the Evo Wizard coming out. Interesting.
Wow. Coming in with something fresh is
Looks like
Riley.
Mortar here from
Mortar.
Clown.
Yeah, Mortar would make sense. Skeleton Barrel definitely pairs up with that quite often. And this Boss Bandit, I mean, that is a 6-for-5 elixir trade, and the Boss Bandit is at 80% health. Just ready to go to work. Just started its morning. Wizard, just an interesting card to be using in your game number 3.
Yeah, this deck in general is pretty interesting. I mean, it looks like it's going to be Royal Giant just because of the monk and the fish boy. So not sure exactly what Riley was looking for here, and not sure if he got what he wanted either, but we'll see how this plays out.
So you have to assume it's RG on Riley's side. Log used. Can he get the correct timing? And he doesn't. That is a lot of chip damage. It's tough timing right there, but I believe it's just right before it connects to the tower. You want to play your Ice Spirit. You want it to get that little baby step into the arena, and instead Ice Spirit mistimed and tower down to 2259 before the minion starts chipping away.
Yeah, and that will still usually give you, like, you'll still take like 1 or 2 skelly hits, but obviously not 1,000 HP worth of skelly hits. And this is going to be really interesting because, you know, you have a lot of good single target DPS. You have the ability to get away from the Fish Boy with the Boss Bandit, and then you have the ability to protect the Boss Bandit with the guards. So right now, Clown looking like he has a really, really good matchup here. There are the arrows that we were talking about just to cover for bait, so I like where Clown's head was at. You know, the other thing about this matchup is a lot of times you're going to get most of your damage from the barrel plus the minions. A lot of times it's dealing with the hunter instead of the wizard, so the wizard is a little bit fortunate for Riley. But honestly, with the amount of damage... Ooh, that's a couple good shots. The amount of damage that Clown has already done, he's going to be able to play pretty passively. And then just like right now, if I see that wizard out of sight... Oh, he's got the fireball and the arrows. Okay, okay, I see you.
Yeah. He's got every answer available to him. Mortar going to come down, and the mortar low and to the right was a little bit worried that it wouldn't even draw the attention from the RG, but instead it is going to walk over. Nothing to take care of the minions just yet. Potentially an Ice Spear, and that is indeed how he wants to respond. So Riley has finally touched one of the towers, getting it down to 2490, but Clown still with an overwhelming advantage heading into the final minute.
And this is exactly what I want to see if I'm Clown. Like, if I'm this mortar player and I play this deck a lot, or versions of this deck quite a bit, is when that splash card, when that air attacking unit is out of cycle, go to the opposite lane with the barrel. Barrels can always create a lot of damage. They're always going to pull elixir out of your opponents. The mortar here isn't... Yeah, I'm actually shocked at the amount of damage Clown is taking right now. But he goes aggressive Evo mortar on offense, which I don't hate this play either. I think he's got enough time to get back around, doesn't have to worry about the Royal Giant, and does bait out this monk a little early.
Potentially
this is actually
great.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, Boss Bandit gonna make its way, take out the Fisherman.
Oh my goodness.
Should take out the Wizard as well. That's way too much damage.
Wow.
Gets on top of the tower again, and it's over. Clown just like that. Riley, no responses available to him. Boss Bandit, mayhem everywhere, and game 3 for Clown.
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, I know that was a tough matchup for Riley. Clown had basically every response that he needed, but that Boss Bandit play and the idea of what he did, I really like what Clown did by playing that aggressive Evo Mortar, because he took some damage on the right-hand side from the Evo RG, but playing that Evo Mortar he knew was going to mess up the cycle of his opponent. So playing that Evo Mortar, you know you're going to bait out the monk, right? So if the monk is out, then you think about, okay, if the monk survives, then he's going to drop the Royal Giant behind it, and I'm not going to have my mortar back in cycle. So what do? I'm going to bait out the monk, and I'm going to go hyper aggressive with the Boss Bandit, and that Boss Bandit just wreaked complete havoc on Riley. Ironically, you know, as I was saying, Riley was talking on his videos about how much he cannot deal with the Boss Bandit. I don't know if Clown watched that video as well, but he goes, all right, you hate the Boss Bandit? Let me bring it out in game number 3. Very well played. Obviously a good matchup, and that Boss Bandit play from Clown was next to none. Very nice.
Yeah, just creating the correct pushes every single time, getting all the troops that aren't going to get affected by the by the reflection from the monk itself. The furnace would chip away at himself, but it would stay at 20% health, and sometimes that's all you need. You just need the fire spirits to be popping out, and he was able to keep it alive just enough to be able to do that, and just chipped away until eventually he couldn't stop that Boss Bandit. That definitely felt like one of those matches where you just tell your player, throw the Boss Bandit on the map, you will be getting at least 6 elixir worth of value every single time. You don't overthink it, just place it down.
Yeah, and again, I really like what we saw there at the end. It was like taking a little bit of damage to create a lot of space, putting yourself in this cycle that was going to paint your opponent into a corner, gets that Evo Mortar out, baits out the Monk, knows that the Monk cannot deal with the Boss Bandit. It's just Boss Bandit plus guards plus ability over and over. And then, you know, the Wizard, as you said at the beginning of the game, the Wizard, you know, eats that dash, and then the Boss Bandit is still at 80% health. That happened again a couple times throughout that. And at the very, very end, here we go. The final game of our upper bracket. Remember, we're still going to work through our lower bracket, and then we'll get back to the quarters in our upper bracket. Ruben against Niuzi. Niuzi got 6th place in our May monthly final, where he lost to Pedro and was eliminated by Viper, but he beat Wallace and eliminated Firkin and Sub along the way. Number 2 in the world. Sub. So very impressive stuff from him. And this month, in his group stage, he beat Benzer Rydell, he beat Morton, he beat Ali, and he beat Nikoko. So a guy that is very good, going up against a guy that was the best in the world at one point in Ruben, 2020 world champion with Team Queso. Also got the World Finals MVP that year, as it felt like he carried Queso on his back with some great 2v2 play from Kuchi and Benny, and obviously IMJP was there as well.
And right there, pretty solid timing with the Ghosts. Plus the Snowball, not going to be able to do enough. I mean, I thought Niuzi played that brilliantly. I feel like he played it as well as he could. Just giving up a lot of chip damage. Kind of the wrong situation, wrong cycle to start the game, really, against Ruben's deck. Mortar plus Skeleton Barrel. Just so dangerous when you catch your opponent off guard with it.
Yeah, a lot more damage than I think he would have liked to give this early on, and you can see Ruben happy to go Rascals in one lane, knowing there's not a spell to deal with it. And the Firecracker or the Executioner are always going to be good responses to these Rascals in one lane, but that makes your opponent have to play them, and we see right there, Niuzi having to play the Firecracker, gets arrowed off the board, and then has to use the Evo Snowball defensively because it's going to be a lot cheaper than the Exy, as the Exy comes out here to take care of the Mortar.
Dark Goblin not going to walk up and get in range within the axe, so solid placement right there. Firecracker to defend. Will need to force out one more card in response, and the Snowball comes down on the field to clean it up.
And it'll be interesting to see if or when Ruben decides to actually let a Firecracker get to his side of the map to try to activate King to help with these Hog defenses. And this Executioner, okay, I was going to say, needs a little bit more attention. And it gets it.
I'd like to see the popped ability. He gets it in time, just in time. If that was a 10th of a second later, it would have been a poor situation for him. Instead, putting in a ton of work, and that Executioner is wiped off the board completely.
Wow, double bowler with the Dark Goblin behind. That is very tough to deal with. Minions on top and the Evo Mortar on top of the tower. Niuzi is crumbling as Ruben is about to take this game emphatically. And there it is. That's going to do it. Ruben in the lead from the get-go. And Niuzi, while impressive in May, having a rough start here in June.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to the deck choice. As good as that deck is, and as good as it could have been against certain matchups, we've seen the Boss Bandit just... I don't like freeze in tournament standard. I think you need that extra time. It's too valuable. It's too reliant on the extra second and a half. As good as the deck is, you just run Lightning. That deck has another version. It's just with Lightning. He could have swapped that in. He still probably would have lost. It still just wasn't a good matchup in general, but it would have given you an opportunity. Freeze just cannot be the answer.
Yeah, Freeze has definitely had its moments over the years. We've obviously seen huge moments with, Lumberloon Freeze. I can't remember what year it was at this point, maybe 2022. I think Mugi was able to win the World Finals with that.
Yeah, maybe 21.
Was it 29? I can't. Yeah, maybe 21 is right. But that being said, when you look at this card in Freeze in general, at the highest level. It's like the gotcha factor. It doesn't really work with Hog. Like you said, I think Lightning is the better call there. It's got to be with something more like Graveyard or Loon usually, but in general, I'm with you. I'm not a huge fan of Freeze at the highest level.
Yeah, it just does not do enough. And the other thing is, it's one thing to use Freeze at, 10k trophies and your opponent isn't predicting it because you're running all these crazy cards. The thing is, you play 2 cards, and I don't care how crazy your deck is, these pro players will be able to recognize it. Oh, I saw that 4 months ago. He's got Freeze in it. So you lose that ability to catch your opponent off guard, especially with a coach in their ear saying, all right, 1 card hasn't been shown. Watch out. He probably would have used Lightning at this moment, so it has to be Freeze in this moment. There's just too many things going against you with it.
While Ruben has the accolades under his belt, New Easy has the points here in 2026, ranking 9th to Ruben's 15th. Although Ruben in a good spot to add a big stack of points to that total after picking up game number 1. And yeah, Ruben is a guy that has always loved playing Mortar. Royal Giant and Mortar have been 2 of his favorite win conditions since day 1. And take a look here at his deck pool as we're getting into game number 2. Yeah, his most popular deck was a Mortar Skelly Barrel. So I don't know if Niuzi thought that was a good choice or a good matchup for him, but Ruben showed him pretty quickly that it was not, as he went 6-0 with Mortar Skelly Barrel during the group stage.
So right here, going to be using Baby Boss Bandit, running just the normal Bandit, probably plus P.E.K.K.A, could be MK as well for Niuzi. And then Ruben on the other side, going to be running the Hog, potentially Lightning deck. And that Ewa's going to the left could spell a little bit of trouble. Not a ton of elixir, and that MK is going to go to the tower, and the Hog is going to be left alone. So a lot going right for Ruben.
Yeah, great calls on the deck there. You got the MK out in both direction. Hog Rider going to break on through, no problem. Ewiz goes to the left, MK goes to the right, Hog goes out to the left, and that is a great bit of damage. And this should be... Oh, wow, never mind. I was going to say this should be pretty easy defense for Ruben, but instead that Golden Knight dash does him dirty, and the Heal Spirit comes in. Even with the King Tower activation, that Golden Knight is going to town on that tower, and all of a sudden we find ourselves in a very close game.
Yeah, as rough as that is, the fact that both the MK and the Bandit went to the King Tower was unbelievable for Ruben.
Yeah.
He should have lost the Crown Tower. He should still have his King Tower down to 2,500 HP. That went as well as it could have for as poorly as it was played.
Yeah, that was really rough. That Golden Knight dash, again, it's clearly something that people are still getting used to. Yep. I still find myself making some mistakes with it because it's just a little bit different. Seems like it's going a little bit farther, dashing a little bit more dangerously than it has been in a while. You know, there was that moment where it got a big nerf where it felt like it was way too strong. It was all over the board in terms of connections, and then I think it's now found a good spot in the meta.
Yeah, would absolutely agree with that. Beautiful timing with the skeletons.
Oh,
that's going to be another dash on top of the tower. He has to get better at protecting that. And right here, left side, double MK. The log is going to do a little bit, but still needs another response, and that MK is going to come down on the left side.
Wow.
Watch the right, though. Bandit on top of the tower.
And you can see Ruben shaking his head. Man, the dashing units today have done Ruben dirty, at least here in game number 2. Between the Golden Knight and the OG Bandit, Ruben has had a lot of trouble controlling the timing of said cards, and Niuzi bounces right back in game number 2, almost as dominant as Ruben was in game 1. I'll give Niuzi like maybe a 10% less dominant in game 2, but as you said, AC, he probably should have lost that Princess Tower a lot earlier. He just got lucky that the Bandit and the MK went to the King Tower.
Yeah, I think Niuzi played that well, and you know, there are a lot of similarities between Game 1 and Game 2 with the deck choice from Niuzi. It's clear that he is very talented with bridge spam and control and all those types of decks, because the way he handled game number 2
was brilliant. I loved what he was doing. Yes, he made the mistake early on. The MK was late. The hog gets to the tower. He should not have been able to come back from that. The way he set up his pushes and forced Ruben into difficult situations. Yes, Ruben did make mistakes, but they were mistakes because of Niuzi's calculations and just overall pushes. I love how he handled game number 2.
Yeah, it's true. When you're playing those spammy decks at the bridge, it when you're watching it, it's so much easier to kind of discredit it, right? You're like, he's just putting everything down at the bridge. He just got lucky. Anyone could do that. I could do that. I know that because when I play bridge spam, I don't actually, because I don't play it enough, I'm not a big fan of it. When I do play it, I see pretty quickly, I'm like, oh, wow. Especially if I go back and I watch the replay, which I'll do a lot of times when I lose, is I'll watch the replay of what I did, and I'm like, oh, this is the moment where I was supposed to sell out. This is the moment where I'm supposed to go MK Golden Knight Bandit at the bridge, but I'm not used to playing decks like this, and I'm not, used to seeing how easy it would be to break through, or at least how difficult it would make my opponent to defend. And that's what we just saw. I mean, this is Ruben we're talking about, and he just, the Musketeer placement with the Tesla, the first time, the second time the Musketeer comes down late, and then he ends up using the ability to defend, and it felt like it was just a little bit of an overspend. Meanwhile, there's like 4 Mega Knights battling it out on the left-hand side. So, yeah, that was really, really well played there by Niuzi, and yeah, I see the chat. Look, I don't love bridge spam either, but I will tell you that was really well played.
I'll be one of the few supporters of bridge spam. I think it's one of the cleanest and purest ways to play Clash Royale. It's just individual troops taking on each other and trying to win those bridge battles. Nothing's better.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, you got to put it as a deck that really, really relies on tracking Elixir and tracking Cycle.
Mm-hmm. It really teaches you how to play the game at the end of the day.
So here we go. Kind of back to what you're saying, AC. I mean, it's not bridge spam, obviously, as the Boss Bandit, the Golden Knight, the Bandit are all out. But you see him using the Lumberjack, again, just like a very aggressive card. I'd be interested to see how many Lumberjacks we see aggressively at the bridge. Things like that, as we see Ruben go in with a very early, pretty aggressive graveyard, but there's nothing there to catch the Dark Prince, and that is a great pull by Ruben.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a misclick or what the situation was, but the Goblin Cage placed right on top should never happen. It should have been placed in the middle where we're seeing these Goblin Huts. I think either a misclick or just a mistake in general, and shouldn't see that again from Niuzi.
So it's looking like Lumberloon versus a version of Graveyard. What's interesting about this is there's a good amount of ground tankage from Ruben, and obviously we saw the Dark Prince create a path. He's got the Goblin Hut and the Ice Spirit. Oh, it's RG, excuse me.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Baby Dragon, probably the last card. Maybe Phoenix or something like that. And then Ruben just running the normal graveyard poison deck that we've been seeing for the last couple months.
Yeah. So here we go. Evo. Last month we saw that Evo Lumberjack steal a bunch of games. I think there was like 3 or 4 games that Evo Lumberjack stole in the final moments over the last couple of months, actually. So here we go. Another nice graveyard in from Ruben on that left-hand side, getting some good damage as his 2 tanks are working their way down the right-hand side. And I'll be curious to see... No, I don't think the lightning will come down here because the RG comes down instead.
Yeah, these Spear Goblins are stacking so much that the lightning just does not get the value you're looking for. Barbarrel will clean up the left side, but again, look at these Spear Goblins going to town, getting a lot of chip damage, and just forcing out pressure. You're not forcing out a response just yet, but you know Niuzi is thinking about it. As the game goes on, now he has to worry about the right side as well as the left. He can't just solely focus on one side.
Yeah, which is just really great for Ruben. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just happy to see the Phoenix get placed on the map. I wasn't sure what that final card was going to be.
Yeah, we have been seeing more and more Phoenix lately. Obviously, after it got its buff, it started to rear its head in CRL a bit more. And yeah, Ruben in a good spot because he can, like you said, AC, he can go in either lane and he can create a counter push in either lane. Lightning goes out on the weak side, so the Furnace is cycled on the weak side, and Furnace one of the best cards at clogging up a lane.
Yeah, Furnace plus the Knight right there is going to be hard to whittle down. But that is what's going to happen. Phoenix going to get a little bit of offensive pressure, not too bad. And Ruben has to be careful about these pushes. He needs to make sure that Niuzi can't just defend with archers easily like that. He has to have something else with his pushes.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the last card is, right? Because he still hasn't played it, and you would have poisoned if poison was your last card. That RG does get a shot, but Ruben does get some good damage on the left-hand side. The E-Spirit does not jump the way that Niuzi wants. Relying on the E-Spirit plus the Lumberjack, he takes a ton of damage, and now Ruben is in a spot to just defend out for the rest of this game. I was going to say he can go high with the Evo, or with the Furnace, because he should be able to get back to a Goblin Hut if needed. Doesn't even need it as the Lightning comes out. And now sometimes the best defense is offense. Evo Knight plus Graveyard at the bridge, and that should sew things up. And it is the poison. Ruben just being incredibly patient with it.
Yeah, I mean, just exactly what you want to do. It's so clear that he has this matchup memorized. What are you supposed to do end game? You go building middle, Knight / Dark Prince high, and you go Furnace outside. And we saw that repeated over and over. He got the advantage, and that's how he was able to win this set. Just a constant discipline for Ruben. And that's why these pro players that are there for 5 years, and you're like, all right, well, you know, I could make those same plays, but can you do it consistently? He makes those plays. End game is where he excels, and we saw the reason why.
Yeah, that's very, very well said. I mean, Ruben has been so consistent for so long. I think one of the biggest things was once we went into the solo era, it was about him being able to pick the right decks in the right moment. And also, when you're all by yourself, you can get tilted. You don't have IMJP there in King of the Hill. You don't have Benny and Coochie there in 2v2 to kind of take the pressure off of you. It's all on your shoulders. And it's been really nice to see Ruben showing up more and more often as the years have gone by since 2020. There are the decks that we just saw. As you guys can see, there's QR codes at the bottom of your screen if you want to try any of those decks out. It's a cool little addition that we did this year, which I'm a big fan of, as Ruben takes this set 2-1 over Niuzi. But remember, everyone that has lost today, guys, is still alive. They have one more life to give, and we are only about a third of the way, or excuse me, halfway through the day, as we have the lower bracket matches and the upper bracket quarters to get through. AC, any thoughts here on this matchup or anything else to talk about between these two guys? I know you were saying that Niuzi has some interesting deck picks. Anything else you want to say about him?
No, just very impressed with his bridge spam gameplay in general. Even when you take a look at his loss in game number 2, I thought, or his loss in game number 1, even though he was running freeze, I thought he played it really well. I thought he set himself up perfectly. Yeah. I just like to see a little bit more discipline in his deck choices, not trying to get super cute. This is month number 2 in a row. You don't have to get, you don't have to do anything super different. It's clear you belong. It's clear that if you have an even matchup with your opponent, he can win it. So I'd like to see a little bit more discipline with his deck choices.
So there we go, guys. You saw our lower bracket. It's going to be Sub and Ta, Adriel and Wallace, Grieco and Vitor, and then Riley and Niuzi. So finally, we have someone in the lower bracket that is not a former world finalist. And then when you look at our upper bracket, we have Pedro and Sandbox. We have Rin and Lucas X Gamer, Woo and Viper, Rin and Woo, the two newcomers to the scene. And then Clown going up against Ruben. So, before we get into our second half of action, we're going to take a look here at an interview that we have with one of our beloved players.
Eu diria que eu e o Clown sempre fazemos jogos muito bons, e também eu e o Vitor. Eu diria que o mais completo seria o Pedro, porque ele também está muito confiante, ele acabou de ganhar o bilhete dourado E ele consegue jogar com qualquer deck do meta, e num bom nível. Eu acho que o subestimado é o jogador Rin, que inclusive ele classificou no meu grupo. Ele joga muito bem com deck ciclos, mas ele não tem, eu acho que ele não tem o reconhecimento devido que ele deveria ter. O bilhete dourado, eu diria que todos têm, eu acho que o mesmo nível de ganhar. Eu diria que quem tiver melhor no dia vai conseguir ganhar. Eu sei que tem alguns jogadores que têm mais nível que outro, só que realmente depende do dia. Se o cara estiver inspirado, consegue ganhar o bilhete com certeza. Me sinto muito feliz porque eu sei que chegar nas finais mensais não é tarefa fácil e pelo segundo mês seguido já é um grande feito para mim. Primeiro eu mudei minha mentalidade porque eu diria que eu estava muito fraco mentalmente e também mudei meu estilo de jogo. Eu tô jogando um pouco mais agressivo agora, porque antes eu ficava com medo de jogar e meio que eu esperava o oponente. Mas agora eu mudei um pouco, tô testando aqui um novo estilo de jogo e tô bem preparado para esse final mensal. Seja o que acontecer aí, tô bem preparado. Eu acho que esse ano os meus colegas, os meus amigos da Kalalas, como Pedro, Sub, também meu coach José, eles me deram incentivo a mais. A gente estava toda vez junto em chamada, então isso dá um incentivo e eu acho que eles ajudam muito no meu crescimento como de nível e, como falei, mentalidade também. Eu acho que as últimas duas mensais tiveram um nível bem alto, jogadores como Vitor, Riley sempre classificando, também o Pedro, o Sub. Então, eu acho que o nível da mensal tá muito bom. Tem jogadores novos, sempre vai ter revelações, mas eu acho que esse nível tá muito forte nessa final mensal. Eu preparo especificamente para um jogador, porque como o Riley, eu sei o jogo dele, o Victor também, ele joga diferente do Riley, decks diferentes. Então, para cada jogador, eu preparo um plano, decks específicos, que geralmente vão bom contra ele.
Shout out to Wallace. Always love hearing from him, and always love to get a look inside the mind of the best players in the world. Love to hear what they have to say about preparing for the monthly finals, preparing for their competitors, all that stuff. AC, there are many intricacies to getting ready to compete, especially at the head-to-head stage, as we are now heading to our lower bracket, our first elimination game with two very good players. Our former world number 2, our defending world number 2 in sub, going up against Ta. And AC, this is going to be a very interesting one because I actually feel like both these guys played really well in their respective sets.
Yeah, I mean, there is so little to take away from them. Both of these guys just, it's, you played at 48%, your opponent played at 52%. Somebody had to lose, and that's kind of what we saw early on. Both of these players are really good with their mindsets. Even if they lose the opening set, they come back and they play well in that second set. They make it to the day 2. So one of these guys will be able to continue to say that. And one of these guys is getting knocked out. It's crazy to see their rankings at ranking 11, ranking 4, and one of these guys is already out today. It's going to be an exciting second set for both of these guys, and I'm ready to approach this second half of the day.
Yeah, Ta was swept by Sandbox. Game number 1 going with Goblin Barrel, Dark Prince with 2 spirits. And in game number 2, he went MK Hog Lightning. And Sub on the other side of it went the distance with Pedro, where he won game number 1. where he played Royal Hogs Evo plus Hero Magic Archer, and then lost back-to-back games, Graveyard and then Lava.
It still feels crazy that being able to see the first 2 cards in each of these players' decks, you can already make out what decks they're going to be running. This has been a thing for years, and it still blows my mind with all these cards. We already know there's such a usual way for these players to approach these sets, and game number 1, running Archer's Graveyard, that's the way to do it. I love this deck choice from Sub right here.
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? Like there's like a couple different cards here and there every now and then, different iterations, but for the most part, yeah, you see like 2-3 cards like you said, and you're like, all right, I know exactly what this matchup is, and that's where the money gets made as a pro player. You got to start to figure that matchup out, the macro and the micro on the fly. And here we go, a nice aggressive Magic Archer from Ta. Gets a couple shots in.
Did not want to protect his Magic Archer, had the opportunity, instead just let it fly by. Gets a little bit of chip damage right there, and sometimes that's all you need. You pick up 300 chip damage 4 or 5 times, and all of a sudden you win by 50 HP, so really like that Magic Archer from Ta.
And it looks like we have a wild Mo Light in the chat. Up. Not here in monthly finals for the first time this year, but still here to scope out his opponents as he has already punched his way to our world finals.
Ice Spirit plus Skellies. Always kind of a little bit weird when you see Ice Spirit, 1 Archer, and Skellies, and your opponent still gets 200 or 300 chip damage.
Yeah.
Something needed to be different, whether he needed to be cycling it just a little bit earlier. Just something needed to change, and I assume that will get fixed as this game goes along.
Goblins get a good connection on the right-hand side this time, and the Berserker gets a shot in, so Tower's basically even, but Sub's still in the lead. As he is happy to poison that Magic Archer off the board, and gets a high Tesla. We'll take another Goblin Stab, 2 Goblin Stabs here on the left-hand side, and defense just a little bit loose, but, you know, it does feel like he knows that in Triple Elixir he should be able to get a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you had the opportunity to be able to go in with the poison on top right there on the Berserker. It's just interesting how you're supposed to play this matchup. Ta can get so crazy with these Magic Archers.
Yeah, great Magic Archer ability there to get another shot on top of tower. Does give Ta the lead, but now the Graveyard comes in to give Sub the lead, and the dash there from the Rhino. Rhino on tower completely uncontested, and that is a huge opening for Sub with 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, beautiful job using that singular Archer on the right side to help the Hog get to the tower. And this Magic Archer not going to get a ton of value. Dark Prince should take the aggro of the right tower, and it does. Right tower locked onto the Dark Prince instead of the Skellies, and that's going to get the tower down to a sub 1,000 HP once the poison is done ticking.
That was a great placement on the Tesla by Sub. You can see where Sub is playing the Tesla. This does not allow for a Magic Archer lineup, and then the ability is the only way for the Magic Archer to get a shot in. And I think if you're Sub, you're happy to give up just the triple shot and continue to get on offense with just the defense from the Tesla there.
Yeah, good job right here with the high Tesla, not allowing the Magic Archer to get on top of the tower. Right tower down to 1850, but right now Sub 10 seconds left and still in a dominant situation.
Magic Archer not able to line up. There's the barrel up high, gonna catch it, take the Magic Archer out of play. And yeah, this is really interesting. This deck, Mo Light made this deck really popular on ladder and versions of this deck over the last little bit. It's changed from, being strictly with miner. Now you're seeing it a little bit more with the double bait from the barrel and the wall breakers. It hasn't been super good today, AC. I think when you talk about keeping up with damage as the game goes on, because it has no spell power, and because right away your opponent is going, okay, I either have to deal with the miner, obviously I have to deal with the wall breakers, but the biggest problem is the Magic Archer. once they kind of figure out the rhythm of things and figure out what their best responses are, and especially how their opponents like to layer their attacks, it definitely seems like it's stalling out in double and triple elixir. Again, we are seeing some success with it, but for as popular of a deck as it is, it hasn't been as strong as you would think it might be.
Yeah, and I think some of it is just on ladder, this works really well. Or, you know, if it's in the hands of Muhammad Light, it works really well. But not everybody is Muhammad Light. Not everybody is playing ladder. This is competitive. You need you always want that second opportunity with the deck. You can have an original game plan, and you can say, all right, against this matchup, I want to be doing this. I want to be having this on the board as often as possible. I want to make sure that he can't do this to me. But with these decks, there's no second opportunity. Okay, well, my Goblin Barrel gets stopped by a Bar Barrel, and he's got Tesla, and he continues to cycle the Teslas. What am I supposed to do? How do I get past this? And the answer really comes down to you can't do anything. And I always hate seeing those kind of decks in competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why. I mean, it's obviously not the same. I do believe there is a little bit more outplayability with this deck than there is with Expo, but there's a reason why Expo is one of those decks that you don't really ever see, and 2.6 is people know every matchup inside and out. They know how to stop it. They know how to stall it out. And also remember, guys, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to get your predictions in. Obviously, the polls for today, the predictions for today are closed, but remember to check it throughout the day after we are done to see if you can get some rewards for tomorrow, get those picks in for tomorrow. But yeah, I agree, man. I think that when you're talking about these decks, the outplayability on ladder is so much different than the outplayability on the CRL stage. And when you're playing against the best players in the world, it's one of the reasons why we've talked about matchup percentages for so long. The matchup percentages that you'll see on Royale API can be vastly different at the highest level. We've had coaches break this down for us and players break this down for us for years, where, look, on ladder, people make mistakes, they get desperate, they are one tricks, they don't know every single matchup inside and out. But when you're at the pro level, they know every macro matchup to a T, and they go, okay, if this is how you do things, then this is what I need to abuse, this is how I need to stop your offense, and this is how I win the game. We've seen that a lot today already. And it's one of the reasons why you and I were talking about skeleton dragons and archers, right? Like, obviously this is not the same conversation as outplayability, but those cards can be so effective at the highest level once you recognize, all right, they don't have a response to it, I'm going to abuse it.
And right there, Magic Archer does not activate King Tower, able to fly away just enough. Cal Sub running the deck that he's honestly become pretty well known for. He's super solid with this Wall Breakers Miners Miner Magic Archer deck. And we see it already. A minute and a half into the game, he's already got the tower down to 1685. Just brilliance coming in from Sub.
Now, Taha has to remember to stick to the game plan here, not get too in his head. I mean, although I don't know about that. I mean, I guess you look at his elixir and he knows how far down he is. You know, with a deck like what Ta's running, with how much heavier it is when you're thinking about Royal Giants breaking through, you only really need one great connection to tie things up, and you only need another one or two to win the game. And you're imagining you're going to take more of the damage in single elixir. We've seen Sub be ahead the whole time and lose games with this deck. But I do like this a little bit more just because than what we just saw with the Goblin Barrel and the Wall Breakers and the Magic Archers, because you have the Miner, you still have the Wall Breakers, but the Miner is getting directly on tower, and I think the Evo Bats can also punish you a lot more than the Double Spirits can.
Right here, Magic Archer could be placed up top, not going to be the answer. Instead, going to go with Bats high. And we've been kind of waiting for a while. Great timing with the Royal Delivery. Gets it just after the ability has finished on Ta's side.
Yeah, and Ta just got to be super frustrated right now. It does get the Fireball value in on top of the Magic Archer, but down by almost 2,000 HP with 24 seconds remaining in regulation. And this is the other thing we were talking about before, is with this deck, you've got to create the opportunity to go opposite lane early on. Yes, there's a huge deficit there in terms of 859 to 2352, but you've got to start stacking that damage early, so if you are put in a position where you have to go opposite lane, they can't ignore it in the final minute of gameplay.
And right there, just beautiful work from Sub.
Yeah.
I feel like we saw it earlier. Actually, it might have been last game, and it just felt like he was a tenth of a second too late. He was trying to cycle one card, then the next. Right there, he got it out in time. Bomb tower comes down. He's getting offensive pressure with the wall breakers. This is what you need to be doing end game with these kind of decks. It's so difficult, but Sub does it so well.
Yeah, he really does make it look like he has infinite elixir and that his cycle is always exactly where he wants it to be. And you can see just by the way he places these cards. He goes high there with the Spirit to distract the Hunter, then the Bat's on top, takes out the Hunter, then the Hunter's there to clear the ground units that cannot attack the air, obviously. And then we're seeing pressure with the Magic Archer, probably going to pop an ability here. There's the ability, should get a shot on tower. I mean, it's just relentless. It's annoying. It's so hard to keep up with.
Yeah, and right there, he's going to activate the ability in time, but it's just not super powerful. You can't build any pushes whatsoever. Sub doing such a great job of getting aggressive. And instead of continuing that aggression, he's going to elect, once triple elixir happens, to slow down. Interesting decision right there to slow it down.
Yeah, he gets that bomb tower out early so he can get the second bomb tower down. Still goes for a little bit of aggression with the Magic Archer, but you know, nothing too crazy. 470 to 2289. Doesn't really need to do anything as we've seen him start to cycle miners defensively. He knows he has this game sewn up. There's another miner cycled defensively, and that's always a tough spot when you're going up against like a deck like this and you see your opponent using their miners only on defense because they know they are in such a huge lead. Double Monk, though. This could be a little dangerous.
Yeah, good use of
Wow.
the Evo wall breakers. And the R2
Yeah.
makes it to the tower, but not going to be nearly enough. Nice Magic Archer at the end of the game. Doesn't hit the tower, but does not matter. 2 up, 2 down. Sup?
And a frustrating month here for our guy, Ta, who goes 0-4 on the day. Yeah, really, really tough there. I mean, but sometimes that's just the way things go. Sandbox had his number in the first round, and now Sub takes an easy 2-0 victory over Ta with just some exceptional gameplay in both of those games. But game number 2, as you said, AC, you could talk us through it too. We have seen Sub really run it with this deck many, many times over the last couple months.
Yeah, it's a super interesting matchup because when you look at it, you have the bats taken out by the E-Spirit. You can take out the wall breakers with the Skellies. A lot of it comes down to how the pushes are getting set up. Can you protect the wall breakers with the miner so that way Log doesn't do enough? It's just too much damage was given up early. Had he been able to make it to double elixir where it's 3,000, 3,000 instead of 3,000 to 1,600, maybe we would have seen a completely different end result. He was just playing from behind so early on, and I said early on both of these players are really good at bouncing back, but I feel like there's a deja vu situation where I kind of remember Todd getting swept. Maybe it was a year ago, maybe it was 3 years ago. Sometimes maybe Todd has to take a seat back and figure out what needs to happen so he can recover just a little bit better.
Yeah, he does definitely get tilted. I mean, he's a guy that is a little bit more emotional. He celebrates a little bigger, and he definitely gets a little harder tilted when he has things just going really negatively. And honestly, it's hard not to get tilted when you're going into your elimination game at 0-3 on the day, just not even able to pick up one game when you're one of the best players in the world. But we do say goodbye to Ta for this month as Sub stays alive in his lower bracket run. Now we're going to go to Adriel and Wallace next, and as you can see, the upper bracket is flushed out. We will be closing things out in the upper bracket today, so 7 more matches coming your way. But it's going to be a quick 7 if there's sweeps like that. I can't imagine they will be. But next up is going to be a very, very fun one here as we go down below to Adriel and Wallace. This will be interesting. It felt like, you know, Adriel had a really interesting set against Rin. It felt, you know, very back and forth because Rin won game number 1 kind of in the final moments with a really nice Hero Dark Prince play. Then game number 2 happened, and Adriel did what you expect the seasoned vet to do, is just really exploit a huge mistake. But then in game number 3, all of a sudden, things felt a little bit more even, and Rin played that really, really well. A very close game, too, if I remember correctly. Wallace, on the other side of it, had a rough go against Lucas. He comes out and he goes 0-2. So 2 pretty different scenarios here. And I would say, if we're talking recency bias, Adriel has definitely had a bit more success than Wallace in the last few years.
Yeah, I don't think Adriel played that well in his earlier set. I think there were a few things that he could have really improved upon, and I would assume he's kind of beating himself up over it. At the end of the day, while it's amazing to be able to celebrate the win from Rin, as a fan of Adriel and his gameplay, you know, it was weird seeing that happen. I thought it was a little bit uncharacteristic, and I do think that he will be able to recover. Adriel always been the stone-faced man who will be able to recover. You know, if he lost a leg, he would just grow another leg. Like that's the kind of recovery Adriel is able to have happen. So I expect much better things from this set.
I gotta tell you, man, I hate to do it to you, but I really don't like that he ran that Piggy's Monk 3M deck. It just didn't seem like a great call. You know, and his only spells there are Rage and Vines. Wallace, on the other side of it, very different outing against Lucas, where in game number 1, it felt like he had a phenomenal matchup with his RG AQ deck going up against No Buildings, Bait. It just felt like he should have had a pretty easy run, but Lucas played absolutely phenomenally. And then in game number 2, he had a very difficult matchup where Lucas had a fast cycle Tesla Archers deck with Piggies and Dark Prince that Wallace was going Hero Loon with, where he could just not break through.
Yeah, and I really liked how he played it. You know, again, the Loon's in the back. It's supposed to work. It just did not. So here we are, and Boss Bandit just having fun on the map. The Boss Bandit just dances all around the arena.
And decent damage in there from the GUI. Barrel goes out on the right-hand side. 21-10 to 2 untouched towers by Adriel, and it does feel like Graveyard has been one of the strongest decks on the day.
Yeah, really matching up well inside the tournament meta. One of the few decks that can consistently match up well against Boss Bandit as well. So that's always going to be something that these players are looking out for, where it's just one thing they don't have to worry about when Boss Bandit can be potentially used.
And the Dark Prince goes right to the Dark Goblin and soaks up the charge there from the Boss Bandit. So a very fortunate interaction there for Adriel, as he's able to clean up this double barrel push pretty easily. Takes a little bit of damage on the right-hand side, but I'm sure he's feeling good about it as he cycles that Evo Tesla early.
Yeah, nice little trickster barrel coming in from Wallace to just get that little bit of chip damage, and this time Adriel more than prepared for it. Evo Tesla going to pop up and take care of the take care of the Dark Goblin with the help of the Archers.
And now Dark Prince getting tanked for. Delivery comes in to clear it off the board, because you're not going to want to have to deal with that Hero Dark Prince ability either, as we see Adriel's doing a really great job of, once that Boss Bandit is on the board, allocating a lot of resources towards it. You saw this time it was cycling the Archers in the same lane. Last time it was the Tesla down early in the same lane. And right now he's got 4 Archers on the board, all on the left-hand side. Ironically, as I'm saying that, as the Boss Bandit dashes to the right-hand side. Oh, wow.
And right there, good use of the bar barrel. It's okay if it's not going to be on the legit goblins. You need to make sure that your left tower is protected enough. But Wallace, a great response and a great push right there. And all of a sudden, we've got ourselves pretty much an exact tie.
Yeah, and so Adriel just goes, okay, let me pre-cycle these Archers to the right-hand side. Let me get a Tesla down on the board, because right now that Boss Bandit has been creating and wreaking havoc. And he also goes, okay, let me just poison this Dart Goblin off of the board. He knows that when he's in triple elixir, he can get a little bit more aggressive. But the last thing that he wants to do is give up this game to the Boss Bandit Dart Goblin combos.
Wow. And just super interesting to use your ability. I do not understand it whatsoever. Dark Prince able to get to the tower, and all of a sudden, now Adriel is perfectly fine with swapping to the right lane if he needs to. I just has not made sense all day to me.
And Skelly is going to get even more damage on tower as Adriel opens up this lead a bit more. Now 2 Boss Bandits on the left-hand side of the board. Now the Evo Barrel comes in as well. And yeah, AC, there are some times when there's just like Skellies and a Tesla down with an Ice Spirit in hand where you're like, why use the ability? I mean, I know it's cheap, and I know you can kind of create some space with it, but like, it doesn't always make sense to be used. And I think you said it best today when you were saying it just seems like they are always thinking you should just use every one of those abilities every time your Boss Bandit's on the board. I don't know if that would have changed anything much for Wallace, but I definitely don't love all the uses of the ability. And now Wallace finds himself in a very similar boat that Ta was just in, going 0-3 into his elimination game. He has got to win out to stay alive. Adriel looking real good in game number 1.
Yeah. Down 0-1 already, using bait, using Boss Bandit. Honestly, using a lot of the really good cards. You still do have the Archer's Graveyard available. You do have RG, you do have Lava. But using the Boss Bandit, not running the strongest deck with it. I really like Boss Bandit with Lightning. I really like having... I think it's like a 2-piece situation where you have the Boss Bandit and you have one other thing really synergizing with it. When you're using it in bait, you're trying to get the damage with bait, and you're trying to have the Boss Bandit just clean everything up. And while both of those can happen, while both of those are strong, when you're playing up against another strong opponent, it just doesn't work out. There's that one thing missing, is that extra half second that your opponent will utilize that a random person wouldn't. And I just don't think it's that strong without Lightning.
Yeah, Boss Bandit, the biggest thing about it is like you'll find your opponent overspending and messing up their cycle to defend it, but when your only offense comes from basically a Goblin Barrel after that, it's just too easy to kind of make up that mistake, right? You even saw the point where there was 2 Boss Bandits on the board and the Evo Barrel flying through the air. I feel like that's as good as it gets. Right? You've got 2 Boss Bandits, you've got the ability, and you've got the Evo Barrel out, and maybe even the Evo Dart Goblin. I can't remember in that moment. That's about as strong as a push as you're going to put together. But if your biggest tower damage is coming from the Goblin Barrels, and that's what you're relying on, that can always be countered by your opponent right off the bat, then it does take away a bit of that advantage that the Boss Bandit gives you, which is just to punish, make you mess up your cycle, make you overspend defensively, and then all of a sudden a push comes in the opposite lane, or after you've overspent and you cannot deal with it. Whereas like that 2 for 3 elixir trade is always going to be available. So Wallace going to have to bounce back here. Wallace had a pretty good group stage. He takes first in his group. The only person he lost to was EGW, who we have seen this year in monthly finals already. He was able to beat Hypno. He was able to beat Rin. He was able to beat Katashian. So he had a good showing there. And then in terms of decks, his most popular deck by a mile was what we saw him lose to Lucas with, which was Hero Loon and Miner, Evo XC. He had all different versions. He had MK, he had Giant Skeleton, he had Giant Skeleton with Zappies. So that honestly makes a good amount of sense why Lucas went to that deck in game number 2. If I'm Wallace, I steer clear. We also saw him have some good success with Hog Rider. We saw Hog Rider Hog Rider Mighty Miner Lightning. We saw Hog Rider Monk Firecracker Earthquake. So that's another direction that he could go in. Also played some Mortar Bait well, played some Royal Hogs Dark Prince. So while all those decks that I mentioned at the end, he only played once, Hog and Hero Loon he played several times. So again, I would like him to steer clear of Loon in this game. And with Goblin Hut coming out, it looks like he's going to do that. The only time he played Goblin Hut was he played it twice. He played it once with Graveyard Demolisher, which is what it looks like we're going to see right now. The other time he played it, he did not have Demolisher, and he ran Royal Hogs. So looking like he could be going to Graveyard here against some form of this Wall Breaker, Hero Magic Archer, Goblin Barrel bait deck.
Yeah, Wallis should just have a pretty quick cycle. Adriel just cycling the wall breakers behind the King Tower, setting himself up, trying to get those Evo wall breakers in cycle. Yes, you're throwing away 2 elixir, but no, it really doesn't matter. It's fast enough. You've got plenty of defenses. The E-Spirit plus Fire Spirit on defense is truly a joy to watch. There's so many interactions that you can mess around with and have fun, and all of a sudden already chip damage like crazy, and the Evo wall breakers somehow already on the map.
Yeah, the double spirit has been more and more popular over the last maybe couple years at this point, but we've seen a lot of it in different decks on ladder and in CRL just in 2026. And yeah, like you said, the interactions that they can create, the elixir advantages and swings they can create are very fascinating. And you know, if you might be a player at home and you pick up this deck, you might have some varied success with it, but it is a great way for you to learn how to get some incredible micro interactions and always play through tough matchups.
Yeah, and beautiful timing right there. The Goblin Barrel on the right side was able to protect for the Fire Spirit at 1 health. So loved what I saw from Adriel. Fire Spirit plus Magic Archer plus Berserker. Clearly Adriel has been figuring out how to defend graveyards in between set 1 and set 2, because that was beautiful and exactly what he needed to do.
Magic Archer going to line up here. If the Knight doesn't come down, still should get a hero shot on tower, and it does. But a Graveyard coming in, that delivery going to get some great value at the bridge. As that barrel gets some good damage on the right-hand side. A lot of damage in on the right-hand side. Wallace just looking a little uncomfortable today, man.
Yeah, something just feels off with his gameplay. Not even
Maybe
sure.
just a slight tilt, right?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes it can be as small as this meta isn't really favorable for me, and maybe you can be coming off a couple favorable metas where you kind of lose your confidence that you didn't really expect to be losing anytime soon. There's so many different factors. Clash Royale is so quick, and it changes month to month what's in the meta, what isn't. You always have to be prepped. You always have to be ready. So far, you know, feels like we haven't seen that, but it's never over until it's over.
Yeah, he looks just a bit demoralized right now, man. As that barrel comes in, trying to defend the barrels with the Goblin Huts, because he's really only got the Snowball to help mitigate most of that damage, but now that Evil Snowball is basically never available on offense. E-Spirit plus Delivery plus Berserker does actually allow a decent amount of damage to come in, but with only 65 seconds remaining, I do not know how Wallace is going to turn this around.
Evo Archer's in the middle, going to be able to snipe away, but gets the tower down to 304 as Adriel, and trying to protect these Magic Archers. The right Magic Archer not getting the chip damage I expected to see. Snowball on defense, he's staying alive.
43 seconds remain, 304 to 1492. Wallace is narrowing the gap in this final minute. But is it too little, too late? Barrel going into the back there. Early cycled Skellies. Nothing there for the Goblins because he's trying to save the Snowball for offense. But you got to play defense first. Adriel takes this 2-2-0.
I don't know if you guys saw it. It was a hint of a smile coming in from Adriel. That was such a beautiful E-Spirit plus Magic Archer. Getting 2 shots from the Magic Archer when very few people would have been able to pull off that interaction. Doing it end game in that scenario, it shows the utmost confidence, and I love seeing that from our players. I love that end game. It's not just a set victory, but it's also just an overall victory on how you're feeling. He has to be feeling all the confidence in the world now.
Great plays there from our two competitors that have survived in the lower bracket so far, pulling off a quick 4-0. Our sub and Adriel. You go to game number 1, and that deck for Wallace just wasn't doing it. Not enough pressure. The Boss Bandit wasn't doing enough, and the Goblin Barrels were always easily cleaned up. The Tesla's doing a good job controlling the board there. And then game number 2, we see a bit of a change-up where we're seeing the Magic Archer Goblin Barrel Wall Breakers, a bit of a bait aspect coming out from Adriel instead, and Graveyard going to his opponent. But not able to close things out is Wallace, or at least able to stay alive. Just no way to deal with the bait. As we saw in game number 1 there, Adriel has the barrel, he has the skellies, he has the Ice Spirit, he has all these good ways to get on top of the Goblin Barrels. And then in game number 2, it was the exact opposite, where Wallace just could not deal with the barrels. Even at the very end, he was like, you know what? If I'm going to win, I have to win right now. This Evo Snowball has to go down on offense, but then there's nothing there for defense, and Adriel takes it.
Yeah, one thing to look at, which kind of blows my mind though, is Ice Spirit, E Spirit, Fire Spirit, Skellies all used in the first 2 decks from Adriel. That I don't know if it's confidence. I don't know if it's just how the meta is playing out, where that is just how decks are getting set up. But he wants as many decisions to be made. He wants to just win the game himself, not leave it up to chance whatsoever. I love all 4 of those being used in the first 2 games. I just love what I'm seeing from Adriel.
Yeah, when things are that cheap, it's really you relying on your micro interactions and really relying on the deck that you pick to outplay your opponent, not to have, your deck be a great matchup necessarily. It's about you being able to make the correct decisions. As you guys can see, there's our upper bracket still to get to today. Lower bracket, we are halfway through our lower bracket. 6 more matches coming your way. Next up is going to be Greco and Vitor, and then Riley and Niuzi, as Sub and Adriel have moved on. A very quick 4-0 for those 2 gentlemen. Then we'll close things out with Pedro Sandbox, Rin and Lucas X Gamer, Woo and Viper, and then Clown and Ruben. So as I said, 6 more matches to go. Next up is going to be Greco and Vitor, and Greco had a very interesting matchup against Woo. Okay, here we go. These are the Magic Archer placements from Adriel in that second game, AC.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just that. If we could do number of placements and then number of pressures, it would be number of placements at 10 and number of pressures at 50. Magic Archer is so strong at just forcing your opponent to play into you. And you see it cycle behind the King Tower every once in a while. He did a great job of cleaning up graveyards and not giving too much poison value, spreading everything out. But yeah, Magic Archer is just so fun. I could be looking at these heat maps all day with the timestamps to show why he's placing it there. I loved what I saw from Adriel in that game.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see the Magic Archer. It's going to get a nerf here coming up. The teleport distance is going to go from 5 tiles to 4 tiles, and then the ability range is going to go from 15.4 to 14.0. What's interesting, though, is the ability range going down. Does that mean that there'll be less King Tower activations happening? You know what I mean? Is that the ability that it's actually talking about? I think so. When you talk about 15 to 14 tiles, because that's the only thing that I can think is covering that many tiles, is that triple shot. So it's interesting. I wonder if you'll be seeing less connections to the towers in general because of it. Less Princess Tower connections, but also less King Tower activations. So it's kind of an interesting toss-up of like, is this strictly a nerf or is it a slight nerf? Maybe less so than you might think. Anyway, well, I guess we'll find out next month. Here we go. Greco going up against Vitor. Vitor had a bit of a heartbreaker there in that game. Was it? Was he in the? No, he wasn't in the. Was he in the 5 HP game? He was, right? No.
Was that him?
I know he had a devastating... Oh, it was the miner connection. It was the double miners coming in to protect the wall breaker that he had already logged at the end of the game against Viper. Yep. So definitely a heartbreaker there for Vitor, but Vitor is very experienced. He's been dealing with wins and losses for many, many years, so hopefully he can bounce back here against Greco.
So far, XE plus Skellies used from Greco. You got to assume Miner Loon. And a really nice minor placement, trying to set it up so that his Executioner can lock onto the Crown Tower. Not going to be the case until the very end. A nice little 180, no look, close your eyes, and Exy locks onto the tower, getting it down to 2450.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We've seen a similar matchup to this already. You have the Archers, you have the E-Spirit. Going to most likely have the Tesla here going up against the Loon. Could be a bit difficult for Grieco to break through.
Evo Exy already in play. Gonna knock out both of the Archers with the help of the tower. And should be able to clean this up real nicely right here. And he's gonna get aggressive. Interesting.
Loon goes in. Miner there to catch the Tesla. Lightning gonna come down as well defensively. So 24-02. Good damage already done here by Grieco.
So this might be the exact same matchup, or maybe one or two cards swapped around, but this was the match that we saw Lucas win, and it felt like just a hard counter the entire match. So have to assume that Vitor, if he can just catch up in a calm manner, doesn't overextend too much, should be fine. But obviously Grieco's one of the more talented players in the ecosystem, so everything's still up in the air.
Zap comes in to stop the charge, and then a nice King Tower activation there. That's going to help with these piggies throughout the day. Or throughout this game, I should say. Vitor goes right back on offense. Bomb Tower going to come out, but Evo Archer's behind to help clear up the Bomb Tower. But with the activation on the King Tower as well, it's going to make it difficult for Vitor to get some good damage in, so he's going to kind of rely on this layered offense where he's going to go Hogs to bait out the Bomb Tower, and then Dark Prince ability to try to get on top of tower, 2694 to 2255.
Good Dark Prince cycled in the very back. Loon not going to pop the ability, would have gone to the Tesla instead of the Archers. And now Vitor with a little bit of pressure could go in with the Lightning, and we do see it somehow, some way, clipping the left side of the tower with the Executioner, and now it is a game, 24-29 to 22-07.
Royal Piggies come in, and that E-Spirit has to come down to stop the Skelly, but maybe Grieco, a little distracted by trying to make something happen on offense, allows a good amount of damage to come in while playing defense on that left side. 21-33, 20-11. The cycle here from Vitor getting difficult to keep up with. Zap plus Bomb Tower. Ooh, that Exy so close. But not across the bridge yet.
1:15 left in the game. It feels like Vitor hasn't been pushing whatsoever. This Bomb Tower just so strong on defense against these Royal Hogs, and he can defend, but I mean, Grieco's just doing such a great job of applying pressure.
Yeah, it's interesting. It does feel like Vitor hasn't been able to break through much, but he's still so close in this game. Now we go Piggy split over the middle. Evo Archer's behind. That one pig will get through on the left-hand side, which is the side that Vitor wants damage in. Now takes the lead. 1886 to 1963. Dark Prince at the bridge to try to create some space. Now Grieco's going to be caught playing defense. I don't know about playing all this into the same lane, but the idea is... Oh, and the NATO comes in. That NATO is real helpful in this moment. Dark Prince ability, though, going to get on top of tower along with the piggies and the lightning, and Vitor puts it all together in the final moments. And this is what we were saying about Grieco before, is he kind of like lulls himself into a false sense of security.
Yeah, I mean, he thought that it was going to be an offensive pressure like no other. Instead, it was pretty easily defended from Vitor's side. I don't know what he should have done, but Grieco not able to do enough. Vitor, beautiful final minute of the game, and that's going to be game one going his way. Royal Hogs Lightning and Graveyard Poison. Those are the two strongest decks of the weekend so far.
Yeah, that's a good call. And honestly, you know, the matchup, Grieco made it look a little bit more even throughout most of that game. But then as the elixir got more plentiful, it did seem like what we thought we would see, which is just the Archers plus the Tesla are so difficult to break through. especially when you're having the Evo archers as much as out as much as Vitor is having them, and then you turn those Evo archers from defense into offense, and you start to split your pigs. Vitor just did a great job of going, look, I might take some damage early on. I know how I can defend with the archers plus my building, and then I need to continue to create space with my pigs so that I can get my Dark Prince ability in, and vice versa. And then we look here at the Teslas very specifically placed here on Vitor's side of the board. Only 2 of his Teslas placed in different spots. I think that's mirrored though, actually. I think weren't they on the right side most of the time?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, so it's kind of like mirrored there. So it was 6 off to the right-hand side, since that's where we saw most of Grieco's offense being spent, and then we saw 1 there at the end. Really, really nice stuff. Really nice play there from Vitor, who just did a good job of recognizing, look, I can take damage early on. I need to not get upset. I need to not get ahead of myself. And similarly with what we've been saying for a while is just... It's just like Grieco does not seem to be able to close his games out. Matchup is one part of the conversation, but we've seen it over and over again where he continues to be in a good spot for a couple minutes, and then in that final minute, it just kind of falls apart for him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's nerves or, it's only a 5-minute game, but stamina does come into play. You need to be able to make those decisions for 5 full minutes. You're used to only 3 minutes on ladder because one of these guys is going to get too aggressive, either yourself or your opponent. But comp play is completely different. You are going in pretty much expecting 3 games of 5 minutes a pop, and that extra 2 minutes every single time can really wear you down if you're not ready for it.
So Grieco trying to avoid the 3rd sweep here in the lower bracket. Going to try to turn things around. This is the deck I was talking about, AC. Other than the Inferno Tower from Vitor, this version of bait was really, really popular in the group stage. But this is the first time we're seeing the Mighty Miner bait on the CRL monthly finals stage, I believe.
Yeah, Mighty Miner always an interesting card. Can get a ton of value, and right there Berserker getting a ton of value, getting it down to 26.44, and the help with the Goblins getting it down to 24.04. So well done from Vitor, getting such a strong push.
I'm curious what the spell is going to be here for Grieco. See if he's got a good way to deal with that Inferno, as he does get a nice Magic Archer lineup. You would think it would be Lightning, right, with this type of deck?
Yeah, I was thinking Mega Knight Lightning, but now with the Berserker, things do change a little bit. But it
and
should
these
be
barrels
Lightning,
have to be getting less value when you have Log and when you have E-Spirit, but as you can see there, Log being used to clear out the Dark Goblin, and guess we'll just have to find out.
A lot of these hog decks, they're so strong against barrel because you have quick cycle. You have the Skellies plus Ice Spirit in 2.6 plus Log. You have Skellies plus Ice Spirit in one of the sets we had just seen. We haven't seen the Skellies. I mean, obviously you used it in game number 1, but his cycle is just a little slow, and that's why we've been seeing him struggle. But Grieco, you lose that ease of defending because you have the Lightning on offense right there. Gets the tower down to 1581.
Yeah, really nice Lightning plus Hog push there, but also a really nice barrel on the left-hand side as Vitor recognizes maybe a bit of an overspend on the right to deal with that double Mighty Miner plus Dark Goblin push. The Magic Archer comes in. Pretty nice lineup, and then a high Berserker, I believe. But that was just a great recognition by Vitor going, all right, I think he spent a little bit too much. And then he punishes.
Dark Goblin able to take out the first Magic Archer. Another Magic Archer already plopped down on the map. Log coming out in response to the Goblin Barrel. And wow, interesting push right there.
Yeah, the double Spirit plus the Evo Dark Goblin. Vitor thinking that he must have seen something that you and I did not. And now going to take some punishment for it as that Hog only gets 1 hit. But the Magic Archer lines up, and obviously not trying to give lightning value is Vitor. That's why we're seeing him defend a little bit differently now.
Hog not going to make it past the Inferno Tower pretty much ever. Greco still has not shown his final card. At this point, you would assume Mega Knight would have already been placed down on the map. I think there was more than a couple opportunities for that. Instead, just hiding it completely.
And there's the lightning coming in as the Hog Rider does break through again. I mean, and that is like paint by numbers there. If you're Vitor, you know that's coming in. But maybe opting to save a little bit of elixir or cycle defensively to try to get back on offense. And that Evo Tesla is going to put in some nice work here on the right-hand side. Barrel goes to the left, does get a couple stabs in. He has to push here. He doesn't have the put. He doesn't have the. I mean, the Inferno's coming out super late. No lightning comes down.
Wow. And again, he does not have the right answer. I don't know why he's struggling so much. And it is MK. Wow.
There's the MK. Now the double barrel push comes in. Log on the left-hand side. And you know he has lightning. There's the lightning. And Greco will take it to game number 3 for the first time in the lower bracket. That was weird, man. I feel like there was some weird plays going on there at the end of the game.
Yeah, I don't really know what I was watching. There were times where it didn't feel natural. It didn't feel like a real CRL match.
The double spirit push at the bridge with the Evo Dark Goblin was one of them, and then that led to a defense on the other side without using the Inferno. It was like an Ice Spirit plus Dark Goblin plus Berserker defense that allowed the Hog to get another hit. But then conversely, the Hog goes down the lane into an Inferno that looked like Vitor was going to push, because he played the high Fire Spirit, or the high, I think it was a High Spirit, to push the Hog towards the anti-lightning spot maybe. But then he doesn't play the Inferno. He just plays the Inferno down low next to his tower, but then the lightning didn't come out. Maybe because he was thinking that his Mighty Miner was pulling enough attention on the right-hand side. I don't know. I don't really know what was going on there. And then, like you said, it felt like there was numerous moments for the MK to come out a bit earlier in that game. But Greco held it to the end. But hey, he won, so I don't know. This is why I'm here, and they're there.
Yeah. It feels like both of these players, maybe a lot of it comes down to they're kind of predicting their opponent to do something, and then both of them are hamstrung in a way where they can't do what they want to do, and so the game just kind of gets funky, and you have to figure out the match as you're going on. That's the only thing I can come up with, though.
Yeah. No, I mean that makes a lot of sense. We do see that where it almost feels like they like lag out or something, but it's because of what you're talking about, where like they are prediction on prediction on prediction. We saw that. I think a great example of that was earlier with the double NATOs in that Viper game, where it was just like, why isn't he hitting the ability? Well, it's because he thinks Viper's going to NATO the Goblin Monster away from the tower. But then he doesn't NATO, and the ability doesn't go off because they're both sitting there waiting for the other one to do it. So it's really interesting when you look at that. I feel like that's a lot of what we saw at the end of the game with the Lightning plus Inferno Tower play. I just don't know if it was as necessary in this moment as opposed to what I was just talking about with the NATOs. It just felt like the Lightning would have just been the better call. It wouldn't have been so close at the end there. And I don't know, that I still don't quite understand what he was looking at with that double spirit Evo Dark Goblin push. It felt like the Dark Goblins were doing a great job being kind of far behind the Mighty Miners and creating pressure on the right-hand side. So I just don't know what he was trying to pull out of Greco in that moment, and he really didn't get anything out of it other than, you know, losing the Evo Dark Goblin and then maybe moving your cycle back around.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to be protecting your Dark Goblins. You know your opponent wants to run the log on top of the Goblin Barrel. I don't know. It felt like we weren't really seeing log on top of the Goblin Barrel all that often, so that could have switched around a few things. I don't know. It was fun to watch. That's what I do know.
Archers plus Snowball out early on. Looking like we could be going back to GUI. Vitor gonna run maybe the older version of like the minor wall breakers with spear goblins and Evo bats and bomb tower. One of my favorite decks in the game. Not quite as popular these days though.
Yeah, no ability to use the Fire Spirit, so Vitor's deck has to switch a few things around. But Minor Wall Breakers Poison, never a bad idea for Vitor. Always going to be Mr. Consistent as well as sub. So I always really like this deck choice from him in game number 3.
Yeah, it is really interesting how Demolisher has just kind of just popped up again. It was just kind of non-existent for a long time. And then the only time you ever saw it was with Drill. And today it's been no Drill, only GY. We saw Drill with Bomber, which also is a card that is basically only ever seen with Drill.
Right here, finally we get to see Golden Knight. I feel like I've been waiting forever for it. Good timing with the Wall Breakers, does not explode on top. And we're going to see a lot of chip damage. We see Grieco sit back because he never wants to see that. Evil Wall Breakers putting in the work.
Yeah, Evil Wall Breaker's just so punishing in single elixir when you overspend. It's one of those cards that you have to recognize early that there's nothing you can do, because the worst thing is to drop units on top of it that aren't going to stop it. They get a connection, and then you've kept yourself in that elixir hole. And that's exactly the look that we saw from Grieco, just going, ugh, they're going to connect. There's nothing I can do about it. I need to save my elixir and just take the damage. Goes for a GY, but Graveyard going to be pretty tough to break through here. When you talk about Spears plus Bats and Poison and Golden Knight and Log, those are all great responses. And honestly, even on top of that, you will sometimes see in desperate times Evil Wall Breakers being a pretty decent Graveyard counter as well. So this is just a phenomenal matchup here for Vitor.
Yeah, he has to be feeling so good right now. Bomb Tower going to be able to clean that up real nicely. And yes, the Dark Prince will make it to the tower, but it's just not enough. Right now, Vitor doing a great job maintaining that lead, maintaining board control overall. And I'm wondering how Grieco wants to set everything up. It feels like right now he's trying to set it up with the Dark Prince, and I don't mind that whatsoever. I think you have to figure out something. Maybe the addition of the Dark Prince plus its ability can change how the matchup gets flipped. So I like that he's trying this way.
Doesn't have a lot to deal with these Evil Wall Breakers, but luckily the Golden Knight goes down, then gets the Snowball and the Ice Spirit. 1488 to 1673. Grieco making a case for himself here. High bats, always going to be tough to deal with. We'll see if Grieco wants to adjust to that as the game goes on, especially the high Evo bats, because then if you're going to throw the Snowball out up high, you don't have anything to deal with the Spears down low, other than a Poison, but that's a lot of elixir spent.
Ooh, I think it got one shot on top of the tower, getting it down to 1280. And so all of a sudden, he's actually taking the lead for a split second. Vitor going to get it back, but that is crazy that we have it as close as it is right now.
Yeah, that was a really nice high Ice Spirit, just dropped right on top of all those Spears and the Golden Knight to stop the charge. Grieco taking it back, and the Rhinos on the tower. And that is it.
Oh,
that's going to do it. The Snowball, the Poison, doesn't matter. It's going to be enough. And as you can see, Vitor knows it is over. It started so well for Vitor and then slowly fell apart. Game number 2, it felt like Vitor still really had a shot. And then in game number 3, in the lead for most of the game. But it just, the wheels fell off, man. And, you know, the same thing that I said about Grieco could be said about Vitor lately, where it's just closing out these games. He's had a really, really tough time. And you hate to see that look on Vitor's face, but so well played there by Grieco.
Yeah, just small errors that should not be happening end of game are happening for him. It feels like one of those situations where you really never should be giving up chip damage to the splash radius of the Goblin Demolisher shot, and we're kind of seeing it right there. And I loved what Grieco did with his Graveyard, how he switched up the Graveyard placements. He started putting it a little bit higher and allowing the Poison to get a little bit more value for offensive poisons. It's just exactly what we've always say, where you switch up your attacks until you find something that works. and that's what we saw. He switched it up, found something that finally gave him a little bit of momentum, and he was able to ride that to a victory.
Man, it's just crazy. When you think about the ability to get on top of the bats, it's really just the poison, the snowball, and the archers. You've got the poison for the graveyard if everything else isn't working. You've got the bomb tower to kind of hold everything in place. Man, the Golden Knight plus Miner, like, synergy just wasn't there for Vitor. A lot of times you're trying to set up that Miner up high to try to make your opponent defend the Miner with the wall breakers, then all of a sudden the Golden Knight is connecting as well. Man, I mean, this deck is one of the stronger Miner poison decks out there that Vitor is running, and it felt like he had a pretty good matchup, but it isn't played a lot. If we're being honest, like, that deck is still not seen a lot, even though it is one of the better Miner poison decks in the game at the moment. But Miner poison in general just isn't as popular as it has been in the past. So Grieco able to turn things around. It looked like it was going to be a clean sweep once again all the way through the first 3 matches, but Grieco pulls off the reverse sweep and sends Vitor packing. So we have already said goodbye to Vitor, Wallace, and Ta. Now Riley fighting for his life, hoping he can stay alive going up against Niuzi. I will say, Riley and Niuzi, I feel like, had pretty different days so far. It felt like Riley going up against Clown, you know, they're going the distance. Same as Niuzi going up against Ruben, but it did feel like Ruben's set was a little bit more dominant, whereas Riley and Clown, I felt like, went back and forth quite a bit. And Riley had it was Riley that had the insane 5 HP game going up against those Magic Archers.
Yeah. Riley, just a little bit disappointed, a little bit confused as to why he ran the Evo Wizard in that final game. I don't think it's strong enough, and I think he got because of that. But really, that's my only complaint from him. I think he played excellent, kept himself in the games when it was really difficult, and I expect a pretty solid set from him now that we're here.
And Niuzi was able to pick up that 1-game win against Ruben with that, I mean, well-played bridge spam from Niuzi, but a lot of mistakes in placement in terms of dealing with the dashing cards like the Golden Knight and the Bandit in that game that Niuzi was able to pick up. But game number 1 with Mortar was really, really dominant. Game number 3 with Graveyard was also pretty strong.
Yeah, and right here, RG going left lane while the Monk goes on the right. Almost a second shot for the RG, but not quite. And solid defense from Niuzi. Still should force out potentially more. Not going to, and Berserker gets 1 swing on the tower.
Riley was able to pick up game number 2 against Clown, where he was playing that. That was the deck the game that he won by 5 HP, where he was playing Drill with the Hero Knight and the Bomber. Some good synergy going on there. Nice fast cycle at 2.6. So Riley's slowing things down just a little bit, while it looks like Niuzi is, you know, kind of changing things up in terms of not going quite bridge spam, more hog, obviously.
Pretty awesome timing with the hog right there. Get the Lumberjack to go to the Tesla instead of the hog. But pretty easy defense when you have Evo Gobcage in cycle. Not really anything you have to think about for Riley.
So the ability does come out to activate the King Tower there, but to also preserve the HP of the Magic Archer. But that means there's going to be just a little bit less elixir to deal with the Royal Giant as it gets a couple shots in. And that Phoenix stays alive thanks to its recent buff.
And right there, Monk going to be able to defend. Has the final push shot available to him, so easy defense on top of the hog. Not a ton going on right now. Good activated ability on the Monk for Riley.
Riley ran very similar decks to this with Royal Giant, but ironically, he went 0-5 with RG during the group stage, but still decides to bring it out here. And having, you know, a decent amount of success. He is in the lead by a very small amount.
Yeah, this MK hog deck is so strong, though, so I expect I expect this game to be very close as this game goes along. MK finally gets plopped down on the map, and that's going to be a dead push, going to be able to stop everything very easily.
Yeah, this is a bit of a scary counter push here, but we see him trying to put a plug in that right away is Riley with the high Monk. But the Monk doesn't actually get on top of the Magic Archer, so we see the Phoenix now going for it, and then the ability should come out. There it is. Yeah, Riley just spent so much time and attention on dealing with that one Magic Archer, but he does finally get it off the board, and he is in the lead, and he still has time to get this Monk ability out.
Gets the log on defense with the Berserker coming down as well. RG's not going to get a shot. Riley 500 HP lead as of now. No lightning coming down on offense, so one more reset. Niuzi just needs to figure something out. He needs to get that one push going.
Yeah, and I think the Fireball... I was like, what is going on? I think the Fireball value that he's giving on these Magic Archers is something that he needs to avoid. It's tough because we've seen him try to go up high in the middle, and then it gets sniped by the Phoenix, but being down low by that Princess Tower is just too easy for Riley to Fireball every single time. The Hog plus the Evo Cage also. That Evo Cage is just doing great work against the Hog.
Yeah, should probably get another MK down, but it's not going to be enough. The MK plus Berserker, RG still gets one shot. Probably a second as well. Great timing with the log, but it's not going to matter.
No reset.
606, no reset.
Really well played there by Riley. I mean, a deck that, like I said, he did not have good success with that deck in the group stage. He didn't run that exact version with the Monk. He ran one with... Well, he might have, because there's one that doesn't show what he ran exactly that he went 0-2 with. But that version with Goblins and Heal Spirit, 0-1, and then that version with Dark Prince and E-Spirit, 0-1 also. So nice to see him maybe go back to something that... Honestly, if I'm an analyst, I'm probably not putting him on Royal Giant Game 1 looking at how poorly it went for him in the group stage. But on the other side of it, when you look at what Riley's coach might have said, he's like, it's like that whole will they, won't they thing. They probably don't think we're going to go to it. Gets a great matchup there. He plays it well. Just because it didn't go well for him in the group stage doesn't mean he doesn't know how to play Royal Giant, which is... Yep. Relatively popular in the meta right now. It's not the strongest win condition out there, but it is definitely kind of getting... It's like as metas develop and change, it's like certain archetypes have to slowly make their way to the top, whereas like other ones right off the bat, people are playing them. And it seems like Royal Giant is kind of doing that here in June.
Yeah, I mean, RG, it just falls under the category of like consistently solid, kind of no matter what the time frame is, what the... you could be asking me that in 6 years and I would still be saying, yeah, it's still pretty good. Because you're really looking at the support troops. You're looking at the Monk to help out. You're looking at the Phoenix. You just wait until the support cards get buffed. You make sure that you figure the deck out all around it, and all of a sudden, it's back in the meta.
Yeah, and a lot of times we talk about like outplayability with decks. RG is kind of like the classic expensive outplayability. We've seen Sandbox do it, we've seen Ruben do it, and we've seen Mugi do it over the last several years where, you know, you're kind of feeling out your opponent, looking at how they want to defend, tracking their cycle, tracking their elixir, and then all of a sudden you'll get that perfect push to come in where you place your building is predicted by their spell or their barb barrel. Yep. Your first defensive unit that comes out is already pulled away by the fisherman, you know. So as you said, those support cards kind of change around it, and Riley really was just in a good spot. You know, we saw that high barb barrel at the end of the game. We saw the Phoenix constantly looking for the Magic Archer. Even when the Mega Knights were down on the board, I feel like Riley was still able to create a lot of pressure with the Monk. So really, really well played there, and Riley staying alive, looking good here. Back up against the wall, though, is Niuzi, who, again, had a great May, but that was last month.
Yeah, definitely been so impressed with Niuzi as a competitor. He's absolutely a welcome addition to the competitive scene. We are month in, month out, so awesome to see him back. And
yeah,
you know, it's certainly not over just yet. Even though it is Riley, you know, you are Niuzi, and he always is going to give himself an opportunity. So
far, a very interesting, relatively heavy drill deck from Niuzi, and this is one of the things I remember saying about him last month, is sometimes I think he gets, to use your terminology, Josh, just a little bit too cute. Just a little bit, like I think you even said it earlier today about him, is like, look, man, you've been here before, you've played well, you've eliminated great players, he eliminated Sub last month. You don't always need to go so far outside the box. You know, I could be saying something very different in 3.5 minutes. He might be looking like a genius. But right now, I'm just not loving what I'm seeing here. Last card, most likely going to be the NATO to pull all the things together and try to get that ever-coveted Golden Knight NATO combination.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because this deck is taking a lot from the meta deck that was around about a year and a half ago.
Yep.
Not exactly sure what the differences are in the deck, but obviously Hero Bowler is, you know, one of the new versions of it. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a little bit too risky, a little bit too much going on. But we'll see, you know.
Yeah.
Tornado's always pretty good against Hogs, so he's got that going for him.
In terms of single target DPS, Riley's got like moderate single target DPS. You know, the MK, the Magic Archer, they're okay. The Tesla, the Berserker are strong. But the pile up with the Bowler and the Golden Knight and the Giant Skeleton and the Evo Xe, that does definitely get very, very scary. So we shall see if Niuzi's able to put it all together in the perfect sequence. Should see an MK come down here, and there it is. But now we have the Drill, Xe, and Golden Knight on the other side. Golden Knight, no ability yet. A little surprised. I feel like he could have pulled the trigger on it. Now goes for it late.
Yeah, I thought he had the opportunity to pull the trigger 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Didn't want to do it on any of them. And that's perfectly fine. Tower at 8-4 and 1850. So 3 minutes into this game, we are almost dead even. Riley taking a slight advantage. Both of these players have pretty much figured out what the opponent is doing throughout this match.
Yeah, Riley's had some pretty nice Magic Archer connections. He created earlier with a 1 HP Magic Archer defending a bar barrel like we're seeing right there with an Ice Spirit, and it got a lineup. And, you know, when you see those kind of interactions happen, if you're Niuzi, unfortunately, you just have to eat that damage because you can't overspend more than you already have. And that's a big connection on the left side as Riley's looking at the Drill on the right.
Perfect timing coming in from Riley. There was an opportunity for that to just be 0.1 seconds too early, and all of a sudden the tower's down to 1,000 HP. So I love that Riley was able to stay alive and get that exact right timing.
Yeah, that's a good call because it felt like he was maybe getting a little distracted by the left-hand side, got that log out just a little bit early, but it was the exact perfect timing. Could not have been any earlier, or he would be in a lot of trouble. Berserker up front to deal with this Goblin Drill. 1678, 1312. Riley still in the lead. Magic Archers have been the name of the game for Riley. And you see him try to go for another one here, but Niuzi stops it with a high Executioner.
Just feels like Riley's waiting for the exact right moment to pop the ability. Never does, though. We need something. Ice Spirit going to come down, and no shots from the Goblins. Beautiful Ice Spirit timing. Wow.
Evo Xe crosses the bridge there. Evo MK comes down on top of it. Now Golden Knight plus Zappies on the left-hand side. Maybe a little bit early on the ability there. NATO pulls everything back. But that is going to do it. And Riley, while not getting what he wanted out of the first round, does a great job here in the lower bracket. Stays alive, and we'll be back tomorrow as we say goodbye to Niuzi in a very quick 2 up, 2 down for the Canadian.
Yeah, really well played from Riley overall. Has to feel incredible. Niuzi doing everything he could at the end. I like the NATO back, but when your opponent has log, the NATO back isn't the way to go. You need to win by having the Giant Skeleton cross the bridge with the Golden Knight, with the Bowler. You need all these things to happen together, and he just never was able to set it up. It feels like the Bowler is too slow. You're not getting that general push, that 15, 20 elixir push across the bridge, because the Bowler's trying to get the chip shots from shooting long distance. So the synergy, while it's supposed to be good, it does feel like it's missing a step. It feels like it's just a little bit slow.
Yeah, I think the deck in general is a little slow. It's slow moving. It's slow cycling. I think that the bowler, plus the Xe, plus the Golden Knight, they're kind of not. They're not doing the same thing, but kind of like the same idea is there for a lot of it. I think you just need the Golden Knight and the Xe, and then the bowler to be replaced with something else. Obviously, Hero Bowler a lot less popular after its nerf, which I think was a necessary nerf. It did feel like it was in that ability stage for just a little bit too long. Okay. But this deck is it's just really heavy, right? You got 2 5 elixir cards, a 6 elixir card. You've got 2 4 elixir cards in there. Excuse me, 3 4 elixir cards. It's just a little too slow. So there we go. Bottom of the bracket rounded out. 4 more matches coming your way. Pedro and Sandbox, Rin and Lucas, Wu and Viper, Clown and Ruben. As we are almost done with day 1. But remember, day 2 is still coming your way. Riley, Greco, Adriel, and Sub stay alive. Ta, Wallace, Vitor, and Niuzi all said goodbye to here in June. But obviously, they will be getting those leaderboard points that can help them get a bit farther and a better chance at getting to World Finals. And remember, you can also be involved on the action. You can win rewards, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. You can get in your predictions for tomorrow later on today. There we go. Shout out to our production team. 4 more matches coming your way. Same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel. Turn on the notifications so that you are alerted when we go live, which will be 7 a.m. Pacific time. And then you guys can figure it out from there. I just know because that is bright and early for me and Josh. And we got up early today to call these great matches. 4 more coming your way. Rich and Juicy will be here tomorrow, so I'm sure a lot of you guys will be excited about that. I'll be excited to watch them as well as we head back to the upper bracket. I think we're starting at the top of the bracket, but I don't always know. Sometimes we change it up a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that's where we're going to go, which would be Pedro and Sandbox. And there we go. Okay, still got it figured out. Okay. Pedro and Sandy both had great plays. Pedro and Sub, a really exciting best of 3 to start our day, just going back and forth, exactly what you want out of our former or current defending world number 2 and world number 3, both behind Mo Light, who got first place in 2025 at that DreamHack stage. And then we went to Sandbox, who has been a force in 2026. We saw him get second place in our April monthly final, and then came out strong today, AC, against Ta, going a quick 2 up, 2 down, our first sweep of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Sandbox is definitely, when he's on, he's on. It is a true joy to see. And when the meta is on for him, it's really on. When the RG, I mean, basically, if Control is meta, then Sandbox is finishing top 6 4 times in a year for the monthly finals. And right now it feels like Control, it's a lot of quick cycle Control, but at the end of the day, Control is really strong right now. And so Sandbox instantly becomes one of the favorites every single month.
And he's just done a great job of expanding his deck pool. You know, he was a guy that was known for going to RG a little bit too much. Today he went with Lava Hound in game 1. Then he went with Hog Monk, Lightning, Evo Furnace in game number 2. He played those both to perfection. Pedro on the other side of it, you still get a lot of what you expect out of Pedro. Fast cycle, minor decks. We saw that minor deck with Magic Archer and Wall Breakers in game 1 as he gets a nice connection here early on. And this could be interesting. He has 0 elixir in the tank to deal with this push. Tesla does come down, but now the Baby Dragon is on top of tower. And already, just as I was talking about how great Sandbox's deck picking has become and how vast his deck pool has become, he does a great start here opening with Golem.
Yeah, the Golem was really elite, and he was able to get the exact right push going. It is hard to get pushes going early on with Golem, and I think he did a great job.
So here we go. Trying to reset, stop the bleeding, and change lanes is Pedro. But that is already a very, very tough start when you talk about Golem getting damaged usually late in the game. To open it up like that, a little bit brutal.
Mm-hmm. And it's definitely going to be a major factor as to what the final cards in the deck are for Sandbox. You have to assume Lightning, the way everything is set up so far. Usually that just works the best with Ice Wiz because you need that pressure added on. But if he doesn't have Lightning, then he's still got a super a reasonable way of defending, and there you go. Lightning coming down from Sandbox. I love this deck from him.
You think it's NATO also because of the synergy with all the other cards? Or you think that he goes with just those 2 spells? I know it's tough to say, but I feel like NATO would be a nice card to have.
I think it's usually NATO with these kind of decks. And
there it is. NATO comes out, pulls everything back, makes sure that he can defend this graveyard easily. High poison there, but not going to do a lot against the Golden Knight and the Baby Dragon. And I was actually just going to say this is a great time to golem up, and you see Sandbox do that almost immediately after that great defense. He golems up right-hand side, wants to make sure he's not just going in the same lane. Obviously, he has the damage done on the right-hand side, but the ability to counter push and get poison value, all that is taken away now by going in the right-hand side.
And there we go. These archers by Pedro, it's so fun to watch because I always assume they're not going to get any value. And right there, forget everything else.
Wow.
The Golden Knight is on top of the tower and gets it down to 9-2 for a strong push just because of that updated Golden Knight. It is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, again, it used to be the center. Now it's the edges of the hitbox of the units or the tower. And that is absolutely huge. 90 seconds remain, and when you're in this position where your opponent is not ahead in Elixir and they're overspending to defend, then your golem decks become bridge spam decks. We've talked about this for years, and this is the perfect time. You see right there, Pedro has to play the Ice Spirit up high. Now the Tesla has to come out, ticking to 1, ticking to 2. Meanwhile, Sandbox is ticking to 10, and he can just sit back and I love it. I love what he does there. He just goes, all right, damage is done. I'm in control. We're in triple Elixir. Let me just get a Goblin Cage on the board.
Yeah, he can try and block at the bridge. Not going to be the case. Going to try and just NATO it over. That's okay to fully reset. You're up 1,000 HP. At the end of the day, once it hits the final minute, depending on where you're at, you know, the perfect play is no longer perfect. Sometimes you're okay with giving up that 400, that 600 HP just to make the safe play, and I like that he's doing that right now.
Yeah, and the Goblin Cage still pulls the Dark Prince in for a retarget, even though it's a late retarget. A little bit more damage than Sandy might want here, but with 20 seconds remaining, he should be able to get some decent pressure in, and he does have that lightning, as you know that Pedro has to get back on offense if he wants to win this game. So there's the lightning. High Tesla late, 560 to 1007.
Perfect.
And while Sandbox says it might look close on paper, I knew exactly what I was doing the whole time. Game number 1 in the books for the South Korean.
Beautiful job from Sandbox. Just constant pressure, not over defending, but not under defending. There's so many times where you think, all right, well, I've got the Baby Dragon down and the tower's locked onto this, but then the tower starts locking on to the troop that's crossing the bridge, and all of a sudden the Baby Dragon isn't enough. So there were so many opportunities for him to throw away that game, and that never happened. Just complete discipline, knew when he had to go in, and Sandbox walks away up 1-0 and an absolutely deserved 1-0.
Yeah, and again, his deck pool has just been all over the place. I love to see it. We've seen him play Lava and Golem today, which is just very, very rare on the CRL stage, especially in you know, over the last couple of years. We just haven't seen a lot of those really, really heavy beatdown style decks. You know, you were saying he likes control. He's also a great beatdown player. It just hasn't been really a great beatdown meta for quite some time. Really well played. Like you also said, you know, sometimes the best play isn't actually the best play when you have that big of a lead. So we did see him sacrifice a good amount of damage on that left-hand side to defend very lightly to make sure he could get a couple more golems up towards the end of the game, because he knew if he gets a golem up in that final minute and he doesn't have to worry about the graveyard actually taking the lead, then he's in a spot to just win the game. He's going to have the lightning ready to go. He's going to be able to create pressure with that Golden Knight. He's going to be able to put enough on the board to where Pedro cannot get back on a real offensive push, and that's exactly what we saw. So very, very well played there. Remember, both of these guys have a life to give, as this is still the upper bracket. You can see right there, Sandbox with 645 points, Pedro with 670 points. Although Pedro is one of the guys you want to stay alive in this tournament just because he already has the golden ticket, which means if you end up running into him in the grand finals, you are already guaranteed a shot to world finals. So it's kind of an interesting spot when you talk about how good someone is, but if they've already got the golden ticket, that means there's one less person to worry about in the fray.
Yeah, everybody wants Pedro to win unless you are the guy going against Pedro. And so Sandbox definitely wants to keep this momentum going 2-0. Pedro's easily one of those few players where when they get game number 2, he now has the momentum. It's not, oh, you still have to do a reverse sweep. That's going to be so difficult. For Pedro, once he heats up, he's hot. So you definitely want to make sure you're still prepped, ready to go. Do you still have more beatdown? Are you going to kind of follow what everybody else is doing? I wouldn't mind seeing him do that. I really wouldn't mind seeing him go to Archers, Royal Hogs, Lightning. I've always thought that Sandbox is one of those really solid players with Lightning because he's so patient and knows exactly when he can go in. Although now that I'm thinking about it, he already used Lightning game number 1. So probably Royal Hogs, not Lightning, is what I'd like to see.
There you go. Great call, AC. I was just going to say, I think that Sandbox is probably going to lean on Royal Hogs. He played a lot of Royal Hogs last weekend with a high win rate. He only lost 2 games with Royal Hogs, picked up 5. But as you also said, no Lightning in hand. So we're going to have to change up the version that he's playing just a little bit, as he only ran it with Lightning.
So 1 away from Royal Hogs once again.
Oof. That's a really nice zap.
Yeah. Great job of getting the Skeleton Dragons off the field. And Monk sort of gets wasted, but at the end, you're still getting a little bit of chip damage from it. And Archer's at the bridge. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's going to pull out some sort of response that's going to maybe throw your opponent's cycle off by just a hair. And ends up having to use his building. Fireball on top of the Mother Witch and Golden Knight right off the bat. Stop those piggies in their tracks. And I imagine Pedro might just set up with a push in the back here. And there we go.
Pretty crazy deck that we're seeing from Pedro.
Yeah, very unlike him.
Yeah. Pretty interesting, really nice ability usage from both of these players. I really liked how both of those players approached that.
And Hog goes out in the other direction as the Mega Knight jumps on the right-hand side. Bowler going to get cleared up. No, Archers get zapped off the board with the Boulder coming in, and the Bowler actually takes the lead on the right-hand side here for Pedro. Nice plays by him, just kind of turning nothing into something.
So forces out a dash and arrows, and you're still going to get 300 or 400 HP worth of damage. Sandbox recognizing MK not in cycle, or at least he didn't have the MK or have enough elixir for the MK, and going all in with the Royal Hogs. Really like that play from him.
It's fascinating when you look at the decks that Pedro ran in the group stage. He didn't run anything even close to this deck. He ran, the closest deck he had was a Royal Hogs MK Golden Knight deck that also had Mother Witch, but it had Skeleton Dragons and Bandit and Earthquake. So Pedro just really pulling from the well here.
Yeah, I love the creativity. I don't know if I actually love the deck, though.
Yeah.
Still going to have to figure it out. This clearly looks like a double and triple elixir deck, so that's going to be something to keep an eye out for. But he's just going to struggle so much. Even with the Golden Knight plus the MK plus the Bowler, these Royal Hogs are just getting to the tower.
So we'll see here if Pedro wants to go Hog behind or Hog opposite. He does go Hog behind here, as the Mega Knight is doing some good tankage. Hog gets 3 hits. Wow. That is a huge 3 hits there for Pedro. Sandbox defense just falling apart. Still in it. Only down by around 70-ish HP. And now a little bit more with those arrows coming in.
So going opposite lane is Sandbox. And Pedro's going to MK. That had to be a timing issue. MK gets plopped down on the map. I'm shocked to see him place it that low. Maybe it was on purpose.
So high Spirit Empress here. Spirit Empress not as big as a factor as we might have thought it would have been, as she's pretty difficult for Sandbox to deal with, but Pedro hasn't really needed her that much so far. And here we go. Monk to defend the Golden Knight. Hog in behind. Goblin Hut does come down. 43 seconds remain. Sandbox down by about 150-ish HP. A little bit less.
Does pop the ability, but this bowler plus
Wow.
Mega Knight plus Golden Knight, you are not going to be able to get anything past it. There is no shot whatsoever. Did it just
Was that
reflect
the-
on its own?
I think it did. I think the reflect from the Monk on the bowler just got on top of the tower, bringing it down below 8 or close to 700 HP, which actually gives Sandbox the lead. Does he have enough to stop this Hog? He does. He does.
Wow.
Sandbox knows he's got it. Fireball comes in, and he pulls off the 2-0 sweep over Pedro.
Wow.
The Monk reflection, man. Absolutely crazy.
I mean, how big is the radius of these shots? I mean, I thought it was going to be far enough away. I thought it was a brilliant play from Pedro to set everything up like that. Honestly, the ability itself, though, couldn't have been that strong. I felt like maybe it was a missed opportunity to just leave it alone, place the bowler a little bit higher into the middle. I don't know. You should never really be placing it right in front of the map at the end of your game.
You mean in front of the tower?
In front of the tower at the end of the game. You just cannot afford to lose in such heartbreaking fashion.
Man, done dirty by his own bowler is Pedro, and that deck, we were kind of a little up and down on it. I mean, other than that one reflection, it actually probably ends up winning that game against a deck that is much more on the meta. But Pedro ends up dropping that set 0-2, and Sandbox all over the place with his decks. He goes Monk Royal Hogs there, he goes Golem, he goes Monk Hog, Evo Furnace, and he goes Lava Hound on the day. Sandbox has played 4 games, and he has won all of them against exceptional opponents in Ta and now in Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, imagine ending your day going 2-0 Ta, 2-0 Pedro. He has to be feeling so confident. He already has the second place from the beginning of the year. He doesn't have Muhammad Light to worry about. Potentially, it's either Rin or Lucas X Gamer, and as good as both of these players are, as good as Lucas is, you have to be feeling confident if you're Sandbox to be going against that. It could have been Mo. It could have been, he just beat Pedro, but it could be the Pedros of the world. And so he's got himself a run. He's got himself an opportunity to get to the World Finals.
And now we have a matchup between 2 of our former world number 2s. Pedro more recently than Riley, but both of them incredible players in their own right, obviously. And you see a lower bracket, again, just filled with world finalists there. All the remaining players and all the players in the lower bracket have all been to world finals. So excited to see how that shakes out tomorrow. But we are sticking to the upper bracket as we go to the next game here between Rin and Lucas. And a quick look at our points. Are these updated on the day? I think they must be. Let me see really quick. Yeah.
Yes.
This is the updated. Great job from our production team. Love to see that. Incredible to look at as the day is going on. So Ta doing a great job up in that spot along with Vitor. While Vitor didn't have exactly what he wanted on the day, still has a ton of points to look at there. Sandbox climbing, Niuzi, who has been eliminated in that 6th place spot. Riley's still alive. Adriel's still alive. So, as you can see, this is a very, Clown, Viper, Sub. This is a great leaderboard update for us to look at. And then you see Ruben there in 16th spot, but still in a good place as well. Pretty crazy when you look at how this day has gone. Remember, our eliminated players are Niuzi, Vitor, Wallace, and Ta. But as you can see in terms of where they're at in leaderboard points, they are really making a great case for themselves to get to World Finals. We are taking 8 players from the leaderboard to World Finals.
Yeah, and I love that. I love the fact that consistency is getting rewarded.
Yeah.
It's so difficult, especially nowadays, where the margins are so slim between the talent of 2 different players. You'll have a completely new up-and-coming player, but they've had the opportunity to learn from the Muhammad Lights and the Pedros for the last 4 or 5 years. And so they get to just automatically start off at such a strong level. Consistency getting rewarded is always going to be my favorite thing to see in Clash.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I love the idea of bringing more people in for the leaderboard. I like the idea of the golden ticket winners to get better positioning and better seeding at World Finals. But I do like that it's just not only reliant on golden tickets because of exactly what you're saying. It is so hard to win a monthly final, but it is not. I mean, it is still, but it's also incredibly hard to be consistent. But it's nice that it's not the only way now. So here you go, Rin, at the bottom of your screen. Looks like he's getting to golden hour in his part of the world. Whereas for us, we're just starting our day. Lucas back in bed. We saw him sit up just a little bit as he was able to win that first set pretty dominantly.
Yeah, not super surprised to be seeing Lucas play this deck. One of the OG best bait players to play the game. He's just so confident with all the decision-making that comes alongside it. And the Boss Bandit, obviously, we've been talking about it all day, one of the strongest cards to be using. And then Rin on the other side, just abusing Royal Hogs, probably abusing Lightning with that. I like both of these deck choices from both these players.
Yeah, absolutely. Boss Bandit going to do a good job, obviously, against the Mighty Miner and its charge up. So that's one good thing to look for Lucas. Another good thing is that he has the bomb tower to deal with these piggies. And this is a moment where we're going to see if Rin can kind of stick to it. It's going to be a frustrating matchup, but he's just got to play it well. We see the Tesla cycled early on the left-hand side. E-Spirit to deal with the fake goblins on the right-hand side. And exactly what we're talking about coming through right here with that Boss Bandit ability doing good work. And then, again, baiting out a ton of elixir from your opponent.
Yeah, perfect timing right there to force out the Tesla in response. Bar Barrel going to come down just in time. I like the tricky barrel. Not trying to get crazy with it, but trying to get that little bit of chip that you just kind of steal away from your opponent. So I really enjoyed that from Lucas. But Rin, quick and defends it well.
Another barrel back in already. Goes to the back here again, trying to be a little bit tricky. Maybe pull the ground units behind the tower so the Boss Bandit can connect up high. So Lucas just really keeping his opponent on his toes throughout this game, as there is about 100 seconds remaining in overtime.
Yeah, Rin has not been able to even touch the tower whatsoever. Lucas just defending so well. And these, I mean, three 1 elixir cards. He's cycling as fast as he humanly can, trying to make it so that Rin has to be looking at so many different parts of the board. This is such a cool deck from Lucas.
Yeah, and he does get the tricky barrel in there on the left-hand side, going to the outside of the tower. One goblin stays alive, gets some good damage in. Just as you said, Rin didn't get any damage in. He is getting some lightning value. He's getting some lightning damage. So we'll see if Lucas starts playing that dark goblin in a different spot, because the idea of baiting out the elixir means that you need to turn around and punish for Lucas, and he hasn't been able to punish maybe quite as much as he would have liked to.
Right there, good recognition. Bar Barrel going to the outside instead of a normal placement. Dark Goblin Evo in cycle like always. And Lucas just trying to get a little bit of pressure as much as he dominated the first 4 minutes. It's a 5-minute game, and triple elixir is where Rin's deck is going to excel.
There you go. Tricky Barrel caught this time, 23-71 to 22-31 on the left-hand side. Rin has the advantage right now with the lightning. Can Lucas create enough space in 20 seconds with the pushes coming in? He goes barrel to the left-hand side. Bar Barrel there to catch it. And now he has to break through. That lightning should be coming down, trying to bait the elixir out of his opponent. He recognizes it's on the inside, does Rin. And now he has enough time for the lightning. As you said, AC. Wait, the Dark Goblin connected on the right-hand side!
Oh my goodness, I didn't even see it!
The Dark Goblin connects just in time! Lucas pulling enough attention to the left-hand side. You see the smile on his face. The Dark Goblin completely uncontested on the right. The Tesla does not grab its attention, and Rin, looking at the time, looking at the elixir, trying to get the lightning down, just completely ignores the Dark Goblin, and Lucas steals it by 100 HP. Crazy.
I mean, it's just insane. The Dark Goblin is the single most common troop to steal games, I think, for like the past 3 years of Clash Royale. There are so many opportunities where it's just, all right, the game's over, you know, congratulations. And then we see the Dark Goblin just sneak its way on through and steal the game overall. I mean, crazy back and forth, and both players, it felt like it was quadruple elixir in that final minute, the way it was getting played out.
Yeah, I mean, you were calling it perfectly in the sense that this is a 5-minute game. Lucas is in charge for 4 of it. Now you make up all that ground in the final minute. The Tesla, the high Tesla, it's not high enough, and it's 1 tile to the left, so it doesn't see the Dark Goblin, and the Dark Goblin just connects. Absolutely incredible by Lucas to keep up the it felt like he was dead in the water. It honestly felt... The great thing about Lucas is he never gave up on the dual lane pressure. He continued to barrel pressure the left-hand side to maybe... I mean, I don't know if it's a mind game or if he's just trying to make anything happen, but it's almost like a mind game of making Rin think he has given up on the right-hand tower. Okay, there's only 20 seconds left. I'm not going to do anything on the right-hand side. I'm going to go for that left-hand tower with as many barrels as I can, and then the Dark Goblin just squeezes on through. He knew the lightning was going to come down. He knew Rin was going to be a little distracted. Excellent plays there from Lucas, who is, I believe, now 3-0 on the day as he goes 2-0 against Wallace and now picks up game number 1 against Rin. Man.
Yeah, Lucas has just been playing out of his mind. It's such a nice welcome back to CRL for him right there. I mean, he's just dominating and doing it with just solid decks overall, ones that are going to translate to day 2 as well. It's not just completely hidden decks or decks where you're figuring out the meta. You can feel confident about having that in your arsenal for later on. So I don't know, man. This is cool, and it does feel like a Lucas thing to just randomly pop up and get a monthly final victory.
Yeah. I mean, it's great too because I feel like he's playing his game, as you were saying. Like, I feel like he's playing decks that really suit his play style. We saw that in his first match with Wallace. He starts off with, you know, bait with Princess and barrel and wall breakers, and then he goes into game number 2 and he goes right down the middle with what we're talking about with Royal Hogs, Dark Prince, Archers, Lightning, Tesla. You know, one of the strongest cards in the game. He gets decks in the game. He gets one of the best matches that you could possibly hope for, matchups, and then you go here into this next set against Jin, and he just starts things off, or Rin, and he starts things off just going, all right, I'm going to go right back to what I did, just a little bit of a change on it, a little bit different flavor. I'm going to bring out the Boss Bandit because it's been so strong. You know, we were talking about the Boss Bandit plus the Goblin Barrel maybe not being effective enough, but as you were talking about, you throw in 3 1 elixir cards with the log in there and the Dark Goblin, you're just able to get back around so fast. You can get back around in 5 elixir, which is absolutely crazy that all you have to do is spend 5 elixir to get another barrel out or another Boss Bandit on the board. So very well played there by Lucas. Let's see what happens here in game number 2.
Yeah, when you have so many cheap elixir cards, it feels more like a hog rider. Like, yes, you might have a cannon cycle and so you can stop the first hog, but you're not going to be able to stop the second. And that's kind of what we saw in game number 1. You can get the first Goblin Barrel, but there's another one coming right away and you have to watch out for that. Just a very cool cool way to set up that deck.
So wondering if Lucas is going to take a page here out of Sandbox's book, or if he's going to change things up and go a little bit different. Okay, and that still gets a connection. Absolutely crazy there. Goes to defend up high with the Fish Boy. Zappies still bring him to the tower. Now he has very little elixir in the tank, AC, to deal with this. If I'm him, I hit that Dark Prince ability. No, never mind. Monk comes down just in time. But you see, Lucas ticking to 10, and there's the Golem, as Rin is ticking to 3 with this Monk crossing the board and the Zappy, both of which are going to be completely ignored.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely perfect for Lucas right here. The only thing that's going wrong is the Baby Dragon going in front, but having the Golem up this early, where even if the Golem doesn't work out, you're not too worried. You're just kind of waiting for double and triple elixir anyways, so you're just kind of slowing everything down where it's a 45-second reset for both players, and that 40 seconds is valuable to get wasted.
crazy to see Golem back in the meta. I don't think we've seen it lose yet today. I think it was Pedro that won with it, and Sandbox that's won with it. Now we're seeing Lucas off to a pretty good start with it.
Yeah, definitely not locked up, but definitely a great start so far. And RG at the bridge. This is an interesting deck from Rin. Going Monk, RG, Tombstone, where Lucas...
Zappies.
I mean, yeah, Lucas can't take care of the Zappies or the Tombstone, but he will have an answer for the Fishman, so I don't know. A lot going on with this.
Baby Dragon does not get on top of tower, but is able to slow down the Evo RG just for a second. Maybe a NATO to pull this back. No, just going to eat the damage, as that's another thing you have to do with beatdown decks so that you can get another of your beatdown card down, whether it's Lava or as we see Lucas goleming up in the back on the left-hand side. So AC, you talked about it. Can he deal with the Tombstone? Can he deal with the Zappies? We're about to find out. Definitely going to be a little bit difficult. You think the NATO can maybe help with the Zappies, but spending a Lightning on the Tombstone plus the Fishboy also not a bad idea. That should get on... No, it doesn't get on tower. Wow. I thought that the lowest card was close enough, but Golden Knight goes the other direction and honestly ends up being a pretty nice cleanup here for Rin.
Yeah, definitely a solid cleanup right there, especially because the Brawler is going to go to the Skellies instead of the Archers, so it's another thing getting cleaned up. Lucas no longer dominating. He was in a gray spot, and now it's anybody's game. I can't, and the cage is just a tile too low, so it's just another simple mistake, and Rin all of a sudden takes a commanding lead on both towers.
And Lucas trying to break through with the Rhino, but the Zappies are there to at least slow it down as it gets just a little bit of a touch on the tower, down to 20. 52. 1897, his lowest tower, though, and now he's got to golem up again. And Rin doing the exact right thing, which is going opposite lane with the RG. Doesn't want to allow his opponent to get a big golem push with a counter push in the same lane. Good fireball to create some space.
Wow. Yeah, perfect fireball. Because he was able to create that space, he was able to get that extra shot. Now we're going to see a brilliant NATO into the range of everything. Lightning should come down to take out the Fishman. It does. And that's now a golem on top of the tower. And these golemites are going to be damaging to this tower.
Yeah, the golem death damage is in as well. 1301. Here comes the RG push on that other side. Nice bar barrel to pull the Monk around so the RG is not protected. That's a really good play there by Lucas. Fireball does come in. No damage in, and Lucas takes a good, fast, and well-played 2-0 victory. 4-0 on the day. And my goodness, did he stick that one out. He does it in game number 1, going to his playstyle, fast cycle, bait, great outplays there, somehow squeezes a Dark Goblin in the final seconds. Game number 2, he slows everything down, gets a good advantage early on, then sits back. Rin seems like he's coming back into it, and then great plays at the end to play great defense against that Royal Giant. Monk push on the right-hand side, and the Golem breaking on through.
Yeah, I thought it was a really clever fireball from Rin to be able to get the RG, that extra shot on the tower, and get that damage. I loved what he was trying to do with the Monks, but the fact is, you can NATO the Monk into the middle of everything, even when it's activated. And because of that interaction, it is so easy for the Golden Knight to just get insane amounts of value. I mean, it's hitting 3 Zappies, a Monk, a Tombstone. And then not only that, not only is it hitting all those, but it's also protecting the Golem. The Fisherman locks onto the Golden Knight for a couple seconds. It gives you the time to get 6 Elixir, get the Lightning, and so he was able to protect his Golem, get the Golemites on top of the tower, and it was game over just like that.
Yeah, it's crazy because we were talking about, the Tombstone and the Zappies and how difficult it was going to be for Lucas to deal with them, and it was slightly difficult, but as the game went on, the Golden Knight NATO dash value was just exponential. It was through the roof. Every time it was hitting like 8 units for Lucas there, so great stuff.
It was getting the maximum amount every time.
Yeah. Yeah, and Lucas, the only married man to ever go 4-0 in a monthly final. Can't wait to hear him talk about that for the next 5 years, but he is 4-0 after starting off against Wallace and now going to Rin. So we're going to get an incredible matchup tomorrow, Sandbox and Lucas in that upper bracket. We still have 2 more matches between Wu and Viper, Clown and Ruben. As you can see, the lower bracket starting to flush out. Riley and Pedro, and then Grieco and Rin will be facing off against each other, as of course Adriel and Sub are waiting to see who is going to be their opponents. As we now, like I said, go back to the upper bracket, and we will go into Wu and Viper. Again, Wu, massive fan base. I wasn't expecting it. I, didn't know who he was coming into this monthly final, but a lot of fans out there in the world. He got second place in his group. He was able to beat Vitor. He lost to Droy and Mugi in his group. Viper, as we saw earlier today, had a really exciting set against Vitor. Was able to go 2-1 over Vitor, as we saw Wu go 2-1 over Grieco. So Wu looking like he could be going to the skies. Viper coming out with a hog early on. Not going to be... Oh, man. Maybe we've got at least a couple pieces of it. Just seeing Viper play hog and Exy is some exciting stuff. You imagine there'll probably be a NATO in there as well.
Okay, I can make it the rest of the show. If I've got a chance to watch Hog Exy NATO from Viper, forget the bathroom, forget anything else. We're sitting down, we're watching this.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's doing it. It looks like he's doing it. He's got the Valk out. He's got the Exy. He's got the Gobbies. I don't know if this is the first time we've seen him actually run Hog Exy NATO in CRL, but it's definitely, if it has happened before, it's been like very, very few. I am very excited to see this.
It was 2 years, 4 months, 12 days ago the last time.
Got it tattooed on your arm, the date.
Yep.
Counting down every single day.
Tattoo. Yeah.
So already up in damage is the Hog Exy NATO God, Viper. There's very few people that have a deck that is so singular to them. There's a lot of people that can run Expo. There's a lot of people that have done it with 2.6 and bait. But when you talk about the Pompeo deck and you talk about Hog Exy NATO, you really, I mean, Pompeo is in the name, but there's really no one else that runs Hog Exy NATO like Viper.
Yeah, I mean, you can just call it Viper too. Like,
yeah,
it's
the Viper
not
deck.
even necessarily Hog Exy NATO. That's how strong he is. That's how talented, how disciplined he is with everything. He knows all the interactions. I would not have rocketed that push that we just saw, that recent push. He knew to do that immediately. And again, we're seeing it now. The rocket gets played a lot by Viper.
Yeah, it does, and that's why he's one of the best players with it, because everyone else is way too cautious with how they play their rockets, because it is obviously so expensive. So here we go. Evo Valkyrie out early. Goblins there to help. Perfect defense here. And now the second RG comes in. Maybe a NATO to couple with this, as the Exy is still alive. Perfectly defended, perfectly stopped, and you even see Wu there go with a little tilt of the head, being like, man, I thought I'd at least get one shot from one of those RGs. Absolutely perfect here from Viper, running his comfort and now getting a little bit of rocket value on top of that bowler. Glad to take it.
Yeah, easy decision for him right there. He doesn't actually care all that much about the bowler. Even though it's one of those few cards that can snipe across the bridge, he still has to worry about it a little bit. But Ice Spirit defends very easily. Wasted all 3 shots on an Ice Spirit that still got value. Just brilliant coming in from Viper.
Split Gobbies high Valk here to distract. And then good cleanup on the left-hand side. Does end up taking a shot, but Viper's not worried about it with 90 seconds remaining. The cage is out now, so you think maybe a Hog might come in. But Viper also has the ability to just defend and rocket out, which actually is probably the smarter way for him to go at this point. And there it is, rocket value once again on the weaker tower. I really don't think Wu wants to give that away, but we'll see if he's just trying to bait the elixir out. 1 minute remains. NATO back, nothing to support. Ice Spirit in, plus the Goblins. Viper looking comfortable as ever.
I mean, this is just so simple for him. Everything is so easy. Okay, you spent this. Well, I know I get to do this. Oh, you've got this coming down the lane.
Oh.
Well, this is the exact right NATO placement.
The Xe does walk to the opposite lane, which could be seen as a slight misplay, but doesn't seem like it's gonna matter. Second bowler down. Xe to catch on the left-hand side. That is going to be easy cleanup. Now a rocket at the bridge with the Evo Valk to pull everything together. So he still has the NATO for the opposite lane. If he needs it, AC.
Yep, and we're going to be seeing that shortly, I would assume. 2167. A little bit of chip damage coming in from the Phoenix, but it's not going to matter.
Wow.
Thank you, Viper. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, you love to see it, man. You love to see someone play their comfort deck, just be so firmly in control for so long. Yes, you're playing at the highest level, so your opponent's going to get a shot here, going to get a shot there, going to get a little bit of damage here and there. But in terms of where that game was and if it was ever in danger of being lost, the chat saw it, you and I saw it. That was just absolutely beautiful from Viper.
I mean, I'm just so thankful to live in a timeline where I get to watch Viper play his deck. I mean, even just from the very beginning, from the first 30 seconds on, it was just, all right, Hog gets 3 or 4 shots. Oh my goodness, I get to sit back for the rest of the game. I get to just watch everything. You know, most people are worried about all the reductions in spells to the towers. He's so good with his deck where it doesn't actually matter. He knew that he had such an advantage that it would never be a problem. He gets to sit back, rock it whenever he needs to. And, I mean, you were talking about it. Oh, you go Evo Valk on this side because you NATO these RGs, and then you have the actual NATO for the left side. He was just 6 steps ahead.
Yeah.
We're looking for 2 or 3. He's 6 to 10.
Yeah, you know, and a lot of times you'll see like the Evo Valk being played after the RG crosses the bridge because you can pull it backwards, and obviously it's a longer walk time. Viper just goes Evo Xe at the bridge, or excuse me, Evo Valkyrie at the bridge, pulls the RG to his side, but still keeps it out of tower range, then throws in the Goblins. Then, like you're saying, if necessary, you know, we saw the Evo Valk be the NATO to rocket everything off the board on the one side, and then the NATO is available on the other side to deal with the Xe plus to help the Xe deal with whatever's coming across with the RG. I mean, it's just absolutely perfect. It's absolutely perfect stuff. And Wu was doing everything he could. He was using the Hero Bowler ability. He was trying to create pressure with the Hero Bowler or other units plus the Skeleton Dragons. He had 2 RGs out on the board. He literally was doing everything possible and could not break through. Beautiful stuff there.
Yeah, really unfortunate matchup. Just anything against Viper deck is always going to be tough. And here we are, get number 2.
Game number 2. Viper with E-Spirit, Barrel, and Tesla going up against Evo Goblin Drill. And if you're Wu, you just need to kind of reset after that game number 1. It's got to be frustrating, got to be demoralizing, but you have to recognize you're running into the guy running the deck that he has played more than probably everyone that has played the deck combined. So just reset, see what you can do in game 2. But I got to say, if I'm playing Drill and I see Dark Prince and Barrel and Skellies and E-Spirit, not going to be super stoked about it. So not a lot has happened so far in our first minute and 20. A little bit of damage done in both directions. Viper looking incredibly calm. Wu looking just a little bit more, I don't want to say nervous, but probably has those nerves as a newcomer to the monthly finals. Evo drill to the back. Does miss one of the goblins. A bit frustrating there if you're Viper. But the Dark Prince going to come out and stop all that damage. Pretty much neck and neck now, 2790 to 2756, both on the left-hand side.
And Lightning Cycle already starting with Viper. Definitely one of the smarter players in terms of usage of spells in order to get damage. I think that's, if there's like one thing you really want to be learning from Viper's gameplay, it'll be how he utilizes his spells compared to everybody else.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he just kind of looks at the situation he's in. He knows how he can get punished, and he knows when he can kind of spend down to 0 or close to 0, not get hurt by it, and then to get that early chip damage in, because it immediately starts making your opponent think about, well, should I switch lanes, or how am I going to defend now, or now I need to avoid giving lightning value here, and it just really throws off the rhythm of their game by starting to spell cycle that early. But a missed bar barrel on the left-hand side shuts me up really quickly as Wu takes the nice lead there, 2018 to 2491. Bit of a mistake.
Yeah, and those mistakes are so costly when, I mean, we've seen it all throughout today. This is probably the closest monthly finals I can even remember. So many of these games are 5 HP and 130 HP, and Dark Goblin getting at the very end. So losing 500 HP worth of damage because of a missed bar barrel is just detrimental to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that when you hear the pros play, anytime they get basically any damage, you watch Riley, you watch Mo, you watch Ian's content, you watch Morton's content, you watch Juicy's stream, they get like 200 damage, they get like 180 damage, whatever. They're like, oh, that's a good amount of damage to get.
Yeah.
And it's true. That adds up over time. Whereas like lesser players, you're looking for like 1,000 or 1,500 or taking half the tower. That just doesn't happen at the highest level.
Yeah,
at least not as often.
Yeah, that's why so many of these games are going 5 minutes. Honestly, it feels like half these games have gone 6 minutes because they're just so disciplined with every single situation.
High poison there as Wu just says, I do not want to deal with these skeleton dragons, so I'm not going to. It's an even trade, even though if it kind of feels a little wrong, but it's an even trade to deal with two very difficult cards, or two difficult units, I should say. Evo Snowball comes out as we see Viper go pressure on the left-hand side, knowing that his opponent was about to overspend. Should be able to get a Tesla down, does Wu, and he does. 1523 to 2226. This Goblin Demolisher should get on top of tower, and it does.
Coming in with the Lightning aggressively, and the Berserker kind of having some poor targeting, getting all the Royal Hogs on top of the tower, and all of a sudden, 20 seconds left, a couple more opportunities for Viper.
I don't even know if the Tesla came down in that mix. I think I saw a Fire Spirit go down in it, but I don't know if the Tesla did too. 1250. 1541. Viper trying to break through with 8 seconds remaining. Second set of piggies come down. Can he get a lightning out as well? He cannot. Even if the lightning... Oh, he does! He does! What? He gets it in! And you can see Wu knocks whatever is going on over there. Camera down to the keyboard. Phone down to the table. 1205. 1202. We've had a 3 HP game, we've had a 5 HP game, and we've had a double monk, double goblin barrel reflection game today. It has been a hell of a day here in June at CRL Day 1.
Oh my goodness, what else do we have? We still have one more set, right? We can get even crazier? 5 HP, 3 HP, 1 HP, what do we want? I'm sure our players are going to provide. Are you kidding me? Lightning in the final 10th of a second, 100th of a second, something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, that pressure turned up by Viper at the end of game number 2 was just absolutely insane. Wu has got to... Someone said valid crash out. Totally. I mean, yes. I would be so frustrated there. AC, 30 seconds remain, 500 HP difference. Take a look at this. Break it down for us.
I mean, it's brilliant what he does in these final 20 seconds because he goes in with the Royal Hogs and then he doesn't go lightning. And the entire time, I've got this internal monologue where it's like, go, lightning, lightning, lightning. This is your chance. Go for it. And he doesn't. He resets. He knows he has just enough time. I mean, the fact that he knew he had enough time to get these Royal Hogs down on the map and then still go in, force out Elixir, he gets the lightning down Snowball comes
Wow.
down. It's just not enough. I mean, just absurd what he was able to do.
Right, because the snowball does connect.
It does,
right?
yes,
for the
it gets
damage.
there.
It does.
It
It
gets
brings
there.
it down for the it gets there. It does the 45 damage. Lightning goes in. That is such a great call that you're talking about, because sending in those Evo Royal Hogs is the same as kind of lightning a building off the board, because you know those Evo Royal Hogs are going to take the Tesla off the board. So then, like you said, he has the lightning to save to actually send, because if he plays the lightning on that Tesla, maybe the Royal Hogs get in, maybe they don't. Then the snowball's just used defensively to push them back. But because he goes Evo Royal Hogs, takes out the Tesla, saves the cycle, saves the elixir to get the lightning out, great play there by Viper. Game number 1, he goes comfort. Game number 2, he steals it with 3 HP in the final second. Viper showing out, showing up, showing off as he stays alive in the upper bracket. Only dropped 1 game on the day. And what a game that was. Here we go, guys. Final set of the day. Ruben and Clown. But as you can see there, Woo now going to be facing off against Adriel. We are in the upper bracket, so no one that you're seeing in these final games are being eliminated. But they are going right out of the frying pan, and as Rich would say, into the fire, as we are at our final match of the day between Clown and Ruben. This should be a fun one. My God, dude, that was a wild set.
I mean, this is brilliant. The first half, it was a lot of like super consistent work. The first half of this day, it was a lot of super consistent work and eventually wearing it down. This second half of the day, we're seeing so many crazy things. We're seeing Viper run his real decks, get that last second win. Lucas with the 2-0 as well. And Sandbox,
Yeah.
I mean, all these games in this upper bracket have been 2-0 sweeps. They are running with the momentum of just trying to get themselves that golden ticket, that third golden ticket. I mean, wow, we are witnessing a great monthly finals.
Yeah, and only halfway through it, even at the end of this match. We have all day tomorrow as Ruben and Clown both go 2-1 in their opening forays. Will they be able to continue on the sweeps here in the upper bracket? We shall see. We saw Ruben open with Mortar against Niuzi. Went very well for him. Then in game number 2, loses by, again, those connections of the Bandits, the Golden Knights, the MKs. Then in game number 3, brings out the Graveyard to close things out against Royal Giant with Lumberjack. Clown on the other side of it, going up against Riley to start his day off. Picks up game number 1 with Dark Prince, Archers, and Graveyard. Loses game number 2 with the Goblinstein Magic Archer deck with Miner and Evo Wallbreakers. And then takes game number 3 with that Boss Bandit play with the Skeleton Barrel and the Evo Mortar, which was really great by Clown, kind of picking apart Riley's defenses, picking apart his cycle, and then punishing with the Boss Bandit.
Minute and 30 into this game, and not a ton of damage, a little bit of chip damage from Clown. Both players playing this really well. Ruben's defense on that big minor Evo or big minor Wallbreakers push was brilliant. The Archers were played absolutely beautifully. And here we go. It's just going to be Archer's cycle for the rest of the game from Ruben, and Clown on the other side just doing minor Wallbreakers cycle. Clown has so many answers to these Royal Hogs and just Ruben's entire deck in general. Delivery and Bomb Tower is tough.
Yeah, I'm, and then on the other side of it, I'm also really curious as to how Clown is going to be able to deal with the Archers and deal with the Huts. And we're seeing both of those being played right now. Magic Archer to kind of be the only response there. I guess you can send Miners in as well, but not ideal.
Wow. Great timing with the E-Spirit. Not sure how much of it is just a regular interaction and how much of it was timing, but Spirit Goblins plus E-Spirit really worked with some great synergy in that moment.
Magic Archer doing some good work here for Clown. 25-63 to 27-24. A little bit of reflection damage coming in for Ruben, and a little bit of lightning damage as well. Miner to one side, wall breakers to the other. Ruben will be able to clean that up with just the E-Spirit. A little bit of damage done already.
Yeah, really good knowledge of the game to know that he didn't have to overextend, didn't have to use the log, can just go E-Spirit. And here we go. A lot of aggression coming in from Clown, forcing out the Goblin Hut in response. 2 for 5 is always a really solid opportunity for you to start building a lead for Clown right there. That was great.
Gets the cross-court Magic Archer shot on the left-hand tower. And Lightning comes down, but now these Evo Bats should have a clear run through. Going to have to deal with them. High Archers plus the E-Spirit come out.
Archers
23-18, 22-20 to 20-46.
Yeah, and now that we're getting into triple elixir, though, no big spell for Clown. Ruben has to be feeling pretty good with this entire situation. It's just whether or not he can build these pushes properly. His E-Spirits have just been on fire today, though.
Yeah.
Ruben is playing this great.
Yeah, Ruben's in the lead in triple elixir with the spell damage. It's his game to lose at this moment. And Monk getting some good reflection damage again. Now wall breakers go in on that left-hand side. Not going to have to spend a lot of attention on them. Archers do more than enough. Lightning in again on the left-hand side. Clown just has no way to break through. Miner's going to go into the tower, but the Miner will not be enough to close the gap between 1781 and 1900. Cleaned up by the Monk. Magic Archer almost gets a shot.
Wow.
Not going to do it, though. Miner to the back. Ruben has the Lightning still. He's ignoring the Miner to get the Lightning down on the tower. There it is. Now the Piggies can get through to the tower. Wall breakers coming in. Not going to be enough. Well played there by our former world champion and MVP.
Yeah, I mean, great endgame right there. It's okay to let your tower go. Let the Miner get 4 or 5 whacks of the shovel. It's all okay. You have enough for the Royal Hogs plus Lightning. You start your push with 8 to 10 seconds. You are going to be able to get the elixir. And just really, really aware of his surroundings and aware of the game itself. I loved that from Ruben. It's what we expect, and it's still always a joy to watch.
Yeah, he knows the maximum amount of damage he can take from that Miner is not going to be enough for the Royal Hogs plus the Lightning. The only thing he has to worry about is, do I have enough elixir for the Lightning, and can I stop the Magic Archer at the bridge? Those are the only 2 things he has to think about. Covering the Miner, not even on his mind, which is, like you said, Josh, great game knowledge, great wherewithal, too. When you're starting to feel the pressure, you're starting to see that gap get a little bit smaller as time goes on. Those Miners are chipping away. But Ruben just goes, no problem. I got to stop the Magic Archer. Got to get that Lightning in. And here we go. Game number 2 coming your way in just a moment. You guys can see that these guys are basically neck and neck in terms of points, in terms of ranking, in terms of win rate. But right now,
closer
Ruben,
and closer.
Yeah, yeah, seriously, 0.2% different in win rates here between 3 months.
Oh my!
Can Ruben pull off the 4th sweep in a row in the upper bracket, or will Clown be able to turn things around and push this to a game number 3? We're about to find out. Ruben looking pretty calm. Clown looking a little stressed at the moment. Looking a little stressed, understandably so.
Yeah, and I mean, it probably has a lot to do with just how he's been as a player in his career. You know, there's so many missed opportunities for him, and I wonder if the stress is due to today or due to past grievances and past mistakes. Because, yeah, it's a little bit too stressed to only be down 0-1 in the second round of the upper bracket. Not usually what we want to see our players be doing. We want the stone face, we want the killers, and right there, just we're seeing a little bit of the nerves, a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think you bringing up maybe the history, it probably does weigh a little bit heavier when you talk about exactly what you're saying of how close he's been so many times. Felt like he should have been there in 2024 at the World Finals. Anything can happen on that World Finals stage. And also, you know, going up against a tough opponent in Ruben after dropping that first game. Pretty close game, not the exact matchup that you probably want. But here we go. Game number 2 coming your way in just a moment. Looking here at some of Clown's favorite decks. that can actually be used at this point based off of what he played in game number 1. There was some Hog out there with Giant Skeleton and Evo Skellies, or Mighty Miner and Berserker. He played Royal Giant a handful of times as well. Only a 50% win rate with Royal Giant, whereas he had a 100% win rate with Hog. And we saw him play Golem that he lost with. We saw him go 2 and 3 with Graveyard. 2 of 3, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I am pretty stubborn with my wishes as a fan of all of these players, and it's just abuse Royal Hogs and abuse Graveyard when you can. And both of those are really strong inside the meta, and so that's what I always recommend, and we'll see which one of these players listens, and we'll see if I'm right or if I'm taking crazy pills.
Looks like Ruben might be going to that Evo Battle Ram deck that we saw before after seeing the Vines and the Mother Witch. Clown with Monk and Evo Exy out to start. And there's the Battle Ram.
Great timing with the Mother Witch behind the tower to snipe the Executioner before it gets that shot. Gets rewarded with pretty good defense from his opponent. Clown responding really well to the push coming in from Ruben.
Gonna get just a little bit of chip from that Rage. And there's the Hog Rider in for Clown. Though Zappy's gonna be pretty annoying to deal with throughout this game. Zappy's still one of my favorite cards. Just similar to the Archers, similar to the Skeleton Dragons. They're just really annoying to deal with.
Zappy's
a great utility card.
Yeah. Zappies are the most annoying because you know your opponent probably lost the 3 games before they faced you, and now they're just smoking you because your entire deck loses to it. Yeah, Zappies are frustrating.
A little bit of Monk reflection there, 25-65 to 28-53, as we see Ruben set up his Battle Ram in the back on the left-hand side. E-Spirit plus this Tesla will be more than enough. Just like the Hog plus the Zappies will be more than enough on the right-hand side.
It's just so difficult for Ruben because his opponent has Evo XE and normal XE, E-Spirit, Tesla that's also Evo'd. He just has so many different, I mean, even just Goblins themselves, if it's just the regular Battle Ram, he can defend easily. Wow. I mean, Clown has to be feeling phenomenal about this matchup.
Yeah, and even right there, AC, another layer to it is the Monk being able to reflect that Hero Wizard and the Hero Wizard ability is just all the responses that Clown would want. He has here in game number 2, and got a little bit of a smirk on his face, probably recognizing this is pretty good for me. Should be able to make it to game number 3. We shall see. Can Ruben make a miracle happen? He's done it before.
Yeah, just this Evo XE means this right lane is completely done. There will be no push happening here.
Yeah, I mean, the Evo XE is really the X factor in this matchup when you're talking about how this deck works. Being able to just pile everything up behind the Giant Skeleton. Well, it doesn't work so well when that Giant Skeleton and everything is just lining up the Executioner, as we're seeing once again here, and then a Hog goes out opposite lanes, so all that elixir you spent is now needed on the defense. Only Zappies come out, a great log to get 2 shots in, and we are about 70 seconds away from a game number 3 to close out our day.
Yeah, you can clearly see that Ruben is quite tilted at just the overall deck matchup. It's just way too simple for Clown to defend, and it's way too difficult for Ruben to set up offenses. He's trying everything, and he's gonna have to have a 9th card if he wants to get past this defense.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And that 9th card needs to be like a lightning or a rocket or something, but he obviously doesn't have lightning because he already played it, and he doesn't have a 9th card because there's only 8, 784 with 35 seconds remaining. Clown essentially untouched in this game. Yes, he's taken about 500 HP of damage, but really when you're 5 minutes in, that is just nothing. And Battle Ram not going to break through. Tesla comes down. Second Battle Ram, third Battle Ram out here on the right-hand side. Does get the Vines in, but that doesn't matter as the Monk is up high. The Zap, or excuse me, the E-Spirit, the Log, the Xe still there. And here we go. Game number 3. Ruben finds himself in a 0-100 matchup, essentially.
Yeah, this is probably the worst matchup we've seen all day.
Yeah, I think so, man. I was like, I don't think there's not even a conversation to be had about how to break through with this, because even if you combine your spells with the, the vines and the arrows, you're still not even taking care of the Executioner. And the Executioner is just always on the board.
Yeah, the thing is, when your opponent has 5 responses to your pushes, there's no possible way to outcycle. He just always has at least one of them.
Yeah, so here we go. Game number 3 to close out our day. This is going to be the final matchup of the day. It is the last match of the quarterfinals in the upper bracket, so whoever does lose this game will be alive still. They will be sent down to the lower bracket to face off against our final opponent in the lower bracket. Everyone in the lower bracket obviously just has 1 life left, as this is a double elimination tournament. And we are, of course, going to have some best of 5s tomorrow for Juicy and Rich to cast, as AC and I are here on Saturday, and Rich and Juice will be here tomorrow. These are the cards played. The ones with the red marker have been played by Ruben. The ones with the blue marker have been played by Clown. And taking a look around here, Ruben could go to... No, he's already played that.
Graveyard available for both of these players.
Yeah. Ruben, obviously a big Mortar fan. Could see him going to Mortar.
Yeah. Could see Ruben going to Loon as well every once in a while.
Yeah, Loon plus maybe Evo Knight, as we've seen that happen a bit today. Very, very interesting. Just to remind you guys of what Ruben ran earlier against Niuzi. He started off his set with Mortar, then played Hog, MK, and then he went to Graveyard. Clown on the other side of it, going up against Riley. Started off with Dark Prince GY with Evo Archers, then went to Goblinstein Magic Archer Wallbreakers Minor, and then he closed things out with a victory with Boss Bandit Mortar and that Evo Skelly Barrel. So both of these guys have picked up wins with Mortar. I think maybe the only 2 people who have played Mortar today, which also puts it at, I think, 100% win rate, which I'm down for. Ruben could also... Go ahead.
No, it feels unfair that, to this day, 3 Musketeers can't get a win.
No, it really can't. There's like been a couple moments over the years where 3M was like kind of a part of the meta, but never has it been a strong part of the meta. At least, I mean, not never, but not for a long, long time.
Yeah. It's one of the best ongoing bits, I think, from Clash Royale.
Although when they did do the first initial change to 3M, they were really annoying to deal with. They were really strong, but I think even then, I think it was in the off season.
That's what that was
right?
what I was thinking. Oh, cool! I get 2 months of like just genuinely playing for fun. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna play for those 2 months, but yeah, that's just something always missing with them.
Yep, not seeing it at the highest level. That's okay. That's okay, AC. I think for most of us, we're okay with that. Remember, guys, loser of this match will go down to play sub. Winner of this match will move on to play Viper. So far in our upper bracket, we have Sandbox, Lucas, and Viper, just waiting on our 4th player to get us through our upper bracket semis. Then in the lower bracket, sub, as I said, waiting to see who loses this set. We also have Wu going up against Adriel, Rin going up against Grieco, and Pedro going up against Riley. Here we go, guys. Final game of day 1, June, day 1, CRL monthly finals. Ruben, top of your screen, wins first game. Clown able to turn things around in game number 2 with, as Josh and I were just talking about, probably the worst matchup we've seen all day long.
This one should be better. Clown should be running Graveyard Poison, and Ruben should be running Lava. So we'll still have to wait and see, but those are the 2 decks that It's looking like, but now that we see Cannon switching it over to Royal Hogs, most likely.
Spirit Empress tanking for the Dark Prince at the moment. Nice cleanup there by Clown. No damage done on either side of the board, but Ruben does have about 2 more elixir as that zap comes down to make sure that Dark Prince doesn't get on tower. And Lava up right away with that elixir advantage.
Yeah, there we go. This is what I like to see. I like to see the Lavas get placed on the map. Let's get full board control as early as possible. I always respect that all these pros have switched over to doing Lava pretty much as only a double elixir thing. But the way I learned Lava was just get it down as often as possible.
This could be a tough matchup for Clown when you look at his options to deal with cards in the air. When that Evo Zap is in cycle, it'll be interesting because he's got the archers, but obviously his building can't attack the skies. Snowball's going to help. Ice Spirit's going to help. But the Spirit Empress and the Phoenix are going to be really difficult to deal with, I think, as this game goes on.
Yeah, I absolutely would agree with that. Ruben not able to Lava just yet. Will have it in cycle right here if he chooses to do so, but instead going to defend with the Phoenix, and a great Phoenix right there. Could have been really in trouble had he gone Lava in the back.
So Phoenix plus Cage going to help with this Rhino. Not enough elixir to throw down the Lava in front of all of this, but a formidable counter push out anyway. And maybe now, there we go, Evo Zap is in. And yeah,
Phoenix,
Ruben just happy to stack these frustrating cards to deal with.
Yeah, Phoenix gets there just in time. No chip damage on the tower. 25-35, 26-97 for these two players. Fireball going to come down, and we are going to see minor Fireball Lava for the last game of the day.
Yeah, Dark Prince going to turn around as well. Now that Spirit Empress has a clear path to the tower. Dark Prince also going to get there. Dark Prince does get the splash damage. And now
Phoenix gets alive.
Wow, the Phoenix and the Rhino were out, and I think Ruben has just taken this game. There we go. You see the vamos. You see the excitement from Ruben as he stays in the upper bracket, and Clown's face says it all. What a tough matchup there in that final game. Back-to-back brutal matchups. I will say Clown's matchup in Game 2 was maybe a little bit better than Ruben's in Game 3, but not far behind for Ruben. Our former world champion and MVP staying in the upper bracket going on to Day 2.
Yeah, brilliant job from Ruben. I mean, just running with the momentum, learns pretty quickly early on. He's going in with Cannon. He doesn't have Goblin Hut. He doesn't have Tesla. He doesn't have any of these. So let's just go as often as possible. I like what Clown was doing with the Cannon. It's pretty clear that he was trying to get some sort of mirror matchup, I think was his goal. And instead, he just ran into the Lava Empress Minor deck. I think it was a great substitution. It just magically did not work out. Ruben going in with Lava, he's not going to lose that ever.
No.
That's probably the second worst matchup we've seen. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that was.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think Game 2 and Game 3 here are just like 90-10s in the opposite direction, maybe even more than that. There's just no way for Ruben to break through in game number 2. There's no way for him to stop the Xe. He's got the stun in the log, in the Evo Tesla. He's got the push from the Monk. He's got the lightning. He's got literally everything you need. Then you go to game number 3, and it's very similar. You've got one unit that can attack the air. If you want to call the snowball and the poison ways to attack the air, sure, but those are spells. They're not units. The cannon, I guess when it's Evo, can do a little bit, but there's just no way to deal with the Phoenixes, no way to deal with the Spirit Empresses. We even saw at the end there, Clown play the cannon, and then there was a Phoenix on the board, and then he played Skellies to maybe protect the cannon from the Spirit Empress, but Ruben just goes, I don't care about that. You can have the cannon on the board. I'm going to play the Spirit Empress behind the Phoenix and behind the Lava Hound. There's just no way to break on through. Also the Fireball's in there, also the Miner, also the Evo Zap, so your archers are useless. So here we go, guys. This is our upper bracket. Sandbox, perfect on the day. Going up against Lucas, also perfect on the day. Viper, 4-1 on the day, goes through Vitor, goes through Wu, and he'll be facing off against Ruben, who had to do it the hard way, goes to the best of 3 in both of his sets. Clown and Sub, Wu and Adriel, Rin and Gariko, Pedro and Riley are the 8 that remain in the lower bracket with no lives to give. It's win or go home for all 8 of those players. Can Riley turn things around? 3rd monthly final in a row. Can he finish just a little bit higher? Can he get that golden ticket? We will have to find out tomorrow. Same time, same place. Remember, you can get in all your predictions at event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. Get your predictions in. Try to win those rewards. I actually don't know how I did on predictions, but I'm excited to check here once we're off broadcast. AC, anything that you want to say to the people at home, as you and I will not be here tomorrow?
Oh, man, I really hope you guys tune in tomorrow. I know I will be. It's going to be an absolutely exciting match. Today's day was brilliant. So many crazy, metas were introduced, Royal Hogs. Decks were dominant, but nothing too bad. So there was a lot of innovation and a lot of fun with the players and how they wanted to set things up. I definitely had a blast today.
Yeah, so much went on today. 3 HP games, 5 HP games, final second games, second miners sneaking in just in time, a double Goblin Barrel reflection with monks. So much today and so much more in store tomorrow. Remember to tune in same time, same place for CRL Day 2 here in June. We'll be giving out our 3rd golden ticket. For Joshua, AC, Sharon, I'm Andrew Guy. For the entire team here for production for the CRL Monthly Finals, we love you, and we will see you guys tomorrow for Day 2.